After working overtime for 3 days and 3 nights, Ye Tian felt as if his brain were boiling and churning inside his skull. At 3 in the morning, his keyboard nearly threw off sparks as he finally sent the final draft of the proposal to his balding boss. He rode a scratched shared bicycle and yawned while waiting for the red light at an intersection. A blinding high beam tore through the darkness as a heavy dump truck ignored the red light and barreled toward him at a 100-meter sprint pace. The sales champion of another world never discounted his performance targets. Ye Tian could not even force out a curse before he and the bicycle were launched into the air together, completing a 3.5 spin in midair that completely defied physics. When he regained consciousness, his vision was severely out of focus, and everything around him was wrapped in a blurry white mist. The air reeked of disinfectant, and the hard bedboard beneath him pressed against his bones. Ye Tian tried hard to turn his stiff neck, and his vision gradually became clear. A golden little head lay beside him. That baby was sleeping soundly with 6 very conspicuous whisker-like lines on his chubby cheeks. That iconic birthmark, that pure golden hair. Naruto. The Naruto world. Ye Tian's head was buzzing. Whoa. To wake up directly in the crib next to the crown prince. This was some serious VIP treatment. Then what was he now? Minato Namake's long-lost eldest son, or some orphan of the Uzumaki clan picked up from some random corner. Before he could sort out his thoughts, heavy, hurried footsteps approached. 2 medical staff members in white coats walked to the beds and looked down at the 2 babies from above. Again, these demon fox brats. I really don't understand why the 3rd Hokage wants to keep such pests. Throwing them outside the village to feed wild beasts would save so much trouble. The male caregiver lowered his voice and cursed disgust written all over his face. The female nurse roughly snatched the thin blanket from the foot of the bed and flung it over the 2 of them, completely ignoring the fact that a corner of the blanket was covering their mouths and noses. Enough, stop complaining. Let's finish quickly and clock out. Just staying in the same room with these 2 jinxes makes me feel unlucky. The blanket brought a suffocating sensation. Ye Tian frantically kicked his short, weak legs and finally managed to kick the ragged cloth off his face. He gasped for air, swearing wildly in his mind. This opening was definitely hell difficulty. Parents' dead orphanage package forcibly activated, and he even had to take the blame for that big fox Kurama. According to the original plot, the next few years would be endless instant noodles, expired milk, and a village-wide bullying package. Just as he was wondering how to survive this miserable stretch. Ding! A fresh wild soul has been detected. Congratulations, unlucky host, you have successfully awakened the copy system. A playful female voice with a futuristic metallic texture exploded in his mind, her tone filled with barely concealed schadenfreude. Ye Tian instantly felt energized. The cheat had arrived. Forget being called unlucky host. Even if it called him cyber godfather, he would agree on the spot. This system is honest and never sells empty promises. The system's function was simple and crude. As long as the host touched a living person, 3 options would be extracted from that person, and the host could choose one ability to copy. Listen carefully, each person can only be freeloaded once. No repeated sheep shearing, and absolutely no fleecing one sheep until it's bald. So 1 touch meant 1 copy. This cheat was too wild. Konoha was never short of Kekkei Genkai and forbidden jutsu. The whole street was full of walking skill packs. In the future, if he met Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy Itachi Uchiha, or even that old trickster 3rd Hokage, he could just brush against them and immediately take off. Ye Tian immediately communicated in his mind system, don't newbies get some starter perks? This baby start is so weak, I'll probably starve to death in the crib before I can even go out and pull off a scam. Look at you, so easily impressed. The Super Novice gift pack has been airdropped. Please check it. In the depths of his mind, a blinding golden light exploded and 3 huge gift boxes studded with dazzling diamonds burst open in sequence. First gift, complete 10 tails. Comes with perfect control permissions over 10 tails chakra. Second gift would release Kekkei Genkai Awakened. With the god-level ninjutsu would release Birth of Dense Woodland. Third gift, multi-shadow clone technique. Ye Tian was dizzy from the triple critical hit. 10 tails would release multiple shadow clones. This wasn't a novice gift pack. It was cramming max-level divine equipment straight into his mouth. By the early Naruto standard, where a few C-rank jutsu could dominate the battlefield, this setup was a dimensionality-reducing strike. A complete, overwhelming start. Ye Tian quickly closed his eyes and focused his attention inward. After carefully checking around, his abdomen was clean with no trace of the 8 trigram seal, nor the irritable fox Kurama. It seemed the original storyline hadn't changed. Half of Kurama was in the drooling yellow-haired kid's belly, and the other half was playing mahjong in the Shinigami's stomach with Minato Namake's. His consciousness sank further into the exclusive sealed space the system had created. In the center of the vast, boundless space lay a scarlet beast whose body was as huge as a mountain. Violent, unrivaled chakra formed materialized whirlwinds around it. Ye Tian craned his neck and looked for a long time, his gaze sliding down the beast's spine to behind its rear. 1, 2, 3. All 10 fluffy tails danced wildly in the air, stirring spatial currents. Ye Tian's mouth twitched. System, this is serious plagiarism and false advertising, right? This thing looks exactly like Kurama after getting a tail transplant surgery. Does one extra tail make it 10 tails? Can it compare to the late-stage Naruto 10 tails with overwhelming pressure? The system instantly bristled and raised its voice 8 octaves. Stupid host, have you never read web novels? Haven't you heard the Iron Law system products are all premium? Don't use that ugly, big-eyed monstrosity from the Naruto world, which only knows how to spit-tailed beast balls, to slander this system's divine beast. The 10 tails this system gave you not only looks cool and matches human aesthetics, its chakra reserves are more than double that defective original. Say one more word of complaint, and I'll take it back. No. You're the system, you're in charge. You're the boss. Ye Tian immediately backed down. Whether it was Kurama in a new skin or a mutated husky double the chakra was real hard currency. With this sea of chakra reserves, future jutsu could be used as freely as running water. The system shop will officially update and unlock after the host reaches adulthood or triggers specific conditions. At that time, the host can use Naruto world currency to go on a massive shopping spree. Work hard to earn money, you pauper. The voice fell silent. Ye Tian opened his eyes, staring at the mottled mildew stains on the ceiling. Naruto world currency. Earning money. With strength, making money in the Naruto world was way too easy. But that couldn't quench his present thirst, since he had become Naruto's elder brother and Minato Namake's eldest son. Minato Namake, the fourth Hokage who completed countless S-rank missions, was the definition of tall, handsome, and loaded. Adding Kushina Uzumaki's savings, who would believe their family didn't leave behind tens of millions of ryo. In the original, Naruto lived like a beggar in a leaky, drafty apartment, surviving on a single bowl of instant noodles every day. Ye Tian would never tolerate this suffocating life. Once he could walk, run, and speak, he would confront that cunning old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi and demand the return of his family's assets. The house, the money, the jutsu scrolls. He wouldn't part with a single one. Time flew by as seasons changed and the leaves of Konoha's trees turned yellow and then green again. 6 whole years slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ye Tian and Naruto were known as the twin fox demons of the village, constantly facing the disdain and ostracism of the villagers. But Ye Tian didn't follow the expected script. Instead of being upset, he saw this as a golden opportunity to leech off others. The vegetable vendor glared at him with contempt. He'd simply rush over, hug her leg, and subtly absorb her life experiences. An ANBU ninja spying from a tree. He'd pretend to be lost, run over, cling to the ninja's leg, and wail loudly, shamelessly extracting a jutsu in the process. With this brazen physical hit-and-hug tactic combined with his innate all-element chakra nature from his transmigration, Ye Tian had been hoarding skills and resources, amassing a considerable fortune over the years. Now on the rooftop of the Hokage's office building, the high-altitude breeze ruffled Ye Tian's slightly messy yellow hair. He sat cross-legged at the edge, looking down at the bustling streets of Konoha below. System, open my status panel, he thought. A translucent red screen visible only to him materialized. Host Ye Tian, age 6, Ryo 1 Kekii Genkai, would release Tailed Beast 10 Tails Perfect Jinchuriki Mode Ninjutsu Deep Forest Emergence Shadow Clone Jutsu from Panhandling C rank, Great Fireball B rank, Great Flame Bomb C rank, Water Bullet B rank, Water Dragon Missile. Ye Tian scanned the data on the panel. With his current situation, these cards in his hand were more than enough. By his calculations, the Ninja Academy would be starting its new term in a few days. The gears of the main plot were about to turn, and a wave of tempting skill packs was drawing near. Just as he was planning which character to approach, first a series of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from the iron door behind him. Big brother, time to go home for dinner. A small figure peeked out from the stairwell. Naruto, wearing his usual faded, worn-out t-shirt, ran over, sweating profusely. Ye Tian dismissed the red screen with a thought and turned to look at his little brother. Where have you been running off to all day, little guy? Ye Tian stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Naruto stopped in front of him, head down, nervously scuffing his toes against the pebbles on the ground. His face, usually wearing a carefree grin, was now clouded with an unusual heavy gloom. I was just walking around. Naruto's voice dwindled as he clutched his shirt. But people still look at me with those hateful eyes. The mask shop owner chased me away with a broom, and even the milkman won't spare me a glance. Ye Tian stepped forward and gave Naruto's spiky blonde hair a rough, affectionate rub, tousling it into a mess. Is your head full of mush? Ye Tian grabbed Naruto's cheeks and pulled them wide. How many times do I have to tell you? Those people are just low-level NPCs in a tutorial village. Their brains haven't fully developed. Why bother caring about the opinions of a bunch of idiots? You just focus on living your own life. Why pay them any attention? Naruto, his cheeks stretched, protested in a garbled voice. Let go, big brother. It hurts, it hurts. Ye Tian let go and then slung an arm around Naruto's shoulder, patting it firmly. All right, stop moping. In a few days I'm going to the Hokage's office to file a claim and get our old house back. Then I'll move us out of that dumpy apartment into a fancy house with a yard, and we'll eat Ichiraka ramen with the deluxe pork rib set every day. Really? Naruto's head shot up, his eyes sparkling with renewed hope, all his previous sadness forgotten. A big house. You're not lying to me. Have I ever lied to you? Come on, let's head home. Ye Tian strutted ahead. The two brothers' silhouettes stretched long in the setting sun, one tall and one short, their bickering drifting away on the wind over the rooftops. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office the air was thick with smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the large window, an old pipe clenched between his teeth. His aged, spotted face was reflected in the glass, his murky eyes hidden in the shadows fixed intently on the two brothers leaving the rooftop together. The tobacco in his pipe glowed and dimmed, emitting a faint crackling sound. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his calloused fingers tapping a heavy rhythmic beat on the windowsill. Over the years he had spied on the brothers' lives countless times with his crystal ball. Naruto's personality was just like Kushina's, carefree and easily satisfied. But this Ye Tian was a complete anomaly. He possessed a cunning and worldliness that was utterly out of place for his age. Furthermore, the ANBU had frequently reported that this boy had a strange habit of deliberately bumping into various ninjas, his behavior highly unorthodox. A big house is it? Hiruzen muttered, his thin lips pressed into a firm line. Minato Namake's inheritance had long been funneled into filling the village's financial holes and compensating the clans who suffered during the Ninetales attack. There was no way he was going to cough up that money and property now. The Ninja Academy would be opening soon. These two kids, especially the inscrutable Ye Tian, had to be kept under strict control. The indoctrination of the will of fire needed to be intensified. The sky outside had darkened, completely swallowing the third Hokage's frail figure in the oppressive gloom, leaving only the faint ember-like glow of his pipe to pulse in the night. Stepping on the groaning rotten wooden stairs, Ye Tian pushed open the chipped paint-peeling door with one hand. This cramped old apartment on Konoha's outskirts was so small an adult could barely turn around. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and chunks of plaster from the ceiling would periodically fall, dusting the room with debris. Despite the squalid environment, Ye Tian's strict discipline kept the old furniture spotless and everything arranged in perfect order. All right, little guy, go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Ye Tian tossed his jacket onto the back of a chair and headed into the tiny kitchen, rolling up his sleeves. Naruto, who had been drawing circles on the floor with a stick, scrambled to his feet and shuffled over to the sink in his slippers. In the kitchen the knife moved with practiced speed. Ye Tian chopped 2 bunches of greens with swift, decisive strokes. The oil sizzled in the wok. The range hood had been broken for 6 months, so he had to rely on the natural breeze from the window to clear the smoke. In about 15 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were set out on the chipped wooden table. The finest ingredients require the simplest preparation, but they could barely afford the low-end ones anymore. Naruto pressed his palms together, shouted "Itadakamasu," and launched a fierce assault on the plate of scrambled eggs with his chopsticks. Over the years, it was only thanks to Ye Tian's relentless hustling and scraping by on the streets, picking up odd jobs and small change, that this young master hadn't truly been reduced to surviving on expired instant noodles. "Slow down, no one's fighting you for it," Ye Tian said, taking a couple of bites of rice and placing a piece of golden fried tofu into Naruto's bowl. "Stay put at home after you finish eating. I'm going out to handle some business to see the old man the third to stock up on supplies." Naruto, his mouth stuffed full, cheeks bulging like a hamster, mumbled indistinctly, "Big brother, come back soon." Half an hour later the cleanup was done. Ye Tian tossed the dishcloth aside, strolled out of the apartment complex, and headed straight for the core building of the village, the Hokage's office. Along the way the villagers avoided him like the plague, practically spitting at his feet. Ye Tian treated them all as if they were invisible, striding towards the building with an arrogant, swaggering gait. At the top floor office, without even knocking, Ye Tian raised his foot and slammed the sole of his shoe against the heavy, ornate, carved wooden door. A thunderous bang echoed as the 2 doors shook violently and were forcibly kicked open. Hiruzen Sarutobi was buried in a mountain of paperwork, his signature old pipe clenched between his teeth. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, his hand holding the pipe freezing midair. "What's gotten into you today, brat? You think fixing this door is free?" Ye Tian slammed the door shut behind him and casually pulled out the swivel chair opposite the desk, plopping himself down. Not only that, but he also swung his legs up, slamming his heels onto the edge of the Hokage's desk, rattling the ink bottle so hard it nearly tipped over. "Old man, cut the crap. My dump of a place is uninhabitable." Ye Tian shook his leg. "I can hit the wall just by turning over, and the plaster flakes off the wall whenever the neighbor snores. It's way too cramped for me and Naruto. Approve a luxury apartment for me, preferably one with a yard." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a couple of slow puffs from his pipe, exhaling a large cloud of grayish-white smoke. His aged, wrinkled face contorted into a bitter smile, putting on a show of earnest advice. Ye Tian, the village's finances are really tight right now. Where would I find a vacant high-end apartment for you two? Just make do for now. Once the village builds new housing, I'll let you know about moving first thing. There it was again, the classic corporate runaround promising pie in the sky. Ye Tian lost his temper on the spot. He abruptly pulled his feet back, stood up, and slammed both hands heavily on the desk. He had no intention of playing the polite, respectful youngster. He focused his will directly tapping into the system within the sealed space of his body. He deliberately extracted the most ferocious and savage portion of the immense Ten Tails chakra, perfectly disguising it as the unique destructive aura of the Nine Tails. The dark red chakra materialized, surging violently out of Ye Tian's meridians and pores. The high temperature instantly warped the air around him. The wooden edge of the desk turned black and carbonized. The violent chakra wave formed a visible small cyclone. The towering stack of documents on the desk was sent flying, scattering into a flurry of paper that rained down across the floor. More critically, the dense red chakra behind Ye Tian began to coalesce, forming a single imposing fox tail that lashed violently through the air. The tail swept across the nearby solid wood bookshelf, the immense force snapping it in two. Precious ninjutsu scrolls and hardcover books crashed to the floor with dull, heavy thuds. The pipe in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth dropped with a clatter onto the desk. He stumbled back several steps, his hand instinctively flying to the ninja tool pouch on his thigh. His eyes locked onto the tail behind Ye Tian, his breathing ragged with shock. This is impossible. During the Nine Tails attack, Minato Namikaze had clearly used the dead demon consuming seal to split the beast in two. The Yin half sealed away with the Shinigami, and the Yang half sealed within Naruto. The eldest son, Ye Tian, should have been completely clean. But this nauseating, brutal aura, this fully materialized red chakra, it was definitely not something a transformation jutsu could fake. Shushishu. For Umbu, ninjas wearing animal masks, sensing the terrifying energy fluctuation, instantly appeared in the office via the body flicker technique. Their sharp ninja blades were drawn in unison, 4 cold points aimed at Ye Tian's vital spots from different angles. Ye Tian didn't even glance at the Umbu. He stepped forward, closing in on the Hokage through the scorching chakra waves. Not giving it up. Ye Tian grinned, his smile extremely arrogant. You think I'm some naive goody two-shoes? My parents gave their lives for this damn village, leaving behind a huge inheritance. Don't tell me it's all evaporated. If you don't have the keys today, I don't mind putting on a show of dismantling this building with my bare hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised a hand and pressed down firmly, signaling the Umbu to stand down. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This kid was a powder keg right now. If he exploded here, half the Hokage building would be leveled by that violent chakra. Sheath your swords. Hiruzen Sarutobi barked at the Umbu, then turned to Ye Tian, softening his tone. Anything can be discussed. Just retract this violent chakra first. Ye Tian let out a cold snort. With a thought, the suffocating red chakra instantly flowed back into his body, vanishing without a trace. The surrounding gale abruptly ceased, leaving only the scattered debris to testify to the recent danger. I need the keys to a big house today. Ye Tian pulled the chair back and sat down again. Also, regarding my parents' substantial estate, you have to give me at least a third of it. If I'm short a single penny tomorrow, I'll be out on the main street with a banner, giving the whole village a nice little lecture on how the 4th Hokage's orphan survives on garbage in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a throbbing headache coming on. The Namikaze family's wealth was indeed considerable, but that money had long been divvied up by those old foxes to fill the deficits of their own clans. Trying to get it back now would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Your parents' assets. The village suffered a great blow back then, and most of the funds were diverted by high-level resolution for post-war reconstruction. Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to deflect. How about this? I'll pay you a third out of my own pocket for now. As for the rest, stop trying to fool me. Ye Tian cut him off without mercy. What they've taken, I'll make them spit out with interest sooner or later. Today is just collecting a bit of interest. Also, I'd like to ask you, when the Nine Tails attacked the village, which sewer was that old fossil Danzo and his root hiding in watching the show? Why were all the Uchiha police force members absent? If the Uchiha's combat power had been there to help control the Nine Tails, my parents wouldn't have had to die. The veins on the back of Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand pressed against his ninja tool pouch stood out in stark relief, his knuckles pale with excessive strain. The savage aura this brat had just unleashed was pure unadulterated madness bent on annihilation. The old man forcefully suppressed his pounding heart, shoving the pipe back into his mouth, attempting to mask his inner trepidation with the acrid bite of tobacco. Danzo was also thinking of the bigger picture. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a murky plume of smoke, his voice hoarse. On the night the Nine Tails rampaged, the beast's pupils clearly reflected the pattern of the Sharingan. In all the shinobi world back then, only the Uchiha clan could wield such a monster as a summoning beast at will. Root feared the Uchiha would seize the village's chaos to stir up trouble, hence ordered the police force to be on high alert at the village's edge, preventing a complete internal collapse. Ye Tian, legs crossed and propped on the desk, hands clasped behind his head, let out a series of extremely disdainful snickers from his throat. A fine excuse for the bigger picture. Ye Tian's heel slammed against the desk, rattling the ink bottle. That old coot Danzo, lurking in his sunless sewers, fabricates conspiracies while shoving all the frontline fighting and dying onto my parents. The village higher-ups sit comfortably in the rear sipping tea, while those who died on the front lines aren't even cold, yet they still get burdened with an undeserved black mark. Village is just wasting air on these sewer rats who only scheme in the shadows. One day I'll personally visit Root and dismantle that rat's skin and bone. Insolence. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his palm on the desk, scattering papers. Since when does a 6-year-old get to question the decisions of the higher-ups? Realizing his loss of composure, the old man forced his tone to soften, conjuring a wrinkled, benevolent smile. Ye Tian, the world of adults is far more complex than you imagine. There's no need for you to dig into these old, dusty grievances now. Your most urgent task is to report to the Ninja Academy. Your enrollment paperwork is already handled. Go make friends your age, embrace the will of fire. That is the future your parents would have wanted. Academy. Ye Tian laughed as if it were the biggest joke, shoulders shaking exaggeratedly, fingers drumming faster on the desk. Old man, have you aged so much your brain's gone dry? That junk they peddle at the academy is what you call a legacy. He stood, placing his hands on the desk's edge, looming over Hiruzen Sarutobi. You expect the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique they teach there to keep me alive on the battlefield. If I run into an enemy jonin, should I perform a seductive transformation for them, or offer my substitution log for their firewood? The young masters and ladies from the clan families just go through the motions to pad their resumes. They go home to secret clan techniques and bottomless resources. Naruto and I are orphans with no clan jutsu to fall back on. I'm supposed to go to that place and play house with a bunch of snot-nosed brats. That's a pure waste of life. This barrage of questions laid bare the inadequacies of the Leaf's educational system. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth opened, but no words came for a long moment. Save the brainwashing for someone else. Ye Tian spread his hands, fingers gesturing impatiently. If you want to appease me, show some good faith. I want my father's self-created hand-seal-free jutsu, the Rasengan. Don't try to fob me off with some C-rank or B-rank scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi sucked on his pipe, brows knitted into a tight knot. This brat's appetite was absurd, and his knowledge of Minato Namikaze's abilities was unervingly precise. Who told him all this? The Rasengan is extremely difficult to master, involving complex shape transformation. The old man pulled open the right-hand drawer, rummaging through classified files. Currently, the only one in the village who has mastered it is Jiraiya. But he's been traveling for years with no set return date. I can give you the scroll, but it only contains the theoretical steps. Without guidance, whether you can learn it depends entirely on your own talent. If you mess up and damage your chakra pathways, the village takes no responsibility. No need to worry, Lord Hokage. Ye Tian's tone was arrogantly dismissive of the warning. At that moment, the heavy, rickety wooden door to the office was pushed open from outside. An ANBU operative wearing a cat mask strode and carrying a heavy black briefcase. The operative placed the case steadily on the table and pressed the metal latch with a thumb. With a crisp click, the lid sprang open. Inside, neatly stacked bundles of large denomination bills, their distinct scent of fresh ink immediately permeating the air. Lord Hokage, the emergency funds from all departments have been verified, totaling 10 million ryo. The ANBU reported with his head bowed, his peripheral vision carefully avoiding Ye Tian. Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured to the briefcase, his tone laced with helplessness and fatigue. The village is in a critical post-war recovery phase. Reconstruction and compensation require immense funds. The clan elders are also under immense pressure. This 10 million ryo is all the liquid capital we can spare right now. Consider it the village's temporary compensation to you and your brother. 10 million ryo. Ye Tian walked over, casually picking up a stack of bills and slapping it against his palm, a sneer curling on his lips. My parents' assets were worth far more than this. I bet the fat cats in charge pocketed the lion's share. Using my money to placate others, quite the scheme. Fine, I'll remember this debt. Consider this a down payment for now. Then he added, have some people deliver these cases to my new residence. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the now empty table, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. The old man quickly tossed the Rasengan scroll he had found, then fumbled out a brass key with a number tag from deep within the drawer. This is a luxury standalone apartment in the heart of the village. The old man slid the key across the table. Fully furnished with a private courtyard and a small training ground. You can move in today. Ye Tian snatched the scroll and key with precision, stuffing them into his pocket without a second glance, turning to leave. See, a little sincerity up front would have saved us both a lot of breath. I'm out. Don't bother seeing me off. With the echo of his arrogant footsteps, Ye Tian's figure vanished down the corridor. The office fell into a deathly silence. The cat-masked ANBU knelt on one knee, his voice filled with confusion and resentment. Lord Hokage, you're just letting him go. That 10 million was half a year's operating budget for the ANBU, and his attitude towards you was extremely disrespectful. Shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his throbbing temples, his once straight back, now stooped, radiating a deep weariness. That boy carries a threat capable of toppling the entire Leaf Village. I've personally verified the sealing records from the night of the Ninetales rampage countless times. The Yin and Yang chakra were sealed within the Death God and Naruto respectively. It's impossible for him to have a tailed beast sealed inside. But that tangible violent chakra, just now. Its sheer volume and its destructive nature are eerily identical to the Ninetales. The old man walked to the window, pushing it open to let the cold high-altitude wind disperse the oppressive smoke in the room. Until we find the source of this strange power, we must try to satisfy his demands. Keep him calm. We must not let him completely sever ties with the village and repeat the tragedy of that night. Issue the order. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned a sharp, cold glint flashing in his murky pupils as he issued a death command. Immediately dispatch 2 of the most elite ANBU squads. Maintain 12-hour rotating shifts. Watch Namikaze Ye Tian's every move. Remember surveillance only from a distance. Under no circumstances are you to engage in any direct conflict. Even if he tears down that villa, you just watch. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately. As you command. The Umbu agent vanished into a puff of white smoke, dissolving into thin air. In the now empty office, Hiruzen Sarutobi slumped into his swivel chair, pulling a heavily scratched crystal ball from the folds of his wide sleeve. He attempted to use his telescope jutsu to track Ye Tian's location, but the moment the image flickered to life, it was disrupted by a surge of wild crimson chakra, instantly dissolving into a blur of static. The old man's sharp intake of breath caught in his throat, his breathing rhythm completely thrown off. Ye Tian, just what kind of monster are you? I hope you don't do anything to harm Konoha. In the slums at the edge of Konoha, within a decrepit, rundown apartment, Naruto was hunched over a low table, licking the last remnants of soup from his plate, when the front door was suddenly kicked open with violent force. Little bro, stop licking that broken plate. Get up and follow me. Ye Tian strode in, casually tossing a brand new set of brass keys in his hand, the metallic clinking producing a crisp, pleasant sound. Naruto wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve, his blonde head snapping up, blue eyes wide with excitement. Big bro, you did it. Are we really moving? With your big bro handling it personally, there's nothing I can't get done. Ye Tian walked to the bed, not even sparing a glance at the tattered blanket patched with over a dozen repairs. Everything in this place is junk. Don't bring a thing. Don't bring that chipped frog cup either. Once we're at the new place, we'll buy whatever we need. The one thing your big bro isn't short on right now is money. Neither of them had any intention of packing. They walked out empty-handed, swaggering with confidence. Ye Tian didn't even bother locking the door. After all, it was a dump, not even a thief would bother visiting. Night shrouded Konoha village as shops along the streets had already begun to close. The two moved swiftly under the cold, clear moonlight. After a mere 10-minute walk, a grand 2-story detached villa appeared before them. The location was prime, situated behind Konoha's bustling commercial district, tranquil amidst the urban clamor. Tall walls were covered in lush green vines. Pushing open the heavy, ornate wrought iron gate revealed a spacious courtyard paved with smooth bluestone, and at its center stood a massive cherry blossom tree, so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it. Stepping through the villa's main entrance onto the soft plush wool carpet, Naruto froze in place, forgetting to even take off his shoes. Above him hung a dazzling crystal chandelier, casting a warm amber glow. At the center of the living room was a set of genuine leather sofas, so large one could do somersaults on them. In the open kitchen, a double-door refrigerator gleamed with a silver metallic sheen. In the corner sat several pots of precious ornamental greenery, and the air was filled with a fresh scent completely free of any musty odor. This place was 1,000 times better than that old den where they had to use basins to catch the leaks whenever it rained. With a whoop, Naruto dove onto the sofa, sinking deep into the soft cushions, rolling around wildly in sheer excitement. Big bro. This sofa is so soft. This house is way too big. I'm afraid I'll get lost going to the bathroom at night. Look at you, such low ambitions. Ye Tian walked over and yanked Naruto up by the collar from between the sofa cushions. Starting tomorrow, the good life officially begins. But don't just stand there grinning. Now that we have a better environment, your training regimen will be supercharged as well. Naruto stood up straight, eyes gleaming, fists clenched as he declared loudly, no matter how tough it gets, I'll persevere. I want to get stronger. I'll make everyone in the village who looks down on me shut their mouths. Ye Tian nodded approvingly, patting his shoulder, then pulled a sealed scroll from his pocket and dangled it before Naruto's eyes. Starting tomorrow, we're learning something new. This is an S-rank secret jutsu left behind by your father. S-rank. Naruto jumped up in excitement, nearly hitting the chandelier base with his head. Over the past few years, leveraging his mature mindset and the confidence granted by his system, Ye Tian had been giving Naruto plenty of special training. For someone with Naruto's massive chakra reserves, but poor control, the basic transformation jutsu was indeed incredibly difficult. So Ye Tian took a different approach, directly teaching him the multi-shadow clone jutsu he had obtained from his system starter pack. Naruto displayed terrifying talent in this forbidden technique, mastering it to perfection long ago, effortlessly producing 100 or more clones at once. However, Ye Tian had given him a strict order: he must never reveal this trump card to anyone until he could protect himself. He had managed to disguise the boy as a complete deadlast who couldn't even perform a basic clone jutsu without turning into a puddle of goo. A trump card like this was meant to be hidden away and unleashed at the critical moment for maximum devastating impact. In the dead of night, Naruto was already in the second-floor bedroom, snoring thunderously on the oversized double bed. Ye Tian sat alone beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, a withered leaf between his fingers, his mind racing as he began plotting his grand scheme. Konoha appeared calm on the surface, but beneath it all currents ran deep. The Uchiha clan had yet to be wiped out. Calculating the timeline, the infamous massacre night that would shake the ninja world could erupt at any moment. Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Ye Tian curled his lips in disdain, his contempt unmistakable. Those two were complete, brainless traitors. One of them, under the disgusting pretext of righteous sacrifice, slaughtered his own parents and innocent clan members, then ran off to become a hidden spy for the village's higher-ups, all while claiming it was to protect his younger brother. The other, easily swayed by that old geezer Madara Uchiha, went completely off the rails, plotting a worldwide infinite Tsukuyami illusion utopia for the sake of a dead first love. The mental gymnastics of those two fools were beyond any normal person's comprehension. But there was no denying that no matter how broken their characters or how twisted their minds, those two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan were genuinely top-tier cheat codes. With me here, do you think you can just waltz in and pull off your clan-murdering spectacle, eh? Ye Tian crushed the withered leaf in his hand, sparks flying from his fingertips as he burned the fragments to ash. His copy system was starving for top-tier acquisitions. He needed to find the right opportunity to have a chance encounter with Itachi Uchiha. All he had to do was touch him, and he could fully copy the Amaterasu or Tsukuyami abilities of those Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could follow the trail and catch Obito, that Kamui cheat, he could directly copy his space-time phasing ability. Left eye for Kamui's unpredictability, right eye for Amaterasu's all-consuming flames, plus the system-given complete ten tails providing infinite chakra combined with the ultimate with style technique, true several thousand hands. Ye Tian's lips curled upward, uncontrollably, unable to suppress the ecstatic thrill of soon dominating the ninja world. By then he'd have a 1,000-armed Buddha in one hand and a Susanoo armor in the other. This wasn't just a dimensional stomping. This was flipping the entire ninja world's table upside down. Anyone who dared to defy him would be slapped straight into the afterlife to meet the sage of six paths. Danzo, the Akatsuki, Mirance, all of them. Suddenly a faint rustling of leaves came from beyond the courtyard wall. An extremely subtle sound that ordinary ninja wouldn't have caught even with straining ears. If not for the Tentail's monstrous malice-sensing ability within him, Ye Tian wouldn't have detected the presence of a living person lurking in the shadows by the wall. The Umbu hounds are quick on my trail. The old man certainly doesn't trust me for a second. Ye Tian brushed the ashes from his hands, stretched lazily, and swaggered back into the house. He paid no mind to the surveillance rats outside. With a mere thought, a mass of pure wood-style chakra silently gathered in the corner of the bedroom, quickly forming a wood clone identical to himself. The wood clone simply threw back the covers and lay down beside Naruto, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Tian's true body melted into the dense darkness of the night. He wasn't planning to sleep tonight. The immense Tentail's chakra within him was restless and surging. He needed to find an open space to properly test this world-shattering power, and in the process prepare an absolutely unforgettable welcome surprise for those reckless Umbu agents outside. As for those rats shivering in the cold wind outside the wall, let them squat on those tree branches and count mosquitoes all night long. The night wind poured into the dense canopy, causing the leaves to rustle violently as they rubbed against each other. Ye Tian's body was completely concealed in the darkness, his toes pressed against the rough tree trunk without making the slightest sound. The terrifying perception network of the Tentails had already spread in his mind, leaving no movement of wind or grass within miles hidden. Two sources of chakra stood out like searchlights in the pitch-black night. One group was crouched atop a large tree 1,000 meters away, their presence perfectly concealed. Clearly the regular Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other group was less than 300 meters from the villa. He occupied their chakra, exuding a nauseating coldness and deathly aura. Without a second thought, these were undoubtedly the emotionless killers of Danzo's route. Not sleeping in the dead of night, they come to eavesdrop under someone else's walls. These gutter rats really treat Konoha as their own backyard. Ye Tian curled his lips, pulled out a cheap evil spirit mask bought from a street stall from his pocket, and put it on his face. Then his figure burst into motion. Under the cover of night, Ye Tian, like a cheetah locking onto its prey, swiftly darted between the branches. After a few leaps, he steadied himself on a branch directly above the root ninjas. Below, 5 root members clad in black tight suits and plain white masks were huddled together, exchanging tactical hand signals only they could understand. "You stinking rats," Ye Tian said from above, tapping his plastic mask with his fingers, producing crisp clicking sounds. "Stop staring at someone else's house. No matter how long you stare, you won't see anything special." The 5 below reacted instantly, scattering into formation. The leading root ninja flipped his wrist, a kunai coated with a glistening blue poison, pointing at the treetop. "Who are you?" "I'm your father." Ye Tian couldn't be bothered to waste words on these NPCs. His fingers flew, forming hand seals so fast they left after images. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. What was originally just a C-rank basic ninjutsu underwent a qualitative change under the monstrously massive chakra injected by Ye Tian. A giant fireball over 10 meters in diameter instantly took shape, its terrifying heat drying and igniting the surrounding leaves in an instant. The fireball, with a devastating and irresistible force, hurtled toward the root squad below, like a meteor striking the earth. The entire forest was illuminated as bright as day. "What a joke. How is this fireball so huge?" The leading root ninja's voice shattered completely, the face beneath his mask twisted in sheer terror. "Don't scatter. Joint defense." The remaining 4 quickly gathered their hands, forming seals frantically. Water release, water formation wall. 4 thick water pillars shot into the sky, intertwining above their heads into a solid water wall. The flames and water collided violently, earth-shattering roars tearing through the night sky. Massive clouds of high-temperature steam erupted, and a vast white mist instantly swallowed the forest for 100 meters around. The water formation wall barely managed to block the monstrous great fireball, but the root members' chakra was mostly drained. Before they could catch their breath, a rift was suddenly torn in the white mist above their heads. Ye Tian had no intention of continuing to duel with ninjutsu. He directly burst through the scalding steam plummeting from the sky and landing heavily in front of the root squad leader. His hard fist tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom, heading straight for the enemy's face. The root squad leader only had time to raise his arms in a block. Fist and arms met, and the crisp crack of breaking bones sounded. The squad leader was sent flying by the immense force, crashing through 3 large trees before barely stopping, lying on the ground unconscious and motionless. Ding. Detected host touching a living entity, triggering copy option. Option 1, C-rank wind release, great breakthrough. Option 2, B-rank water release, water dragon bullet. Option 3, 2,000 silver tails. Ye Tian sidestepped to dodge a ninja sword thrust from the side, while cursing wildly in his mind. How can these root people be so poor? Although there's a B-rank technique, I already know it. Pick option 3 for all of them. Give me the gold coins. What followed was a one-sided beating. Ye Tian completely disregarded the aesthetics of his moves, relying on his endless chakra reserves, his speed and strength utterly overwhelming. With every punch and kick, the system prompt crazily spammed in his mind. Ding. Obtained 1,500 silver tails. Ding. Obtained 3,000 silver tails. Ye Tian now had only one thing on his mind: saving money. Once the system shop was unlocked, it would definitely contain revival items like Rinne Rebirth or Impure World Reincarnation. As long as he could revive his parents, the grand finale of this Naruto world could be triggered early. The remaining root ninjas grew more and more terrified as they fought. This guy wearing the ghost face mask was no human. His strength was like that of a humanoid-tailed beast, and the casual C-rank ninjutsu he threw out had power comparable to B-rank or even A-rank. Most terrifying of all, after fighting for so long, the enemy showed no sign of chakra depletion, instead growing more energetic. Retreat. Mission change. Report back to Lord Danzo. One root member shouted at the top of his lungs. "Want to leave? Did you ask your father?" Ye Tian suddenly exerted force with his feet, stomping a half-meter deep crater into the ground. "You stinking rats who only know how to hide in the shadows, truly disgusting. Today it's closing time. I'll personally send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Tian no longer suppressed the power within him. Inside the sealed space, the mountain like 10 tails opened its crimson single eye. A stream of tangible dark red chakra burst forth along Ye Tian's meridians. Rage. Destruction. A red chakra cloak instantly covered Ye Tian's entire body. Behind him, 4 tails formed from pure chakra whipped wildly through the air. The intense heat directly baked the soil beneath his feet into black vitrified crystals. Strength, speed, and neural reaction skyrocketed to a horrifying level in that instant. Ye Tian's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Bang. A root ninja who was forming hand seals didn't even have time to scream before his head took a full force blow from Ye Tian. A dull thud like a watermelon shattering echoed red and white mixed with brain matter splattering everywhere. Then came the second, the third. Ye Tian transformed into a red flash of death, his four tails maintaining perfect balance, his fists becoming the deadliest battering rams. In just 2 seconds, the remaining 4 root ninjas all had their heads brutally smashed, their headless corpses collapsing limply into pools of blood. Silence as deep as death fell around, only the crackling of burning trees breaking the stillness. Ye Tian stood amidst the carnage, with a thought the red chakra cloak on his body receded like a tide withdrawing back into his body. He turned to glance in the direction of Konoha village in the distance. I made quite a racket. The burst of Tintail's chakra just now must have jolted all the sensory ninjas in the village awake. Ye Tian tore off the mask and casually tossed it into the fire, then turned and merged into the deeper darkness. Hokage's office top floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was browsing a frontline supply consumption report when his hand holding the brush suddenly jerked a large blob of ink, ruining the entire page. The old man abruptly stood up, the chair knocked over by the force. He stared intently in the direction of the forest outside the village, his heart pounding like a drum. That surging skyward torrent of malevolent chakra, that oppressive aura of pure destruction. It could only be the Nine Tails. Could the ENBU sent to monitor him have been discovered? No, even if they were found out, that brat couldn't possibly unleash power of this magnitude. Hiruzen Sarutobi paced restlessly behind his desk. Within 5 minutes, a puff of white smoke erupted in the center of the office. An ANBU knelt on one knee, his voice trembling noticeably. Lord Hokage, a fierce battle is raging in the woods west of the village. 4 or 5 bodies have been found at the scene. All of them are root operatives. Hiruzen Sarutobi halted, his pacing, his deeply wrinkled face darkening as if it were about to drip with water. Enough, I understand. Continue your surveillance from the periphery and do not dare go anywhere near that villa. The ANBU acknowledged the order and vanished in an instant. Hiruzen Sarutobi relit his pipe and took a long, harsh drag, letting the acrid smoke churn in his lungs. Danzo, you old fool, your reach is far too long. Are you also keeping tabs on Ye Tian and Naruto? Meanwhile, deep underground in the root headquarters, the flickering light of torches danced on the damp, shadowy walls, illuminating Danzo's cold, aged face wrapped in bandages. The sensory links through the cursed tongue eradication seal for the 4-man squad sent to watch those 2 fox brats have all gone dark. Danzo leaned on his cane, his single eye gleaming with a venomous serpentine light. The root ninja kneeling below immediately bowed his head. I will investigate the situation at once. A dozen minutes later, the ninja returned, his breathing heavy and ragged. Lord Danzo. The bodies of the 4 were found in the western woods. There are signs of a powerful, large-scale fire-style technique at the scene. Danzo's grip on his cane tightened suddenly, the wooden handle groaning under the strain. Who in the hell did this? To dare kill my root operatives outside the village. The cause of death is extremely gruesome. The reporting ninja swallowed hard. All 4 had their skulls crushed by sheer physical force, a single punch. Their brains were splattered. The strength involved is terrifying. Bang! Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, his chest heaving violently, crushing skulls with pure physical force. Such monstrous strength was something only a handful in all of Konoha could achieve. Could it be that old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi was behind this? Send another elite squad. Keep a tight watch on those 2 monsters, Namikaze Ye Tian and Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo issued the command through gritted teeth. Remember, this time you are only to observe their every move. Absolutely no unauthorized actions. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Yes. The subordinate withdrew, leaving only the echo of Danzo's presence in the vast empty base. Namikaze Ye Tian, Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo's single eye was filled with undisguised killing intent. You 2 damn monsters had better not fall into my hands. If you do, I'll make you wish you were never born. The night began to recede, and a pale sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon. Ye Tian silently pushed open the window of the second-floor bedroom and vaulted inside. On the large bed, Naruto was sprawled out, limbs akimbo, one leg hanging off the covers, a long string of glistening drool at the corner of his mouth, snoring loudly enough to shake the rafters. Ye Tian helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. The battle last night had been earth-shattering. The chakra fluctuations probably woke up the dogs in the neighboring villages. Yet this guy had slept like a log through all of it. With such a carefree attitude, it's a wonder how this kid survived that hellish start in the original story to make it to the end in one piece. Casually dispelling the wood clone lying nearby, Ye Tian took off his dew-dampened jacket, dove into the soft bedding, and settled in for some much-needed sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Today was the day of registration for the Konoha Ninja Academy. Ye Tian rolled out of bed and kicked Naruto's rear end. Get up and wash up. After breakfast, I'm taking you to register at the academy. Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes. The moment he heard about going to school, he perked up, instantly launching himself off the bed and sprinting for the bathroom. Alright, finally I get to go to school. I'm going to learn super awesome jutsu. After polishing off the leftover bread and milk from the fridge, the two of them swaggered out the door. Outside the gates of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the crowd was already bustling. Elders from various clans held their children's hands, chatting and laughing as they queued up to register. Parents from civilian families also beamed with pride, straightening their children's crisp new collars. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the entire square. Naruto walked beside Ye Tian, his steps gradually slowing down. He watched the other kids his age cradled protectively by their parents, and then looked at his own solitary figure next to his brother. His head, once held high, slowly drooped. His hands fidgeted nervously, and the light in his blue eyes dimmed. Ye Tian sensed the change in the boy beside him. He stopped, reached out, and ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair roughly. What's this? Getting discouraged already? Ye Tian crouched down, looking directly into Naruto's eyes. Don't you have me your big brother? Naruto sniffled stubbornly, turning his head away to keep the tears from falling. Besides, keep your heart at ease. Ye Tian patted his chest, his tone extremely confident. Once your big bro gets strong, I'll definitely bring mom and dad back from the afterlife. In this world, bringing people back from the dead isn't some myth. There are plenty of ways. Naruto whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with sudden light. He clutched Ye Tian's sleeve tightly. Really? Big bro, you're not lying to me. Can mom and dad really come back? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Ye Tian stood up, taking Naruto's hand. Straighten your back. Follow me, let's go register. Pushing through the crowd with Naruto, Ye Tian had already planned it out. He'd get Naruto enrolled, let the kid go through the motions at the academy, make some friends, and stop him from driving himself crazy, cooped up at home all day. As for himself, sitting in a classroom with a bunch of kids learning the transformation jutsu would be worse than death. Once Naruto was settled, he'd go out and find some fat cats to plunder. That was the real business. Just as he finished filling out Naruto's registration form, Ye Tian turned to leave, but his gaze was suddenly locked onto a figure at the edge of the crowd. It was a boy with long black hair and very prominent frown lines. He stood alone under a large tree, a clear zone of isolation around him. He wore a high-collared shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest, his complex gaze surveying the noisy crowd around him. Itachi Uchiha, Konoha's #1 traitor, the shinobi world's most famous filial son. Ye Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Now here was a veritable goldmine, a fat sheep ripe for the shearing. He immediately put on his most friendly face and strode over. Itachi Uchiha, your reputation precedes you. Ye Tian stopped in front of him, cutting straight to the chase. Itachi, who had been observing the crowd, turned his gaze to the newcomer. Seeing one of the infamous Fox twins before him, his usually impassive face flickered with immense surprise. You know me? The top genius of the Uchiha clan, the prodigy who graduated from the academy at 7. Who in Konoha doesn't know you? Ye Tian flattered him without a shred of shame, naturally extending his right hand in a gesture for a handshake. Itachi, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected offer, hesitantly reached out his hand. Itachi, driven by instinctive caution, did not immediately extend his hand. But observing Ye Tian's candid expression and knowing he was just another orphan without any background, he set aside his reservations and slowly reached out to clasp the proffered hand. The instant their hands touched, a smoke bomb seemed to detonate deep within Ye Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, dog host, for successfully touching the key plot character, Uchiha Itachi, and triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1, obtain the Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Choice 2, obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan original version accompanied by severe side effects such as deteriorating eyesight and Susanoo Backlash. Choice 3, obtain a defective Mangekyo Sharingan. Requires copying 2 more Mangekyo ocular powers of the same level. The system will assist the host in fusing them into a brand new Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with no side effects. Ye Tian roared with laughter internally. This system really knew how to please him. Choice 1 was trash, to be ignored outright. Choice 2. What use was a Mangekyo with side effects? Using it a few times would leave you blind, coughing up blood, a pure lifespan-shortening cheat. As for Choice 3, it was tailor-made for him. Currently, there were exactly 3 living Mangekyo wielders: Uchiha Itachi, before him, the police force captain Uchiha Fugaku, and the one scheming behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito. If he could copy all 3 of their ocular powers and fuse them into a new Mangekyo, it would definitely be a trump card of the highest order. Even if he lacked the cursed Uchiha bloodline, he had the 10 tails sealed inside him. His chakra reserves were enough to flood the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even if he used the Mangekyo like a flashlight constantly switched on, his chakra wouldn't drop by a single %. Besides, anything the system produced could definitely be toggled on and off freely. Why fear chakra depletion? System. I choose 3. Ye Tian roared in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, dog host, on your wise choice. Obtain defective Mangekyo Sharingan fragment, 13. Keep it up, collect all the fragments to summon the Divine Dragon. On notice, synthesize the Divine Eye. Releasing his hand, Ye Tian's smile grew even more radiant. He looked at Itachi, whose face remained impassive, and patted his own chest. I'm Naruto's older brother, Namikaze Ye Tian. I look forward to your guidance at the academy in the future. Itachi gave a slight nod, his tone flat. Likewise. His goal achieved, Ye Tian turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he paused, tilted his head slightly, and dropped a meaningful remark. Don't pile all the heavy burdens on your own shoulders. Living like that is exhausting. The Uchiha clan isn't down to just you know. Think things through more often. Don't let some old fogey hiding in the shadows use you as a pawn. With that, Ye Tian stuffed his hands in his pockets, whistled a tune, and swaggered off towards the crowd in the distance. Uchiha Itachi, left standing in place, suddenly snapped his head up. Turbulent waves crashed within his deep dark eyes. He stared intently at Ye Tian's retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously clenching. This guy. Does he know about the secrets between the clan and the higher-ups? Itachi furiously deduced the hidden meaning behind Ye Tian's words. Who exactly is he? Having just sent off that big fish Uchiha Itachi, Ye Tian grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his neck and casually strolled into the Ninja Academy's main building. The hallway was bustling with noise, filled with parents escorting their children for enrollment. Just as Ye Tian plopped Naruto down in the prime seat by the window in the first row, a commotion erupted from the classroom's front door. Uchiha Itachi had returned, holding the hand of a delicately featured boy with a spiky hairdo. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, one hand in his pocket, leaned against the doorframe, his dark glossy eyes fixed intently on Ye Tian, who was lounging in his seat with his legs crossed. He tugged at Itachi's sleeve. Brother, who is that guy? He looks like he can really fight. The kid's intuition was uncannily sharp. Itachi followed his younger brother's gaze, his own resting for a moment on Ye Tian's somewhat languid face. Recalling the meaningful words the boy had uttered at the main gate, a flicker of wariness rose unbidden in Itachi's heart. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, guiding him into the classroom. He's your classmate's older brother. You think he's strong too? I think he's not bad. Go find a seat inside and sit down. Don't wander off. Itachi settled Sasuke into a seat in the middle, then, without lingering, turned and disappeared down the corridor. The classroom was as chaotic as a marketplace. Naruto, excited as a hyperactive monkey, squirmed in his chair, chattering endlessly about finally being able to learn super powerful jutsu. Ye Tian propped his chin on one hand, listlessly watching the leaves sway in the wind outside the window. Bang! A loud crash echoed from the podium. A young male teacher with a long scar across the bridge of his nose strode briskly into the room, clutching a thick attendance roster. His booming voice instantly overpowered the classroom's noise. Quiet. Everyone back to your seats. I'm your homeroom teacher, Yumino Irika. The little brats below immediately shrank into their shells like turtles, not daring to breathe too loudly. Irika picked up a piece of chalk, swiftly scribbled his name on the blackboard, then turned around, dusting the chalk off his hands. We're not having a lesson today. First, let's get to know each other. Starting from the first row, stand up one by one, state your name, and also share your dream. The kids in the front rows stammered their names. When it was Sasuke's turn, the boy didn't even stand up straight. Acting all smug, he spat out only 5 cold, hard words, Uchiha Sasuke. He refused to utter a single syllable more, embodying aloofness and arrogance. Next to him was Naruto. The blonde kid jumped straight onto his desk, hands on his hips, and yelled loud enough to blast the roof tiles off. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. My future dream is to surpass all the Hokage and earn everyone's recognition in the village. A wave of laughter erupted from the class. A few girls huddled together, pointing and whispering. Ye Tian covered his face with his hand, unable to bear watching his overly dramatic, Shinibu little brother. Finally, it was Ye Tian's turn. He rose lazily, unlike Naruto's theatrics, and stated flatly, as if reciting a menu, Namikaze Ye Tian. Snap! The piece of chalk in Irika's hand broke cleanly in half, hitting the floor and shattering into dust. He jerked his head up, staring intently at Ye Tian's face, which held vaguely familiar features, a heavy drumbeat pounding in his ears. Namikaze. Several students from prominent clans in the back rows began to whisper among themselves. In this hidden leaf village, everyone whose parents had mentioned it even once knew what the Namikaze surname represented. It was exclusive to the 4th Hokage. Irika forced down his pounding heart, found the name in the roster, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. The higher-ups had actually placed these 2 in his class. This was a hot potato. During the Ninetales rampage years ago, his own parents had perished in battle against that beast. And now the beast's vessel and the vessel's older brother were sitting in his classroom. All right, everyone, now we know each other. Irika cleared his throat, forcibly tearing his gaze away from Ye Tian, and swept the broken chalk into the trash can. Today was just for introductions. No classes. School officially starts tomorrow morning at 8. You're all free to head home now. As his words faded, cheers erupted in the classroom, and the kids stampeded towards the exit. Ye Tian grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his neck as he tried to chat with someone, dragging him out. Let's go to the shopping district. With money in hand, why suffer through instant noodles? Only an idiot would do that. The two headed straight for the bustling meat, poultry, and seafood market in Konoha. Ye Tian, clutching the gold coins he had just extracted from the old third Hokage, spent them without a second thought. Top-grade Wagyu beef, 2 thick king crabs, fresh matsutake mushrooms, and 2 large bags of premium seasonings. Naruto followed behind, carrying the overflowing shopping bags, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. Boss, did we strike it rich? How much did all this cost? Less talk, more action. Tonight we feast to celebrate the new house and the new semester. By the time they returned to the luxurious 2-story villa, darkness had fully settled in. The kitchen immediately echoed with the rhythmic chopping of knives and the sizzling pops of oil in a hot wok. Ye Tian worked with swift efficiency. His experience of living alone across 2 lifetimes made preparing a feast seem effortless. Butter-seared Wagyu steamed king crab and a matsutake chicken soup filled the entire house with an irresistible aroma that drifted through the range hood. Naruto was already fidgeting impatiently at the table, his drool forming a continuous thread. Just as the final dish was placed on the table, before Naruto could even pick up his chopsticks, 2 crisp knocks echoed from the iron gate outside. Ye Tian paused mid-motion as he was untying his apron. Who could be visiting at this hour? They had moved into this villa less than 24 hours ago. The only ones who knew this address were the sly old fox, the third Hokage, and the ANBU operatives perched in the trees enduring the cold wind. They didn't know a single soul in Konoha, so who could this visitor possibly be? Ye Tian walked to the door and pulled open the heavy, intricately carved wooden entrance. Standing outside was a tall, silver-haired man. His unruly white hair defied gravity, spiking upwards. His forehead protector was slanted, covering his left eye, while a black mask concealed the lower half of his face. He wore a faded green flak jacket, and an air of lazy, languid melancholy hung over him. Kakashi. Ye Tian's mind raced. In the original story, Kakashi was practically a ghost before Naruto graduated at 12, lost in his own self-inflicted torment within the ANBU. Why would he show up here on his own today? Could it be a butterfly effect from his own arrival, throwing the Konoha higher-ups into disarray? Who are you looking for? Ye Tian feigned ignorance, blocking the doorway. Kakashi, one hand in his pocket, his single visible eye curving into a crescent moon shape, said, I was a student of your father. I just got back from a mission and thought I'd stop by to see you too. I went to your old apartment, but couldn't find you, so I asked the Hokage, and he told me you'd moved here. Ye Tian thought to himself that Kakashi probably wouldn't mention being the 4th Hokage student. It seemed this really was the butterfly effect of his arrival. So he got the address from the old man. Ye Tian stepped aside, making way. Well, come on in then. Kakashi slipped on a pair of slippers and stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the spacious, bright living room with its luxurious furniture. He felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the 3rd Hokage had finally yielded to the pangs of conscience and arranged proper accommodations for his late student's children. This place was certainly a massive upgrade from that drafty old shack. We just finished cooking. If you don't mind, pull up a chair and join us, Ye Tian said, gesturing casually towards the dining room. Kakashi was about to decline, but the rich, savory aroma of meat was irresistibly tempting. After half a month of roughing it in the wilderness on missions, surviving on bitter soldier pills, his stomach was practically hollow. Well, then I'll be shameless and take you up on that offer. The 3 of them sat around the spacious dining table. Ye Tian pushed a bowl of rice towards Kakashi, then sat himself staring intently at the man's face. In his past life, the true face behind Kakashi's mask was an eternal mystery to fans. Wild theories about buck teeth, thick lips, or a duckbill were rampant. Today he was determined to see with his own eyes what was hidden beneath that mask. Feeling unnerved by the intense stare, Kakashi picked up a piece of Wagyu beef, hooked his finger under the edge of his mask, and pulled it down. The movement was lightning fast. Ye Tian didn't blink, his retinas clearly imprinting the face. A straight nose, a sharply defined jawline, and lips of perfect proportion. There was also a tiny beauty mark on the left side of his chin. That's it. Ye Tian internally rolled his eyes. It was just a standard handsome face. All those netizens in his past life were speculating over nothing. Duckbill. What a letdown. Kakashi wolfed down his meal in a few quick bites, pulled his mask back up, and set down his chopsticks. His tone grew heavier. As your father's student, I've been too caught up in my own affairs all these years and failed to look after you 2 brothers properly. I'm truly sorry. The words carried a ring of sincerity. Ye Tian waved his hand, dismissively grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. No need for apologies. No one in this village can be relied upon. We can take care of ourselves now. He turned and nudged Naruto, who was still gnawing on a crab leg. You fool, eh? If you're done, go wash the dishes. I need to talk about grown-up stuff with this silver-haired guy. Naruto let out a loud, resonant burp and obediently carried a stack of dirty dishes into the kitchen. The sound of running water soon filled the air. Ye Tian stood up and gestured towards the leather sofa in the living room. The 2 of them moved over and sat down. Kakashi leaned back into the sofa, his tone gentle. Tomorrow is your first official day of school. If you need any ninja tools or run into any trouble in daily life, feel free to come find me. I'm not going to that lousy school, Ye Tian declared, propping his legs up on the coffee table, shocking everyone with his words. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Why not? The Ninja Academy is a fundamental stage every Konoha ninja must go through. Spare me, Ye Tian scoffed, tapping his fingers on his knee. What garbage do they even teach there? The transformation jutsu. Shuriken throwing. You expect me to rely on turning into a log to fight an enemy jonin? As for those kids from the clan families, don't they all get private tutoring and secret clan techniques at home? Naruto and I have nothing. Going to that school is a pure waste of time. Kakashi fell silent. He was a genius himself, graduating at 5 and becoming a chunin at 6, so he naturally knew that what the academy taught was useless in a real life or death battle. As the elder brother, I have to shoulder the responsibility for this family and build a foundation for Naruto's future. Ye Tian lowered his voice, dropping a bombshell. And besides, I just went to the Hokage's office today and got my father's self-created hand-seal-less jutsu from the old third Hokage, the Rasengan. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He sat up straight on the sofa, his voice low. You know about your heritage? This was an absolute top-secret matter in Konoha. Do we even need to check? Ye Tian pointed at his own head. The way those villagers in the street looked at us brothers, they'd sooner skin us alive. And my surname just happens to be Namikaze. Factor in the timeline of the Ninetales rampage back then, and even a fool could piece it together. Kakashi leaned back into the sofa, staring at the 6-year-old brat before him, a tempest raging in his mind. This level of deductive reasoning, this keenness of insight, it was almost demonic in its brilliance, even more terrifying than his master had been back in the day. We've been chatting for a while, but I still don't know your name. Ye Tian asked, feigning ignorance. My name is Hatake Kakashi. Oh, you're that famed copy ninja of the shinobi world, Hatake Kakashi. Ye Tian seized the opening, cutting straight to the chase. Since you're my old man's disciple, how about teaching me something practical? I want to learn Chidori. Kakashi was stunned, instinctively touching his left eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. Chidori is an A-rank lightning release technique I created myself, requiring extremely high-level chakra shape transformation and nature transformation. Most crucially, the thrust is so fast it creates a fatal tunnel vision. Without the Sharingan's dynamic vision to compensate, you could easily be countered and killed by an enemy. It's not suitable for your current stage. Don't you worry about that. Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of backing down. My physique is special and my neural reaction speed is fast enough. Just teach it, whether I learn it or not is my business. Kakashi looked at Ye Tian's unyielding stance and let out a sigh. This kid's stubbornness was harder than rock. Fine. Tomorrow night meet me at Training Ground No. 3 in the Konoha Forest. I'll only demonstrate it once. Deal. Ye Tian snapped his fingers. Having achieved his goal, Kakashi stood up and straightened his vest. It's getting late, I should head back. You two get some rest. I'll walk you out. Ye Tian got up as well, accompanying Kakashi all the way to the front gate of the courtyard. Just as Kakashi turned to leave, Ye Tian naturally extended his hand and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Take care, see you tomorrow night. The moment contact was made, the silence deep within his mind shattered as a playful system voice blared an urgent alarm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully touching Konoha's top-tier technician Hatake Kakashi. Drop options triggered. Option 1, summoning Jutsu 8 Ninja Dogs, includes Pakin's original dog food recipe. Option 2, 3 Tomo Sharingan left eye single-use non-evolvable. Option 3, A-rank lightning release Chidori, includes complete experience in lightning nature transformation. Ye Tian almost burst out laughing internally. This system was too generous. A pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. Ninja dogs. He'd find even raising the 10 tails a hassle, let alone 8 mutts. He mentally dismissed that option immediately. 3 Tomo Sharingan. He already had Itachi's Mangekyo fragment in his grasp. This piece of junk wasn't even worth a second glance. I choose 3. Hand it over. Ding. Selection successful. A-rank lightning release Chidori has been automatically loaded into the host's skill library. A tingling surge of electric current flowed from his right arm, through his meridians, spreading across his entire body. The method for refining lightning chakra, the hand seals for Chidori, and the muscle memory for the thrust. All were etched into his mind, as if carved by knife and chisel. He didn't need any Sharingan assistance at all. The 10 tails' monstrous sensory abilities perfectly compensated for any tunnel vision. After seeing Kakashi off, Ye Tian closed the gate, strolled over to the sofa in the living room, and flopped down. System, pull up my status panel. A translucent red virtual screen materialized before him. Host Ye Tian Ryo, over 10 million approximate amount recorded. Tailed Beast 10 Tails Perfect Jinchuriki Mode Ninjutsu Tree World's Great Birth Shadow Clone Jutsu acquired via Bumping Mangekyo Sharingan Fragment 13 Chidori Great Fireball Great Flame Bomb Water Dragon Jutsu. Staring at the dazzling array of stats on the panel, the grin on Ye Tian's face widened. With this kind of power, he could not only walk all over the ninja academy, but he'd have more than enough to take on the elite Jounin leading squads. Tomorrow night Kakashi would be teaching him Chidori. He'd have to put on an act pretending to be a genius who learns it in one go to keep up appearances. Perfect timing. He'd bring Naruto along too. Combining shadow clones to train the Rasengan would maximize efficiency. Once he mastered the Rasengan, it'd be time to teach that blonde kid how to extract Kurama's chakra. In the original story, Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud was hailed as a perfect Jinchuriki, but in Ye Tian's eyes that was a shoddy job. With him, a Ten-Tails host personally mentoring Naruto would end up 10 streets ahead of Killer Bee. The late-stage battlefields of Naruto were a clash of gods with massive jutsu flying everywhere. If he didn't stockpile his trump cards early, he'd end up as cannon fodder. Not to mention, there were venomous snakes like Danzo lurking in the shadows ready to strike at any moment. The kitchen door slid open and Naruto walked out shaking water from his hands, interrupting Ye Tian's thoughts. Big bro, I'm done with the dishes. When are we going to sleep? We've got school tomorrow. Ye Tian dismissed the panel, stood up from the sofa, and stretched widely, his joints popping with a series of crisp cracks. Come on, let's go wash up. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we start something big. Nightfall completely enveloped the grand house at the heart of Konoha. Outside the window, several Umbu wearing animal masks remained perched in the trees like stone statues, their eyes fixed on the darkened house. And deeper underground, the venomous snakes of Root were also brewing a new wave of murderous intent. Morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, and the streets of Konoha began to buzz with the aroma of daily life. Ye Tian yawned, leading Naruto all the way to the gates of the Ninja Academy. All around them were little brats holding their parents' hands and carrying new backpacks, their chatter loud enough to make ears ring. Naruto tugged at his slightly tight collar, turned to look at Ye Tian, who was about to slip away, and yelled, "Big bro. Didn't you register yesterday too? Aren't you coming in to study?" Ye Tian smacked Naruto on his spiky blonde hair, messing up the neatly combed style into a bird's nest, and said with annoyance, "Your big bro here makes millions every minute. Why would I have time to play house with a bunch of brats who can't even wipe their own noses? Get in there, study your transformation jutsu, make some friends, and stop being such a dope. I'm off to earn the fortune for your future wife." Naruto scratched the back of his head, not really pondering what a fortune for a future wife meant, grinned foolishly, and turned to disappear into the noisy crowd of students. Watching Naruto enter the school building, Ye Tian stuffed his hands in his pockets, turned around, and swaggered off with an arrogant gait. School can go hang. He was currently holding the Rasengan scroll given by the third Hokage. This thing was the pinnacle of no-hand-sealed jutsu. Mastering it would benefit him for life. Weaving his way past the patrolling Umbu in the village, Ye Tian slipped into the Konoha forest with practiced ease. Here the trees towered and the weeds grew taller than a man, not a soul in sight. The perfect secret training ground. Finding a relatively flat bluestone slab, he sat down cross-legged, pulled the scroll he'd swiped from the Hokage's office from his pocket, and with a rustle unrolled it on the ground. The scroll was densely covered with diagrams of chakra flow pathways accompanied by a mass of obscure annotations. Any ordinary person glancing at this would likely doze off within moments. But Ye Tian, having lived 2 lives, and wielding the absolute dominion of the Ten-Tails over chakra's very essence, ran these theories through his mind, and instantly deconstructed them into their most fundamental principles. The core logic of the Rasengan was simple: gather chakra into the palm, drive it into high-intensity, irregular rotation in multiple directions, and compress it into a dense sphere of energy. It sounded easy, but in practice it was hellish. Ye Tian extended his right-hand palm up. With a surge of intent, a wisp of pure blue chakra erupted from the Laogong acupoint at his palm's center. Spin. Ye Tian glared at his palm, a vein bulging on his forehead. Chakra began swirling in his palm, docile at first. But as he poured in more and more, the mass of energy turned into a runaway stallion rampaging wildly in every direction. Sharp air currents grazed his palm, bringing a searing blade-like pain. Bang! The sphere lost control entirely, detonating directly in his hand. The violent recoil numbed Ye Tian's wrist and sent him stumbling backward, crashing hard against the bluestone floor. Damn it! This chakra-shaped transformation is inhuman work. How brilliant was Minato Namikaze to have devised such insane microcontrol. Ye Tian shook his reddened hand, cursing furiously. Complaints aside, the work had to be done. Ye Tian got up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gathered chakra once more. Failure. Explosion. Gather again. Explode again. All morning, muffled thunderclaps echoed from the rear mountains of Konoha. The surrounding bark was gouged and pitted by stray air currents, and fallen leaves were shredded into dust. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Ye Tian's right hand was completely numb. But he kept his eyes locked on his palm, where instead of wild currents, a fist-sized, barely stable sphere of blue chakra now hovered. Though its surface was pitted and its internal rotation unstable, threatening to collapse at any moment, this was unmistakably the prototype of the Rasengan. Barely a half-finished product. It's still a far cry from the perfect sphere that can punch a hole through a man's gut. Ye Tian clenched his fist, crushing the mass, his face full of disdain. He had no idea that if anyone overheard his self-pitying complaints, every ninja in the village would have ganged up on him for a beating. It had taken Minato Namikaze 3 years to perfect the technique, and Jiraiya had popped hundreds of water balloons and rubber balls to master its secret. Yet Ye Tian had squatted in this desolate wilderness for half a day, without even a single training aid, and brute forced the prototype into existence. This wasn't talent. This was cheating. His stomach let out a long, protesting growl. Ye Tian dusted off his pants, tucked the scroll into his shirt, and strolled back toward the village with a swagger. A man who loves food lives for food. As he approached the shop with the big signboard, the rich aroma of bone broth hit his nose. Uncle Ichiraka, 1 extra large bowl of miso chashu ramen. Extra scallions and extra meat. Ye Tian swept aside the curtain, plopped onto a high stool, and slapped a silver coin onto the counter. Tucci, who was slicing noodles behind the counter, looked up and smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, Xiao Tian, didn't bring Naruto with you today? Hold on, the noodles will be ready in a moment. In less than 10 minutes, a steaming large bowl of ramen was set before him. Ye Tian snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked up a tangle of noodles, and slurped them into his mouth. The springy noodles were coated in rich, savory broth, and thick, generous slices of chashu melted on his tongue. Ye Tian blew out steaming breaths, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. This flavor was incredible. It rivaled the braised beef noodles he'd had in his past life, with 2 extra sausages. No wonder Naruto never got tired of eating here in the original story. This craftsmanship was a total game-changer in Konoha. Uncle, your skills have improved. I'll be a regular from now on. Ye Tian lifted the bowl, drained the soup in one go, and let out a thunderous burp. Tucci wiped the cutting board and chuckled in response. That's great. Come by often. I'll throw in extra meat for you. Stepping out of the ramen shop, Ye Tian picked his teeth as the gears in his mind began to spin at full speed. What he lacked most right now wasn't jutsu. It was a top-tier cheat. Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan was definitely a treasure, but the old man was holed up in the police force headquarters, surrounded by Uchiha elites. Trying to get close would be risky. No rush, though. He wasn't going anywhere before the massacre. So who else could he leech off? Might guy that bowl cut. That guy was currently running laps around Konoha on his hands, and the 8 gates were probably only open to the 6th or 7th. Without the 8th gate and night guy, that bit of taijutsu was just icing on the cake for Ye Tian. Besides, compared to raw fist-to-fist brawling, Ye Tian was a mage at heart. Standing still and nuking the whole screen was his ultimate fantasy. According to the original story's cliché bloodline logic, Naruto can withstand Nine-Tails chakra thanks to his Uzumaki lineage. That physique is basically entry-level sage mode body. Since I'm in the same boat as him, my constitution can't be much worse. And with the 10 tails backing me up, my chakra reserves are probably even more monstrous than Hashirama Senju's. With unlimited mana, I need to make money to prepare for the system shop later. I'll grind for another half day this afternoon. Once I've mastered the Rasengan, I'll go ask the 3rd Hokage for a cushy job tomorrow. If he doesn't give me a bounty mission worth 8 or 10 million, I'll dismantle his desk. With his mind set, Ye Tian jogged all the way back to the rear training grounds. Since I have a cheat, why struggle alone? Ye Tian stood in the middle of the clearing and formed a cross-shaped hand seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a deafening series of pops, thick white smoke erupted across the forest. As it cleared a full 1,000 identical, Ye Tians packed the entire clearing with clones, even dangling from the tree branches. Listen up. Nobody dispels until you've shaped a proper sphere. The original Ye Tian stood atop a tall rock, shouting at the top of his lungs. 1,000 clones rolled their eyes in unison, then resignedly extended their right hands and began frantically channeling chakra. The entire rear mountain instantly turned into a giant chakra blender. The piercing screech of air currents formed a continuous wall of noise, sending every bird and beast within 10 miles fleeing in panic. Time slipped away under the relentless grind. At dusk, a sea of fiery clouds burned across the sky. The original Ye Tian dispelled the clones right on schedule. 1,000 waves of exhaustion and training experience flooded his mind like a tidal wave, leaving him dizzy and staggering on his feet. But the results were undeniable. The muscle memory was now etched deep into his bones. He could spin a perfectly round Rasengan with his eyes closed. Shaking his throbbing head, Ye Tian sprinted to the entrance of the Ninja Academy. As he reached the gate, he saw Naruto walking down the steps with his head hung low, a backpack slung over his shoulder, while a few kids nearby pointed and snickered at him. Without a word, Ye Tian strode over and threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders, half carrying, half dragging him out of the village. Big bro, we're going the wrong way. This isn't the way home. Naruto's feet scrambled against the ground as he tried to correct their course. Shut up and follow me. I'm giving you some special training today. The pair arrived at a rugged clearing on the hillside. Naruto tossed his backpack to the ground and scanned the battered trees around him, his blue eyes widening. Big bro, did a herd of boars rampage through here? The bark is stripped clean off. Forget the bark, watch this. Ye Tian planted his feet and extended his right hand. Today I'm teaching you a trump card technique passed down from your dad, the Rasengan. There wasn't a single extra hand seal. Blue chakra instantly converged in Ye Tian's palms, spinning and compressing at a furious pace. In just 2 seconds, a brilliant azure sphere of chakra radiating a terrifying surge of power hovered steadily in his hand. Ye Tian slammed the Rasengan into the trunk of a nearby tree half a meter thick. Boom. With a thunderous blast of splintering, what a massive spiral hole was gouged clean through the trunk. The entire tree let out a mournful groan before crashing to the ground. Naruto's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. His hands flailed with excitement. That's awesome. Big bro, that move is so cool. I want to learn it. Hold your horses. This is all about shape transformation. Ye Tian pulled a few pre-filled water balloons from his pocket and shoved them into Naruto's hands. For the next solid hour, Ye Tian broke down the theory of chakra flow and how to burst the balloon from within, feeding it to Naruto in bite-sized digestible pieces. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, but the moment he picked up a water balloon, he displayed extraordinary tenacity, locking onto the task with fierce determination. And so one taught while the other learned. 100 meters away, perched in the dense canopy of an ancient tree, Hatake Kakashi crouched on a branch. His orange-covered book Ika Paradise had long since slipped from his grasp. His one exposed eye, usually listless, was now wide as saucers, and his breath hitched. What kind of ninja world joke is this? Kakashi's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Half a day. In just half a day, this kid had skipped the entire balloon-to-rubber ball phase and gone straight to unleashing a stable Rasengan without any hand seals. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had taken 3 whole years. Kakashi's head spun not just from Ye Tian's mind-boggling comprehension, but also from the sheer terrifying volume of chakra he'd witnessed when Ye Tian used the shadow clone jutsu earlier. The way he splashed chakra around like it was water made even Kushina, his former master's wife, look conservative. Well, with Uzumaki blood and Minato-sensei's genes, it's only logical they'd produce a freak like this. After a bit of mental self-assurance, Kakashi finally leaped down from the tree, his feet crunching on the fallen leaves. Ye Tian had sensed Kakashi's presence all along. Without even turning his head, he kept his eyes fixed on Naruto wrestling with the water balloon. Well, quite the leisure activity for two folks this late in the evening. Kakashi strolled over lazily, one hand in his pocket, feigning a casual encounter. Ye Tian turned and gave him a once-over, cutting straight to the chase. It's dark. Spare me the small talk. You promised to show me the Chidori yesterday. Let's see it. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, all his prepared pleasantries dying in his throat. This kid could really leave a man speechless. Fine. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate this once. Kakashi's slouched demeanor vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp focus. He pressed his right middle and index fingers together, his hands blurring through a rapid sequence of seals, boar hair, monkey hair, rat. Zap! A piercing crackle of electricity erupted in the clearing. Dazzling blue-white lightning converged wildly in Kakashi's right palm. Hundreds of tiny arcs of electricity snaked up his arm like living serpents. The sharp, continuous shrieking sounded like 1,000 birds crying out in unison. Naruto, who was still squeezing his water balloon nearby, was so startled that the balloon slipped from his hands and splattered on the ground, leaving him staring in utter awe. Kakashi's feet dug into the earth, and his body shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, hurtling toward a massive boulder 10 meters away. Chidori. His right hand, wreathed in high-voltage lightning, became a spear of pure destruction, piercing the solid rock without a hint of resistance. Then the volatile, lightning-natured chakra detonated from within. Massive chunks of debris flew through the air, crackling with residual lightning. As the dust settled, only a gaping crater remained. Ye Tian rubbed his chin and gave a couple of perfunctory claps. Not bad for an A-rank jutsu. That penetration is seriously impressive. Kakashi pulled his hand free, flicking stone dust from his sleeve, and turned to face Ye Tian, a hint of pride in his voice. This technique demands an extremely high level of chakra nature transformation. If you want to learn it, you'd better be prepared for a long haul. Long haul? What's that? Ye Tian grinned, walking over to the edge of the clearing. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian began forming hand seals. To avoid looking too monstrously talented, he deliberately slowed his pace, even intentionally fumbling the first seal. For the next few hours, Ye Tian continuously practiced the seals, occasionally coaxing a few sparks of lightning from his palm before letting them fizzle out. He put on a perfect show of being overwhelmed, his forehead glistening with sweat. Kakashi leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, nodding to himself in quiet approval. That's more like it. Even a monstrous prodigy couldn't possibly master lightning nature transformation in a few hours. This way, his role as the teacher still held some value. As dawn began to break, Ye Tian figured the act had gone on long enough. He stopped abruptly, his eyes snapping open, and his hand seal speed suddenly skyrocketed. Boar hair, monkey hair, rat. Gather. Boom. A torrent of lightning twice as thick as Kakashi's exploded in Ye Tian's right hand. The blinding electricity ionized the air for meters around, filling the space with a cacophony of sharp crackling pops. The shrieking of 1,000 birds was even more ferocious, stabbing at the eardrums. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tian dug his toes into the ground and launched himself forward. His body became a blur, his fist, wreathed in lightning, aimed directly at a massive granite boulder the size of 2 men standing tall. Crack! The moment the lightning touched the granite, the volatile chakra tore it apart into fine powder. Not a single decent-sized rock remained, only a cloud of dust that scattered on the wind. Silence fell over the clearing. Only the soft rustle of wind through the leaves could be heard. Kakashi remained frozen in his cross-armed stance, as if turned to stone. His jaw, hidden beneath the mask, was hanging completely loose. A few hours. He'd just watched for a few damn hours, and not only were the hand seals flawless, but the power of the lightning jutsu was even greater than the original. He had nearly crippled his own fingers back in the day, grinding away at the Chidori under the tutelage of the yellow flash. And this brat just conjured it up with a couple of flicks of his wrist. Ye Tian dispersed the lightning in his hand, strolled back to Kakashi with a grin, and dusted off his palms. Kakashi, your lightning release is a lot simpler than the Rasengan, isn't it? Just a quick squeeze and it's done. This devastating remark was a verbal dagger that struck Kakashi straight through the heart. Kakashi felt his Tao heart shattering into a million pieces. He had always prided himself on being Konoha's once-in-a-century prodigy, but tonight he felt his talent was less substantial than the mud on the ground. Well, since you've grasped the technique, you can practice the rest on your own. Kakashi's voice was dry, laced with a hint of despair. I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I need to go. Hey, don't rush off. Come over for breakfast. Ye Tian called out from behind. Some other time. Kakashi didn't look back, vanishing in an instant with the body flicker technique, as if fleeing from a monstrous beast. Watching his retreating figure, Ye Tian shrugged, then turned his attention back to Naruto's efforts with the water balloon. While Naruto was still struggling, Ye Tian began to mentally review the Chidori he had just performed. Although the Chidori had immense penetrating power, it required close-quarters combat, which was far too risky. In the original story, Sasuke Uchiha had mastered it, developing the Chidori sharp spear, effectively turning it into a mid to long-range energy blade. That was an excellent idea. I've already grasped the nature of lightning release. What I lack is the shape manipulation. Ye Tian gathered his chakra again, and lightning burst from his palm. He attempted to stretch and compress the violent lightning forward. Crackle! A dazzling blue blade of light shot out from his palm. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. When the blade extended to 20 meters, the lightning release chakra began to tremble violently. It finally lost control, dissolving into a chaotic shower of sparks that faded into the air. Tisk, still not good enough. Ye Tian rubbed his numb fingers, frowning. It's easy to force out chakra with raw power, but for this level of precise control, my current finesse is far from sufficient. If I were to use the Ten-Tail's immense chakra, without better control, I wouldn't even manage 50 meters before blowing myself up, let alone condensing a multi-kilometer jutsu to destroy a village. When it comes to fine control, who in the entire shinobi world could claim superiority over medical ninja? And the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu was undoubtedly the legendary sucker. Tsunade, the master of the strength of 100 technique. Looks like I need to find a time to take a mission outside the village and deliberately run into that big spender Tsunade. If I can copy her chakra control technique, I could definitely develop the Chidori sharp spear into a 40-meter-long cleaver. Night had fully fallen. Ye Tian walked over and nudged Naruto, who was sprawled on the ground. Alright, that's enough for today. Pack up and head home for dinner. Naruto rubbed his sore wrist, his face full of frustration. Big bro, I just barely dented the water balloon. I haven't even passed the first stage. You can't get fat on one bite. Your affinity is wind. Tomorrow I'll find you a couple of wind release jutsu to give your brain a break. Ye Tian tossed Naruto his backpack. The two brothers strolled leisurely back to their villa. Ye Tian slipped into the kitchen and quickly whipped up 2 steaming bowls of fried egg noodles. At the dinner table, Ye Tian finished the last sip of soup, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and his expression turned serious. Little bro, after this meal you're on your own for school registration tomorrow. Naruto, with half a fried egg in his mouth, mumbled, Big bro, where are you going? I'm heading to the Hokage's office tomorrow. I'm going to see the old man and pick up a few big missions. Gotta bring in a few million, you know. This big house is nice, but we need some real money stashed away for a rainy day. Otherwise, what will I have to fund your future extravagances? Ye Tian said with an air of righteousness. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He pushed his bowl away and exclaimed, making big money. I want to go too. Take me along to beat up the bad guys. You? Get out of here. Ye Tian flicked Naruto's forehead. You can't even use the clone jutsu in front of people. You'd just be cannon fodder. Your only job now is to attend school every day without fail. After school you get your butt straight to the back mountain and grind away at that water balloon for the Rasengan. Got it. Naruto clutched his head and nodded reluctantly. Okay, just be careful out there, big bro. Cut the crap. Your big bro could punch a cow to death right now. Who's gonna hurt me? Finish eating and get to bed. The night passed without further incident. The next morning Naruto shouldered his backpack and trudged off to the ninja academy with lingering looks back. Ye Tian changed into a sharp black outfit, strapped his ninja tool pouch to his leg, and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Without even bothering to kick the door this time, Ye Tian swaggered and pushed open the solid wood door of the Hokage's office, plopped himself down on the leather sofa, and propped his legs up on the coffee table. Hiruzen Sarutobi was reviewing documents and looked up startled by the commotion. Seeing that it was the troublemaker Ye Tian, the old man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Old man, let's cut the small talk. Give me a mission. I need one with a reward in the millions. Ye Tian got straight to the point, tapping his fingers on his knee. Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly dropped his pipe onto his lap. He stared with wide, murky eyes. Have you lost your mind, boy? The village just allocated you 10 million Rio to set up your household, and you've got that luxury villa. Isn't that enough? You're still short on cash. 10 million. That's nothing. Ye Tian rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with exaggeration. I'm just planning ahead, aren't I? Naruto isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and all he does is eat ramen all day. When he grows up and wants to get married, no girl in her right mind would have him without a hefty bride price. As his big brother, I need to have his marriage fund ready in advance, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly spitting out an old mouthful of blood onto his desk. The kid is only 6 years old, and already worrying about marriage and bride prices. Were all Namake's clan members wired this bizarrely? The old man took a few deep drags from his pipe, forcing down the urge to comment. He didn't care whether Ye Tian could complete the mission. The boy harbored such terrifying chakra within him, and the ANBU surveillance reports from the past few days said he had stripped the bark off the trees in the back mountain. Sending him out of the village on a mission to vent his energy rather than letting him tear down Konoha seemed like a good option. Hiruzen rummaged through his drawer and pulled out a gold-embossed scroll, tossing it onto the desk. I don't have anything worth tens of millions. But this mission here has a reward of exactly 5 million Rio. It's an urgent commission from the Fire Daimyo. You're to escort a princess to a neighboring country to sign an important trade agreement. However, I'll be upfront with you. This princess is extremely proud and her guards are just as arrogant. They won't give a second glance to an ordinary ninja. With your temper, if you take this job, don't cause me any diplomatic incidents on the road. 5 million. Barely enough to fill my teeth. Ye Tian walked over and snatched the scroll, a cold, triumphant smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. When someone offers you money, only a fool would refuse it. I'll take the job. At the door, Ye Tian stopped abruptly, turning his head. His pitch-black eyes held no warmth as they locked onto Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, during my absence from the village, if a single hair on my brother's head is harmed, or if he's bitten by some blind dog from root. When I return, I swear not a single intact brick will remain of the Hokage building. I mean what I say. Hiruzen Sarutobi, chilled by the undisguised killing intent, nodded with a grim face. The village is his home. I will of course protect him. You just focus on your own mission. Having received the assurance, Ye Tian wasted no more words and turned to leave. Back at the villa, he grabbed a piece of paper, scribbled a few bold characters, and placed it under the ramen bowl on the table. Gonna do a big job. Back in a few days. If you can't pop the water balloon, your legs are broken when I return. Take care of yourself. After locking the door, Ye Tian's figure leapt a few times and landed on the village wall. Against the glaring morning sun, he transformed into a black blur, speeding straight towards the capital of the Land of Fire. The wind roared in his ears and thick tree trunks blurred past him as he raced backward. He pressed his toes firmly on a diagonal branch, and using the recoil, he shot out of the dense forest like an arrow released from a bow. After a monotonous day and night of travel, he hadn't even encountered a tea stall to rest and have a hot drink. Finally, on the horizon, a massive gray-black silhouette rose into view. Finally here. Ye Tian stopped atop the canopy, brushed the morning dew from his clothes, and surveyed the majestic city before him from his vantage point. This was the capital of the Land of Fire. The towering city walls were constructed entirely of massive solid blue stone blocks. Every 10 meters along the top of the walls stood an arrow tower where fully armed soldiers holding long spears scanned the area below with vigilance. Compared to the defensive scale of a large village like Konoha, this was truly the heart of a nation. Leaping down from the tree, he blended into the bustling crowd entering the city. The city gate was a jostling mass of people. Caravans leading camels, farmers pushing carts, and opulent noble carriages all squeezed together. Vendors' cries and the creaking of carriage axles mixed together, and the air was thick with a pungent blend of roasting meat, spices, and cheap perfume. Ye Tian pulled out his travel permit from his ninja pouch and casually tossed it to the inspecting guard. The guard opened the scroll stamped with the Hokage's seal, glanced at Ye Tian's childlike appearance, but immediately became respectful and waved him through without delay. Walking along the wide main road, he passed buildings with ornate carved beams and painted rafters. Ye Tian fished out a copper coin to buy a sizzling skewer of grilled squid, munching on it as he looked around. He had originally hoped to see some novel wonders in this bustling capital, but after walking 2 streets his interest was completely worn away. The streets were lined with nothing but shops selling silk jewelry and cold weapons. There were no arcades, no newfangled gadgets, not even a decent form of entertainment to be found. Is this it? It's not even as lively as the pedestrian street in my past life's small county town. Ye Tian swallowed the last bite of squid, tossed the bamboo skewer into a roadside bin, and headed straight for his destination according to the address on the mission scroll. After several twists and turns he left the noisy commoner districts behind. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet. Trees along the road were meticulously trimmed, and the ground was paved with spotless white marble slabs. A luxurious, sprawling complex of buildings appeared at the end of the view. The top of the high perimeter wall was inlaid with brightly colored glazed tiles which glittered dazzlingly under the midday sun, stinging the eyes. Through the half-open copper-clad vermilion gate one could clearly see rockeries, flowing water, exotic flowers, and rare herbs inside, along with flocks of peacocks leisurely strolling on the lawn. Compared to the luxury villa Ye Tian had extorted in Konoha, this place was a ruthless, dimension-crushing comparison. This was a true royal palace. His own place was at best a nouveau riche's oversized doghouse. Damn feudal privileged class. Ye Tian ground his molars, then stepped onto the wide white marble staircase. Just as he reached the entrance, 2 rows of soldiers in fine silver armor stepped forward in unison, crossing their long spears with a sharp shing as the gleaming tips blocked Ye Tian's path. Konoha here for a mission. Ye Tian couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. He slapped the mission scroll bearing the 3rd Hokage's red seal onto the chest plate of one of the soldiers. Go inform your princess. The soldier picked up the scroll, carefully verified the seal's authenticity, and upon confirming it his stern face immediately softened. He lowered his spear and made a respectful gesture. So you're a ninja from Konoha? Please follow me. Following the soldier through the gate, they passed through 3 luxurious courtyards. The hand-woven Persian rugs underfoot were so plush they could swallow one's ankles. The corridors on both sides were lined with famous paintings and calligraphy, and the air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood. Eventually Ye Tian was led to a spacious open-air training ground. At the center of the courtyard stood an octagonal pavilion draped with sheer wind-blown curtains. Beneath the pavilion sat a young girl adorned in a resplendent 12-layered ceremonial kimono. She looked about 8 years old, her hair adorned with pearls and jade, gracefully sipping tea from a gilded cup. Princess, this is a ninja from Konoha who has accepted your escort mission. The soldier quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee below the steps, and reported loudly. The princess paused her tea drinking, set down her cup, and lifted her eyelids to glance at Ye Tian. Her initial look of casual arrogance instantly transformed into shock upon seeing Ye Tian's height and his slightly chubby-cheeked face, which quickly morphed into undisguised disdain. Are you sure you're the ninja who took the mission? The princess abruptly stood, her wide sleeves sweeping several delicate plates of tea snacks off the table, pastries rolling onto the floor. You're not even as tall as I am. You look about the same age as me, aren't you? Don't judge by height, good things come in small packages. Ye Tian stood straight with his hands in his pockets, showing no fear in the face of the princess's interrogation. The princess pointed at Ye Tian's nose, furious. We are going to a neighboring country to sign an important alliance. The journey is long and enemy ninjas could attack at any time. Are you sure you have the strength to protect me? Don't make me have to worry about saving you if we run into danger and we both end up dying on the road. Ye Tian's fiery temper nearly ignited from those words. If it weren't for the 5 million Ryo commission, he would have already used a great fireball to torch the annoying pavilion. If you can fight, don't yap. Ye Tian stuck his pinky in his ear, dug out some wax, and flicked it away, his tone supremely arrogant. Talking is cheap. Pick any of your guards to fight me. Test my mettle for yourself. Such an arrogant tone. The princess laughed in anger and clapped her hands heavily. Sakata, you come out and test him. Leave him alive. After all, he's sent by Konoha. As her words faded, a ninja clad in a gray tight suit leaped down from the shadows on the rooftop, landing like a light leaf steadily on the bluestone slab in the center of the training courtyard. Sakata. Ye Tian's stomach churned at the name, and he silently cursed. These little devils' names are damn awkward. Sakata drew the short blade strapped to his lower back, the sharp edge reflecting a piercing cold light under the sunlight. He contemptuously beckoned Ye Tian with a finger. Kidama Jonin. Since you're young, I'll let you strike first. Since you're in such a hurry to get beaten, I'll oblige. Ye Tian didn't even bother to warm up. His fingers danced rapidly, forming hand seals so fast that they left several afterimages in the air. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, rat. The terrifying chakra within his body roared, deafeningly surging through his meridians and flooding into his throat. His chest swelled high. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He exhaled sharply. Originally a mere C-rank basic technique, it underwent a qualitative change under the violent infusion of massive chakra. A terrifying flame beast over 10 meters in diameter instantly materialized in midair. The raging heat distorted the surrounding air instantly, drying the moisture in the courtyard. The bluestone slabs cracked with a sharp sound, and the surrounding plants withered and yellowed at a visible rate. The enormous fireball with overwhelming destructive force opened its maw and lunged straight at Sakata's face. Sakata's composure and contempt shattered into pieces. His mouth wide open, eyes bulging, he screamed in a cracked voice, "What the hell is this great fireball?" There was no time to dodge, the distance was too close. Sakata desperately squeezed the chakra within him, his hands frantically forming seals. Water-style water wall jutsu. A thick wall of water rose from the ground, trying to block the flames. However, the moment the water wall touched the edge of the monstrous fireball, it instantly evaporated into a vast mist under the terrifying heat. The fireball's momentum only weakened by a third, continuing to crush mercilessly. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Veins bulged on Sakata's forehead from desperation, and he frantically released a B-rank technique. A thick water dragon roared and charged at the fireball. Water and fire collided, producing a deafening explosion. The entire training ground was engulfed in scalding steam, completely obscuring vision. After a long while, the swirling mist gradually dissipated with the wind. Sakata knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his hand gripping the blade, trembling like a sieve. The front of his clothes was scorched black, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Ironically, Sakata, a jonin, was reduced to such a miserable state, facing a child's basic technique. Interesting. The princess sat back down on the chair in the pavilion, her eyes gleaming with a frightening intensity. Her earlier disdain had vanished completely. This kid's strength was utterly beyond reason. A child around her own age, yet his chakra reserves were astonishingly massive, transforming a C-rank technique into the destructive power of an A-rank forbidden jutsu. The chakra reserves are indeed remarkable, comparable to a jonin. The princess closed her folding fan and tapped it against her left palm, a shrewd glint in her eyes. However, defeating one jonin is still not enough. This treaty we're about to sign is crucial. Other nations might send jonin, or even elite jonin, or special jonin to kill us. Relying solely on brute force won't protect me. Then just keep calling people out. Ye Tian yawned, picking at his fingers nonchalantly. The princess turned and shouted toward the inner courtyard, "Big Monkey, come out and spar with him. If you can beat Big Monkey, this mission is yours." Big Monkey. Ye Tian almost choked on his own saliva. They all take damn animal names. How bizarre. Are these people just randomly pointing at an animal encyclopedia to name them? A fierce gust of wind swept by, and a lean, agile ninja landed opposite Ye Tian. He twirled two sharp kunai in his hand, his gaze fixed on Ye Tian like a hawk. "Monkey right, you strike first." Ye Tian beckoned with a finger full of provocation. "Since you told me to strike first, I will." Little Monkey wasted no time, flicking his wrist sharply. Several sharp whistling sounds pierced the air as poisoned kunai flew in a cross pattern, sealing all of Ye Tian's escape routes, aiming for his face and heart. Ye Tian suddenly exerted force with his feet, shattering an entire bluestone slab. His body turned into a blurry afterimage, dodging the kunai with a tricky angle, brushing past their edges. The next second, he had already closed in on Little Monkey's inner circle. Intense hand-to-hand combat erupted instantly. Little Monkey's taijutsu style was swift and vicious, targeting joints and vital points. But Ye Tian's body had been repeatedly tempered by the Shirwei chakra, granting him absolute dominance in both strength and nerve reaction speed. Fists and feet collided, producing dull sounds of flesh hitting flesh. Within less than 10 exchanges, Ye Tian seized a momentary flaw when Little Monkey was changing his breath, landing a powerful spinning kick squarely on Little Monkey's chest. The immense force sent Little Monkey flying over 10 meters into the air. Little Monkey, with rich combat experience, twisted his body midair and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire-style Great Flame Bullet Jutsu. A ball of white-hot flames, more lethal and hotter than the Great Fireball, descended like an inverted net from midair, sealing all of Ye Tian's escape routes. Seeing this, Ye Tian looked up and smiled. He didn't need to pre-form seals. His chakra shifted instantly, converting the attribute. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. A huge water dragon materialized from beneath Ye Tian's feet, roaring as it soared to meet the Great Flame Bullet in the sky. The violent collision of water and fire triggered a massive explosion, sending turbulent gusts that knocked over the heavy weapon racks around. In the instant the water splashed down like a torrential downpour, Ye Tian flicked his wrist, and several shuriken tore through the water curtain, accurately targeting Little Monkey, who had just landed unsteadily. Little Monkey hurriedly swung his kunai, concentrating fully to deflect all the incoming projectiles. "Enough. You're no match for me." Ye Tian cracked his neck, the bones emitting a crisp sound. Then he formed a cross seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. A series of deafening explosions rang out and thick white smoke erupted in the training courtyard, blotting out the sky and the sun. When the mist cleared the entire spacious courtyard, the high walls around and the top of the pavilion were densely packed with over 1,000 identical Ye Tians. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes stared at little monkey in unison. Everyone was stunned by the sight. The kunai in the young monkey's hand clattered to the ground. He stood frozen like a wooden post, his mind completely short-circuited. The surrounding soldiers collapsed in terror, scrambling backward. Was this chakra truly limitless? Maintaining over 1,000 physical clones would drain even the Hokage dry. You pass? We depart tomorrow. The princess shot to her feet, her voice trembling with excitement. Her attitude had done a complete 180. She gathered her elaborate skirts and rushed out of the pavilion, sprinting to Ye Tian's real body. Her former haughty demeanor vanished entirely as she leaned in with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. You're incredibly powerful. Are all people from Konoha this strong? If a kid who looks 6 or 7 is this amazing, aren't the adults even more absurd? The princess stomped her feet in excitement. Ye Tian dispelled his clones, and the white mist filling the courtyard dissipated instantly. He crossed his arms behind his head, chin raised high, and began his habitual boasting. You think everyone is like me? Wake up, the rest are all weaklings. Ye Tian pursed his lips dismissively. Only the current Hokage is worth watching, and a few clan heads are decent. The rest are just small fry lining up to feed me kills. The princess burst into laughter at Ye Tian's shameless bragging, her body shaking with mirth. As the saying goes, every child, woman, young lady, and wealthy matron admires the strong. Whether their strength lies in one domain or another, this reverence for power is ingrained from birth. Since we're leaving tomorrow, where do I stay tonight? Ye Tian cut to the chase. You can stay in my palace. The princess waved her hand with grand generosity. There are plenty of rooms here. Just pick one. Someone escort Master Namikaze to the finest guest quarters. Ye Tian was respectfully led by several maids into a lavishly decorated room. The floor was covered with a priceless beast-hide carpet, and gem-studded wall lamps adorned the walls. That evening the princess hosted a private banquet, treating Ye Tian to delicacies found only in the capital. The long sandalwood table was laden with charcoal-grilled matsutake, secret recipe, deep-sea sashimi, and wagyu teppanyaki. The array of gourmet dishes wafted an enticing aroma. Ye Tian had no concept of modesty. He grabbed a roasted lamb leg and tore into it, grease dripping from his mouth. As he ate, he silently mused, little buddy, back home you're still slogging through training and eating instant noodles while your big bro is already living the high life. This meat is delicious. I'm truly blessed. When he was nearly full, Ye Tian wiped his mouth with a silk napkin. It's getting late, I'll head to rest now. Just call me in the morning. The princess nodded eagerly. Of course, rest well. The night passed in a flash. When the maid knocked to wake Ye Tian, dawn was just breaking. He dressed neatly and walked to the main gate where the princess and her party were already waiting. Seeing Ye Tian emerge, the princess gestured to the 3 ninja standing nearby. This is Xiao Ho. The other 2 are his brothers. One is Pang Ho and the other is Shou Ho. They were assigned to me by the Lord of the Land of Fire. Ye Tian sized up the trio. Pang Ho was round as a ball, while Shou Ho was as thin as a bamboo pole. You fought Xiao Ho yesterday. He's an elite jonin, as is Pang Ho. Shou Ho is a Tokubetsu jonin. The princess clenched her fist with confidence. With you being such a monster, I'm sure we'll reach the neighboring country safely. Then let's move out. The group leaped onto the treetops and began advancing swiftly toward the neighboring country. The wind howled fiercely past their ears. The guards positioned the princess at the center, while Ye Tian brought up the rear. His sensory network was already spread wide, every rustle within several kilometers under his control. After traveling for several hours, the group entered a treacherous canyon. Ye Tian, who had been silent, suddenly halted, landing steadily on a branch. Everyone stop. There's someone blocking the way ahead. The others skidded to a halt. The princess turned with a tense expression. You're also a sensory ninja. Sort of. Ye Tian pointed toward the bend in the canyon ahead. They crept forward cautiously. As they rounded the steep cliff face, over a dozen ninja clad in Earth Country's standard armor appeared before them. They sprang from behind the rocks, forming a semicircle to block the path. The princess assessed their numbers and immediately began assigning roles. Xiao Ho, Pang Ho, Shou Ho. You 3 hold off the others. She then turned to Ye Tian. Ye Tian, you take down their leader. Ye Tian rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. You sure know how to delegate. You're getting paid for it. The princess shot back without a hint of guilt. Ye Tian was momentarily speechless, finding no retort. The boss had paid, so work was due. Ye Tian stepped forward boldly, leaving the group to stand directly before the Earth Country leader. Hey, you over there. He extended his index finger, pointing at the enemy with arrogance. You're already surrounded by me alone. Surrender now. The sheer audacity of the declaration made the Earth Country leader laugh in fury. I'll surrender to your mother. The leader roared, slamming his hands together. Chakra surged wildly as he began forming hand signs for Earth Style. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Spear. The ground trembled violently as 3 massive jagged rock spears burst forth, tearing through the air toward Ye Tian. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Watching the spears close in, Ye Tian didn't even bother with hand signs. He raised his right arm and violent lightning-natured chakra exploded in his palm. Sizzle. A piercing thunderous shriek echoed through the canyon. A condensed beam of blue-white lightning shot forth. Chidori Spear. The moment the lightning met the Earth Dragon Spear, it sliced through the jutsu like a hot knife through butter, cleaving it in two. Rocks scattered everywhere. Before the enemy could recover from shock, Ye Tian swiftly formed hand signs, seamlessly chaining his next move. Fire-style Great Flame Bomb. A colossal blaze erupted along the ground, the scorching wave of fire surging directly toward the leader. The man didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to a pile of ash in the searing heat, not even leaving behind a trace of bone. On the other side, Xiao Ho and his brothers had also dispatched the remaining enemies. Turning back to witness Ye Tian's explosive power, they were stunned speechless by his slaughter-like efficiency. Finally, the princess clapped her hands excitedly. Let's keep moving. The group resumed their rapid pace. The canyon wind remained biting. Ye Tian looked up, his gaze sweeping across the distant cliff tops. His keen senses caught a faint malevolent chakra lurking deep within the forest farther ahead, watching them covertly. For this escort mission worth 5 million Rio, the true danger was only just beginning. The wind in the canyon grew fiercer, carrying the bitter, withered scent of fallen leaves as it lashed against their faces. Ye Tian pressed his toes firmly against a thick tree branch, and with the force of the rebound launched his body into the air, hurtling straight toward the dense forest ahead. Mid-air, he tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the towering cliff edge behind him. The Ten-Tail's freakish sensory prowess had already locked onto the chakra fluctuations hidden there. Several killing intents lurked behind the rocks, peering out from the shadows. A few rats hiding in the gutter. Ye Tian muttered with a hint of disdain, curling his lip before looking away, utterly unconcerned. If those fools dared to jump out and block his path, he wouldn't hesitate to grant them a deluxe package of physical transcendence. Meanwhile, Little Monkey and the others were leaping swiftly through the canopy, shielding the princess. Though she bore the title of a ninja, the princess was merely a genin in skill, and her stamina was draining rapidly. Before long, she was gasping for breath, her steps growing unsteady. Just before darkness fully enveloped the sky, the group finally spotted a stretch of twinkling lights ahead. It was a small town nestled beside a major trade route. The town was modest in size, its streets paved with blue stone slabs, and lined with an assortment of general stores and eateries. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of cooking oil and fermented grains. They stepped onto the cobblestone path and entered the town, choosing a 2-story tavern that looked reasonably clean for their stay. The proprietress, a plump middle-aged woman, spotted the newcomers and immediately bustled over with a rag in hand, a welcoming smile plastered on her face. When it came time to assign rooms, the princess exercised her supreme authority. "You 3 take 1 room," she declared, pointing at Little Monkey, Fat Monkey, and Skinny Monkey before turning her delicate finger toward Ye Tian. "You, on the other hand, will share a room with me." The words sent Little Monkey into a panic. Clutching the room keys, he stepped forward in protest. "Princess, this won't do. He's an outsider with an unknown background. How could you of noble birth share a room with him? It's better if we brothers stand guard over you." "Shut up. That's an order." The princess cut him off with a sharp glare, adopting her royal demeanor. "He single-handedly defeated all of you yesterday. His strength is evident. In times of danger, he's far more useful than you lot. I'm also a genin, and I know the rules. Cut the chatter." Little Monkey and his companions were left speechless, their protests stifled. They could only trudge upstairs, keys in hand, their frustration palpable. Ye Tian followed the princess into the room, closing the wooden door behind him and sliding the bolt into place. The room was compact, with a round table in the center and a single double bed pushed against the wall. "You're a gutsy little thing," Ye Tian remarked, tossing his ninja tool pouch onto the table before pulling out a chair and sitting down. He grabbed the teapot and poured himself a cup of cold water. "Aren't you afraid I might rob you or take advantage of you in the dead of night? My moral compass is pretty flexible." The princess slipped off her elaborate coat and hung it on the rack, then shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't flatter yourself. How old are you? A snot-nosed kid who hasn't even grown into his own shadow. If an assassin really shows up, you'd better be ready to shield me. That's what you're paid 5 million for." For dinner, the proprietress served up 4 dishes of soup and 2 bowls of steamed rice. The two of them devoured the meal with ravenous speed, exchanging not a single word throughout. Exhausted from the day's journey, the princess barely managed a quick wash before claiming the entire bed, cocooning herself in the blanket. Within 10 minutes, her breathing had evened out into a steady, rhythmic slumber. Ye Tian leaned against a wooden chair by the window, listening to the night watchman's calls outside. Sleep was the farthest thing from his mind. The immense chakra of the Ten-Tails flowed slowly within him, constantly surging through his meridians. With power at this level, he could go 3 days and nights without sleep and still have the energy to smash a mountain to rubble. With a flicker of intent. System, open my status panel. A translucent red screen visible only to him materialized in front of his eyes, emanating a faint crimson glow. Host Ye Tian, age 6, Rio, over 10 million tailed beast, 10 tails, perfect Jinchuriki mode ninjutsu, would release birth of dense trees, multi-shadow clone jutsu, acquired via scam Mangekyo, Sharingan fragment, 13 Chidori, great fireball, great flame bomb water dragon. Ye Tian stroked his chin, scrutinizing this impressive string of data in the moonlight. All these jutsu I've swindled and scammed over the years should be enough. Even if I keep the 10 tails as my trump card, tightly sealed without tapping into a single drop of its chakra, my own reserves alone combined with this set of jutsu would let me slice through elite jonin like they're nothing. I'm a completely overpowered stats monster. He dismissed the red screen and turned his attention to the snoring echoing from the next room. It was Fat Monkey, the sound vibrating the wooden wall as if it might rattle apart. Those animal named nobodies. There's not a drop of value to squeeze out of them. They're not even worth the effort of a single scam to copy their skills. All they've got are the same run-of-the-mill worthless jutsu. A complete waste of my time. Ye Tian let out a long yawn, pushed the chairs together, swung his legs up, and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. The next morning the dawn mist had yet to lift. The group gathered around a wooden table on the tavern's ground floor for breakfast. Steaming hot meat buns were brought to the table. Ye Tian grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth, the scalding juice forcing him to puff out breaths of air. He chased it down with a large gulp of soy milk from a coarse ceramic bowl. With their bellies full, they left the town and continued their march toward the neighboring country. Less than 10 li from the town, the terrain ahead opened up. The ground was littered with gravel, and the trees on either side grew sparse. Ye Tian, bringing up the rear, suddenly halted mid-step. A violent tremor shook the earth beneath him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground dozens of meters ahead erupted, sending massive chunks of rock flying through the air. Amidst the thick, swirling dust, over 20 ninjas clad in the dark brown standard-issue armor of the land of Earth burst forth from underground. They scattered instantly in mid-air, landing in a perfect semicircular encirclement, completely cutting off any path of escape. Their forehead protectors bore the polished rock emblem of their village, and each one exuded a killing intent that came from a life lived on the edge of death. Not a single one was a rookie, they were all elite jonin. The air itself seemed to be sucked dry, the pressure suffocating. The princess stumbled back 2 paces, her face pale, as she clenched her jaw. The land of Earth really went all out this time. Over 20 elite jonin. It seems this treaty we're about to sign is something your land of Earth would do anything to prevent the land of fire from achieving. You've even deployed your top-tier assassination squad. The leader opposite, wearing an IWA ninja mask, let out a cold snort. Without a single word of preamble, he drew the ninja sword strapped to his back. Little monkey, fat monkey, skinny monkey. The princess shouted urgently, swiftly issuing commands. Engage enemies you can handle, and buy us as much time as possible. Cold sweat beaded on Little Monkey's forehead. He gripped a kunai in each hand, his thigh muscles coiled to their absolute limit, ready to charge into the fray. Enough, save your strength. Ye Tian reached out, grabbing Little Monkey by the back of his collar and hauling him back behind him. The 3 of you combined aren't even a snack for them. No need for that. Fall back, I'll handle this. Ye Tian took a large stride forward, positioning himself at the very front of the group. He raised both hands, interlocking his fingers in a standard cross seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A deafening roar of explosions thundered across the clearing. A white tsunami-like surge of smoke billowed outward, engulfing the surroundings. The instant it dissipated, the entire clearing was utterly packed. Thousands of identical Ye Tians stood densely on the ground, on boulders, and on the sparse tree trunks around. 1,000 pairs of eyes locked simultaneously onto the 20-odd Earth Country ninjas trapped in the encirclement. And this was not the end. Ye Tian's original body sneered coldly, directly withdrawing the suppression on the sealed space. The violent, brutal, and destruction-laden chakra of the 10 tails erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The thick, dark red chakra instantly enveloped Ye Tian's entire form, forming a solid red coat. The terrifying heat carbonized and blackened the gravel beneath his feet. A pure red tail condensed from chakra extended from his back, thrashing wildly in the air, stirring up waves of scorching air. Over 1,000 shadow clones were simultaneously covered by this red chakra, turning the entire wilderness into a terrifying red ocean. The 20-odd elite jonin from Earth Country facing this were so terrified that their livers and gallbladders seemed to split, their hands trembling uncontrollably on their blades. What kind of ninja world joke is this? How is this possible? The Earth Country leader's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice completely distorted and cracked. Everyone be careful. Watch your defense. He's a Jinchuriki. He's released the tailed beast chakra. Ye Tian tilted his head, raised his right arm wrapped in red chakra, and crooked his finger at the group, his tone brimming with the utmost arrogance. I spotted you yesterday when you were eating dust on the cliff edge. I originally hoped you'd be sensible and scram, but I didn't expect some death-seeking fools to insist on coming to be slaughtered. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Tian's original body pushed off the ground, leaving a 2-meter-deep crater. Brothers, go kill them all. Thousands of red figures like rabid dogs unleashed from a cage swarmed toward the 20-odd in the center. There was no flashy ninjutsu clash, no hand seals, no probing. It was pure primitive and brutal physical annihilation. Just as an earth ninja finished forming the hand seals for the earth-style wall, a thick stone wall rose from the ground. The next second, 5 or 6 Ye Tian clones smashed through the stone wall with their fists. The hard knuckles, infused with the terrifying monstrous strength of tailed beast chakra, slammed heavily into his face. The crisp sound of a collapsing nasal bridge mixed with a scream. The earth ninja was sent flying over 10 meters, broke a tree in two, and died on the spot. Another earth ninja tried to counter with taijutsu. His ninja blade had just sliced through one clone when he was instantly pinned down by a dozen clones. Fists and feet rained down like a storm. Help! What kind of monster is this? Can't stop them. Absolutely can't stop them. Screams, the crunch of breaking bones, and the dull thuds of flesh impacts echoed across the wilderness. With the freakish power of the tailed beast chakra, every punch carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. These so-called battle-hardened elite jonin, facing absolute numerical and physical suppression, were reduced to helpless groundhogs with no power to fight back. In less than a minute, the entire clearing fell silent. Over 20 Earth Country ninjas lay scattered in pools of blood, dead beyond death, their bones broken and faces unrecognizable. Ye Tian snapped his fingers, dispelling the multiple shadow clone technique. The sea of red figures vanished into white smoke. He retracted the surging Tintail's chakra back into his body and brushed the dust off his palms. Let's go. Hurry up. With these guys dead here, the road ahead should be free of such blind enemies to spoil our luck. Ye Tian turned his head and called out to the few people behind who were still dazed. Xiao Ho, Pang Ho, and Shou Ho stood frozen, their jaws dropped to the ground. They looked at the carnage on the ground, then at Ye Tian's harmless face, their minds completely short-circuited. This was ridiculously strong. 20 elite jonin. On a battlefield, they were a terrifying force that could sway local engagements. Xiao Ho had mentally prepared for a bloody battle, expecting a brutal fight to the death. But they didn't last even a minute, and this kid single-handedly cleared them all. So this is Konoha's Jinchuriki. It's a complete dimensional stomp. The princess swallowed hard, forcing down her shock, and quickly followed Ye Tian's steps. If the princess knew that this wasn't even Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she would probably be even more astonished. The subsequent journey was exceptionally smooth without any obstacles. The group crossed the border and arrived at the capital of the neighboring country. Accompanied by 2 guards, the princess entered the Grand Hall and completed the important alliance treaty. Then, without any delay, the team immediately turned back and rushed at full speed. A few days later, in the capital of the Fire Country, within the vast imperial palace. The night was deep. Bright wind lanterns were lit in the courtyard. Ye Tian leaned against a red lacquered pillar in the corridor, looking at the princess who held a teacup nearby. Mission complete. Generous boss. I'll head back to Konoha at dawn tomorrow. If there are more easy, well-paying jobs like this in the future, we can cooperate again. Ye Tian cut straight to the point, bidding farewell. The princess paused, set down her delicate teacup, a strange glint flashing in her eyes, and curled her lips. Well then. But I believe we'll meet again soon. Ye Tian was completely baffled. What was this woman plotting? The capital was not exactly close to Konoha. No one would just come running here every day for no reason. Still, he didn't take it too seriously, and instead asked about another matter. Speaking of which, after traveling together all these days, I still don't know your name. I can't keep calling you princess all the time. My name is Xueji. The princess smoothed her skirt and looked up. Shanggong Xueji. Shanggong Xueji. Ye Tian stroked his chin and nodded in appraisal. That's a relatively normal name. Not bad, not bad. At least it's not some animal name like monkey or dog. The naming taste of people around here is really hard to judge. Xueji's eyebrows shot up at that, and she retorted angrily. You're the animal name. Your whole family are animal names. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. After cursing, Xueji rummaged in her wide sleeve and pulled out a pitch-black metal card. The card was about the size of a bank card from a previous life, with golden patterns inlaid on the edges, giving it an excellent texture. She tossed the card to Ye Tian. Take it. Inside is a reward of 5 million Ryo. This is a stored value card issued by the Merchant Alliance. From now on, at any major money house or shop in the ninja world, just swipe this card. This thing has a sealing technique engraved inside, which can directly absorb silver. The amount you deposit in cash will be displayed on the small corner of the card. The password is 6 ones. Ye Tian caught the card steadily, turning it over in his hands. On the miniature crystal screen in the lower right corner, a string of numbers was clearly lit. This ninja world's black technology is something. They even have savings cards. Ye Tian's eyes lit up and he tucked the card directly into his inner pocket. This thing is great, so convenient. No need to carry around big boxes everywhere. Perfect timing. When I get back to the village, I'll absorb all the 10 million Ryo in cash that the third Hokage compensated me with. With business done, Ye Tian stretched long, his bones cracking. All right, payment and goods are settled. I'll go rest now and leave on time tomorrow morning. Shueji nodded and waved to a nearby maid. Go on. Be careful on the way back to Konoha. Ye Tian turned and walked toward the guest room. With this 15 million Ryo as a base, he had to upgrade Naruto's meal standards when he got back, and also buy some top-quality kunai and explosive tags from the weapon shop. As for those scheming old foxes in Konoha, Ye Tian tightened his grip on the card in his pocket. Once he returned, that was when he would truly start playing their game slowly. Ye Tian had traversed an immense distance in just a single day, once again stepping through the gates of my village. The chakra in his foot meridians still throbbed with a dull ache, but he wasted no time heading straight for the Ninja Academy. Calculating the time, it was almost the moment when Mingren would be dismissed from school. The school gate was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children, the clamorous waves of noise piercing the eardrums. Ye Tian leaned against a large tree outside the school gate, arms crossed, quietly waiting for that golden spiky-haired head to push its way out of the crowd. 10 minutes passed. The crowd gradually dispersed until the entire school gate was empty, yet Mingren's figure still did not appear. Ye Tian frowned, his intuition sensing something amiss. Just then a black-haired boy in a high-collared short-sleeved shirt, hands in pockets, walked out of the school gate. Yuzhibo Zhuozhu. Ye Tian strode forward, directly blocking Zhuozhu's path, and got straight to the point. Zhuozhu, did you see Mingren in class today? Zhuozhu stopped, looked up at Ye Tian, and said with a tone of impatience, that guy? He hasn't been to school for over a day now. Who knows where he's gone to slack off? Over a day. The word struck Ye Tian's nerves like a heavy blow, and an extremely ominous premonition surged instantly. Although Mingren often liked to cause trouble, he took school very seriously. There was no way he would skip class for a day without reason. Ye Tian wasted no more words, closed his eyes, and fully expanded his sensory network within his body. His immense spiritual power penetrated the streets, buildings, and underground waterways of Mai. The school was completely clean, with not a trace of chakra fluctuation belonging to the Xuanhua clan. Not a trace of Mingren's presence could be found in all the regular areas of Mai. In the entire village, only one person dared to lay a dark hand on the orphan of the fourth Hokage and evade all routine Umbu surveillance. Tuanzang. That old bastard, he really took my words as wind passing by his ears. Ye Tian's eyes snapped open, his killing intent nearly freezing the surrounding air. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, cracking the ground deeply. His entire figure transformed into a black blur, tearing straight towards the deepest, most shadowy corner of Mai. The entrance to the root base was hidden beneath an abandoned training ground. The heavy ironclad gate exuded a decaying, moldy aura of death. Ye Tian landed steadily before the gate, the impact sending a wave of air. His sensory perception pierced through the thick rock layers, and sure enough, deep underground, he clearly detected Mingren's faint and chaotic chakra. Raging flames burned wildly in his chest. Ye Tian pointed at the heavy gate, his voice like a thunderclap roaring across the entire abandoned training ground. Old dog Tuanzang. Hand over my brother Mingren. I'll give you 2 breaths. If you don't, then this damn base of yours won't be standing today. In front of the gate, 2 root guards wearing plain masks drew their ninja swords, pointing the blades at Ye Tian's vital points. Where did this wild brat come from? Dare to cause trouble at root. Get lost now. The left guard sneered coldly. Ye Tian was already burning with a fury, and he had no intention of wasting a single word on these emotionless killing machines. His fingers danced rapidly, the hand seals forming so fast they left multiple afterimages. Fire release, great fireball technique. His chest swelled, and he spat out a torrent of flames. Under the infusion of his monstrous chakra, the fireball's size swelled to a terrifying degree. The scorching heat instantly dried up the surrounding air. The 2 guards didn't even have time to scream before they were engulfed by the sea of fire, incinerated into 2 charred corpses, dead beyond any doubt. 1 breath left. Ye Tian uttered coldly. Behind the heavy iron gate, there was still no movement. Time's up. Since you won't come out, I'll beat you until you crawl out. Ye Tian completely released the suppression on his chakra. A tangible blue chakra erupted like a volcano, the violent air currents directly uprooting the surrounding trees. This powerful chakra fluctuation instantly alerted the entire Mai village. The Rishian clan, the Yuzhibo clan, the Yunu clan. All the sensory ninjas and clan heads from the major families were stirred out by this chakra. Countless figures leaped rapidly across the rooftops, quickly converging on the perimeter of the root base. They stood on distant treetops and rocks, staring intently at the small figure enveloped in chakra. Ignoring the gathered gazes, Ye Tian formed hand seals again. This time his fire release drew upon an even more massive amount of chakra. A super fireball the size of a meteor took shape out of thin air, carrying an overwhelming momentum, and slammed fiercely into the gate of the root base. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the sky. The entire earth trembled violently, and flames shot into the sky, illuminating half of Mai as bright as day. At that moment, deep within the root base, in the dark interrogation room, Tuanzang was using some special hypnotic ninjutsu to control Mingren's consciousness. He kept interrogating about the secret behind Ye Tian's sudden surge in power. However, Mingren knew pitifully little. All he revealed over and over were trivial matters known to everyone in the village. The sudden violent tremor interrupted the hypnosis. Stone slabs above cracked and fell, and the entire underground base teetered on the verge of collapse. Tuanzang tapped his cane, his face dark as if about to drip water. All of you get out and see what's going on. The heavy iron gate had been melted into a pool of red-hot liquid metal. Tuanzang led dozens of fully armed root elites stepping out over the scorching ruins. What they faced was Ye Tian shrouded in violent chakra. Old man, hand over my brother. Ye Tian locked onto Tuanzang with murderous intent. Tuanzang narrowed his one eye, his tone utterly calm. I didn't capture him. I don't know what you're talking about. Ye Tian was infuriated to the point of laughing. Do you think my sensory network is for decoration? My brother's chakra is right beneath this kennel of yours. Since you won't hand him over, I'll flatten this place and bring him out myself. Ye Tian stepped forward, heading straight for the root entrance. Tuanzang slammed his cane heavily on the ground, issuing a death order: stop him. 20 to 30 root ninjas drew their weapons in unison, blocking Ye Tian's path. Ye Tian had completely lost patience. His hands formed different seals independently. Left hand, fire release, great flame bullet. Right hand, water release, water dragon bullet. Two completely opposite elemental chakras erupted simultaneously. A white-hot sea of fire and a roaring massive water dragon charged from left and right, carrying devastating power straight at the root formation. The clan heads watching from afar were all stunned by the sight. This kid is using a B-rank ninjutsu, but the power it unleashes has reached the threshold of A rank or above. No need for hand-seal coordination, directly releasing two combined ninjutsu with both hands. This child's chakra capacity is terrifyingly immense. The root ninjas facing such a horrifying attack were scared out of their wits, hurriedly joining forces to defend. Dozens of people simultaneously formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. Thick stone walls rose from the ground, firmly holding back the roaring water dragon. Another dozen followed suit, forming hand seals, water release, water formation wall. Layer upon layer of water walls shot into the sky, attempting to extinguish the blazing great fireball. The clash of fire and water generated scalding steam that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a fierce whirlwind cut through the steam. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in his battle attire, landed firmly in the middle of Ye Tian and Danzo. Young Ye Tian, don't be so hasty. Hiruzen shouted in reprimand, then turned to Danzo and lowered his voice in anger. Hand over Naruto. Danzo remained as stubborn as a dead pig that doesn't fear scalding water, replying coldly, I didn't capture Naruto. How can I hand him over? In front of so many prominent clans of Konoha, Danzo absolutely could not admit to kidnapping the Jinchuriki. In the distance, Hayashi Hyuga activated his Byakugan and Fugaku Uchiha activated his Sharingan. All the noble clans were watching this internal conflict with rapt attention. Ye Tian pointed at Danzo and roared at Hiruzen, Old man, third, you see that? This old dog is still quibbling. If he won't hand him over, I'll go get him myself. It's not that I'm not giving you face, but from now on I'll do it myself. The moment the words left his mouth, the seal within Ye Tian's body was completely released. Dark red materialized chakra surged violently from every pore of his body, directly condensing on his surface into a highly oppressive tailed beast coat. The violent, malevolent chakra instantly swept across the entire scene, a powerful gale causing the robes of those nearby to flap noisily. In an instant, 5 entire red tails sprouted from Ye Tian's back. The 5 tails lashed wildly in the air, each strike accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. All the clan members watching were dumbfounded, their minds blank. How does this guy have the 9 tails chakra? Fugaku Uchiha stared at the glaring red light, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, deducing inwardly, Minato, is this also a contingency plan you left behind? The chakra this child has erupted with carries the 9 tails brutality, yet it is somewhat different in essence, more ancient and terrifying. If Ye Tian had heard Fugaku's speculation, he would surely have marveled at the Uchiha clan's keen intuition. Itachi Uchiha, standing beside Fugaku, fixed his black eyes on Ye Tian, his inner shock beyond measure. I never expected this guy's chakra to be so immense. The most terrifying thing is that even after unleashing the 5th tail, he can still maintain absolute rationality without going berserk. Ye Tian moved his neck, now wrapped in the tailed beast coat. The power of 5 tails was more than enough to deal with these small fry before him. He raised his hands and formed a cross seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang 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 bang. Dense smoke exploded and a full 100 Ye Tians, each clad in red chakra coats, instantly filled the entire battlefield. He didn't need to create 1,000, for dealing with Root 100 was enough to crush them. 100 Ye Tians simultaneously formed hand seals. Lightning released Chidori. Dazzling blue-white lightning flashed in 100 right hands simultaneously. The piercing shrieks of 1,000 birds merged together, tearing through the tranquility of the night. With the powerful boost of tailed beast chakra, the speed and destructive power of the lightning release underwent a geometric increase. 100 bolts of red and blue lightning shot out, simultaneously charging straight into the crowd of Root and launching a one-sided massacre. Screams and the sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. It was a complete physical overwhelming. The elite of Root became lambs to the slaughter before absolute speed and power. Meanwhile, behind Ye Tian's main body, the dense red chakra arrived again. The sixth tail burst forth. In his six-tail state, the air around Ye Tian warped from the intense heat. He stepped forward, walking on the rubble shattered by lightning, advancing step by step toward Danzo. "This is your last chance." Ye Tian's voice carried a cold, deathly stillness. Danzo clenched his fists and snorted, "Don't think this old man fears you a brat." Danzo took a deep breath, his chest expanding violently, and exhaled a powerful storm. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent hurricane transformed into countless sharp wind blades sweeping in from all directions. Ye Tian had no intention of dodging. He walked straight into the wind blades, letting those extremely sharp slashes strike his tailed beast coat, producing screeching metallic sounds. Completely unharmed. Withstanding the wind release's impact, Ye Tian's main body vanished from its spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Danzo. A heavy fist wrapped in red chakra, carrying immense force, slammed into Danzo's back. Boom. Danzo was sent flying backward, his bones cracking under the strain, and he crashed heavily into a thick stone pillar, shattering it. The sensation was like being struck in the chest by a rapidly falling boulder. Danzo climbed out of the rubble, spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, and was thoroughly enraged. He threw away his cane, drew a kunai, and charged straight at Ye Tian. The two instantly clashed, exchanging blows with fists and feet. However, under the protection of the tailed beast coat's monstrous defense and superhuman strength, Danzo's taijutsu could gain no advantage whatsoever. Every punch Danzo landed on Ye Tian was deflected, while Ye Tian's casual strikes numbed Danzo's hands. Seizing the moment when Danzo was changing his breath, Ye Tian's right hand shot out. A rapidly spinning blue chakra ball instantly formed in his palm. Although it was still an immature, incomplete version, its destructive power was still lethal. Rasengan. The blue orb was pressed without resistance onto Danzo's chest. The violent rotating air current instantly detonated. Danzo let out a scream, his body ravaged by the Rasengan's impact, and was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing deep into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped his adamantine staff, his expression complex. He knew full well that Danzo had certainly captured Naruto in secret, but he still didn't want to completely break with Danzo, causing a rift among the village's leadership. Therefore, he chose to stand by and let Ye Tian vent his anger. Ye Tian stood still, shaking the dust from his hands, and sneered at the rubble. "I didn't expect this old dog to have such tough bones, quite durable." In the rubble, Danzo was in excruciating pain, his clothes stained with blood. He frantically calculated in his mind. This guy's strength is terrifyingly formidable. If I use my right eye here and forcibly rewrite his will with Kotoame Tsukumi to make him my pawn, then this old man will directly possess a perfect nine-tails Jinchuriki weapon. However, using that right eye in front of all the clan heads would completely expose his secret of stealing Shursui Uchiha's eye. As long as I successfully control him, this old man will have absolute power. Then I won't have to fear any criticism from these clans. Danzo made a crazy decision. Ye Tian stepped on the debris, approaching Danzo's location step by step, ready to deliver the fatal blow. In the instant they were less than 5 meters apart, Danzo violently tore off the bandages wrapped around his right eye. The tightly shut eye snapped open. Within the bloodshot scarab, Black Tomo spun at a furious pace, finally freezing into a sinister 4-pointed pinwheel pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The ultimate Genjutsu Kotoame Tsukumi activated in an instant. An invisible, overwhelming ocular power pierced directly into Ye Tian's brain, forcibly seizing control of his will. The entire crowd erupted in shock. Every watching shinobi was stunned beyond words. The Mangekyo Sharingan. How does Danzo possess the eyes of the Uchiha clan? In the distance, Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha recognized the pattern of that eye. Their eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and boundless rage surged from the depths of their souls. Those are Shursui's eyes. Danzo, steadying himself against a piece of rubble, stood up, completely ignoring the murderous glares directed at him. He stared intently at Ye Tian, who was frozen by the Genjutsu, and issued an absolute command. "Withdraw your chakra. Release your multi-shadow clone technique." The moment the words fell, the red-tailed beast cloak covering Ye Tian receded like a tide. The 100 rampaging shadow clones surrounding him dissipated into white smoke. Ye Tian's arms hung limply at his sides, his gaze hollow, reduced to a soulless shell, standing rigid and unresponsive. An eerie silence fell over the entire battlefield. Everyone watched in disbelief, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. The four-pointed pinwheel Mangekyo pattern slowly settled in Danzo's right eye, its sinister red light casting the surrounding air into a lifeless stillness. A hushed silence enveloped the field. The clan heads and elite jounin were all frozen in place by the sudden appearance of this ultimate genjutsu. Ye Tian, still wrapped in the red-tailed beast cloak, had his arms dangling powerlessly. The once ferocious chakra, like a punctured ball, instantly retracted back into his body. Over 100 shadow clones wreaking havoc in the courtyard simultaneously turned into thick white smoke, dissipating completely in the night breeze. Ha ha ha. Danzo, supporting himself against a half-broken stone pillar, tilted his head back and let out a hoarse manic laugh. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth into the bandages on his chin, but he was oblivious. His single eye was fixed on Ye Tian, who stood like a wooden puppet filled with undisguised greed. It's done. The absolute will modification of Kotoame Tsukumi is inescapable even for a perfect Jinchuriki. This brat with monstrous talent and vast chakra reserves would from now on be his most obedient and perfect blade. The absolute power of Konoha would finally fall into the hands of his root. Danzo, you old dog. A thunderous roar tore through the eerie silence of the scene. Two black blurs sliced into the battlefield like phantoms, landing firmly less than 10 meters directly in front of Danzo. Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. The muscles around Fugaku's eyes were tightly drawn. His black pupils instantly turned a deep crimson, a single tomo spinning wildly before linking into the three-tomo Sharingan. His chest heaved violently, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Standing beside him, Itachi's breathing had become heavy and ragged. His face, usually a mask of impassivity, was now etched with barely contained explosive fury. They were all too familiar with the chakra signature of that right eye. The unique four-pointed pinwheel pattern, the terrifying ocular power capable of distorting reality itself. Danzo, where did you get that right eye? Fugaku stepped forward, his voice a harsh demand, the murderous intent in his tone almost tangible. Shursui Uchiha was in life the Uchiha clan's most elite combatant. He had mysteriously disappeared and supposedly jumped to his death days ago. And now his prized Mangekyo Sharingan was embedded in the eye socket of this scheming root leader. Danzo, leaning on his cane, dismissed Fugaku's accusation entirely. With Ye Tian as his absolute trump card, he felt an extreme surge of confidence. He curled his withered lips, not even deigning to look at Fugaku, and instead issued a death order directly to the frozen Ye Tian. Go stop these two Uchiha traitors for me. Kill them regardless of the cost. As his words faded, the night wind picked up loose stones. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The anticipated scene of Ye Tian attacking never materialized. Ye Tian remained with his hands down, not even a finger twitching, like a lifeless statue. Fugaku and Itachi had already begun forming hand signs, preparing to strike first and kill the old dog on the spot. Danzo's arrogance instantly evaporated. A dull ache in his right eye sent a spike of pain through his head. He stared at Ye Tian in disbelief, his throat releasing a furious roar. Are you deaf? I, your master, command you to attack them now. The air remained terrifyingly still. Ye Tian didn't even lift an eyelid. What is going on? Panic truly set in for Danzo. Kotoame Tsukumi had never failed. It was his trump card, hailed as the strongest Jinjutsu. Just as he was about to risk the backlash and force the eye's power again, a piercing electrical crackle erupted without warning behind him. Zap! The shrill cries of 1,000 birds tore at his eardrums. The intense blue-white light stretched the shadow at Danzo's feet long. An ultimate sense of death threat shot up Danzo's spine and into his brain. He struggled desperately to turn his body, but the attack was too fast, faster than his thoughts could follow. Thud! A dull, sickening sound of flesh being forcibly impaled echoed across the field. A right hand wreathed in violent lightning, like an unstoppable blade, pierced Danzo's back and tore straight through his chest. Blood still hot and fragments of shattered internal organs dripped from the lightning-charged fingers onto the ground. A guttural, inhuman scream tore from Danzo's throat as thick black blood gushed from his mouth. Stop your yapping, it's hurting my ears. That thing won't listen to you anyway. A voice dripping with mockery and derision sounded from behind Danzo right by his ear. Everyone present, including Fugaku and Itachi, who were about to strike, took a reflexive step back, their eyes bulging in shock. Danzo gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain of the lightning in his chest, and turned his stiff neck with immense effort. Standing behind him, the person who had pierced his body with Chidori was unmistakably another Namikaze Ye Tian. Why? Danzo spat out blood, his single eye now filled with pure terror replacing his earlier arrogance. Why weren't you controlled by Kotoami Tsukumi? Ye Tian's free hand picked at his ear, then he jutted his chin forward. You blind old fool. Just look at him, and you'll know. Poof. The moment he said that, the Ye Tian, standing frozen ahead, suddenly transformed into a cloud of thick, white smoke. When the smoke cleared, only a charred log split by lightning remained. That was a clone. Danzo was struck as if by lightning, his mind completely short-circuiting. How did you do this? Danzo roared, utterly unable to accept the reality. Before releasing Kotoami Tsukumi, he had firmly locked onto the target's chakra. How could it have been swapped midway? With your pitiful micromanagement skills, you think you can play dirty tricks on me? Ye Tian leaned close to Danzo's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. In that second when you were hit by my Rasengan, smashed into the ruins and engulfed in dust, I had already replaced my real body with a shadow clone. And let me tell you another secret. Ye Tian's lips curled into a malicious grin. Did you think I didn't know about your right eye? You stole Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo, wrapped it in a shabby bandage every day, playing the wounded soldier. From the very beginning of our fight, I was fully focused on guarding against your Kotoami Tsukumi. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply, his heart squeezed, as if by an invisible giant hand. You? How do you know? This was the greatest secret of the entire Leaf Village, known only to a few loyal members of Root. Impossible for any outsider to learn. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Lightning surged in Ye Tian's hand, ready to obliterate the old man's heart. Just then a long-awaited system notification echoed from the depths of his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully touched the plot character, Shimura Danzo, triggering a drop option. Option 1, obtain Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Option 2, obtain Summoning Beast Baku. Option 3, obtain Mangekyo, Sharingan Fragment 1. Ye Tian's movements abruptly halted, and he frantically communicated with the system in his mind. System. Stealing someone else's Mangekyo can also trigger a fragment drop. That thing isn't Danzo's original equipment. This system prides itself on rigorous judgment mechanics. Regardless of whose eye socket the eye is in, as long as it's a genuine item, and its ocular power has been successfully activated, it meets the replication criteria. Ye Tian instantly perked up, directly exploiting the system's loophole. Hold on. Then explain to me, damn it. Last time I touched Kakashi's left, I was also Obito's Mangekyo. Why didn't it drop a Mangekyo fragment? Use your brain, host. At that time, Kakashi's eye hadn't activated Kimui, even once it was in an inactive, dead state. Not even a disposable item. Only a Mangekyo that has actively released its ocular power by its user can be captured and replicated by the system. Ye Tian finally understood. No wonder last time only Chidori dropped. Kakashi's first real use of Kimui was during the Shippuden arc against Deidara, which was still ages away from now. Stop wasting time. I choose option 3. Hurry up and pack the fragment for me. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Mangekyo Fragment 1. Current collection progress, 23. Watching the data jump on the panel, Ye Tian's heart was blooming with joy. Just one more piece. He glanced at Fugaku Uchiha not far away. The clan leader's eye sockets were spinning with a ready-made Mangekyo. He'd find an excuse to approach him, get a touch, and today, he could directly synthesize the eternal Mangekyo without any side effects. I never expected to be defeated by a young whelp like you. Danzo's hoarse roar pulled Ye Tian back to reality. Even with lightning piercing his heart, the old fox clung to life. Veins bulged on his face, twisted like a demon's. But I will never admit defeat. I am for the future of the Leaf Village. I haven't become Hokage yet. I will not die here. Accompanied by his frenzied roar, Danzo's right half of the body suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. Under the originally shriveled skin, countless thick roots writhed wildly. He had transplanted the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. That domineering life-filled would-release cells were now frantically repairing his damaged internal organs, barely sustaining his last breath. Just as Danzo was about to unleash would-release for a counterattack, Ye Tian moved faster. You want an eye, huh? Let me dig it out for you. Ye Tian's left hand, which had not released lightning, shot out like two deadly iron fingers straight into Danzo's right eye socket. Oh! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, blood splattered everywhere. Ye Tian ripped out the Mangekyo Sharingan, with Shursui's ocular power roots, and all. Torn optic nerves trailed with blood. Blinded in his right eye, Danzo fell into complete madness. At the brink of death, he no longer suppressed the Hashirama cells within him, grabbing Ye Tian's arm that pierced his chest. Would-release gun tree. Boom. Countless thick, sharp, wooden vines burst from Danzo's right shoulder and back, growing wildly forcibly, pushing Ye Tian's arm out in a self-destructive manner. A massive tree trunk rose directly from the ruins. Using the push from the tree, Danzo tore himself free from Ye Tian's piercing, rolling into a pile of rubble a dozen meters away. A terrifying hole remained in his chest, temporarily plugged by the proliferating would-release cells. Kill him for me. Danzo, clutching his bleeding right eye socket, screamed hoarsely at the surroundings, issuing a kill order. The remaining 100 or so root members outside, like machines devoid of pain, instantly drew ninja swords and kunai, swarming toward Ye Tian from all directions. At this moment, the clan leaders watching from the periphery erupted. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes bulged with veins, his Byakugan pushed to its limit, pointing at Danzo and roaring, "That chakra! Those are the cells of the first Hokage." This old scoundrel not only secretly stole the Uchiha clan's eyes, but even dared to conduct human experiments on the first Hokage's remains. The entire venue was shocked. Combined, these two crimes would be a death sentence worthy of 1,000 cuts, not just for the Leaf senior advisors, but even for the Hokage himself. Fugaku and Itachi could no longer hold back. "Ye Tian will help you." Fugaku stepped forward, several kunai with explosive tags already in hand, ready to join the fray. "No need to bother." Ye Tian casually flicked the blood off his left hand, pocketed the Sharingan, and lit up his right hand with lightning again, completely disregarding the 100-odd root grunts. As his words fell, several figures descended from the sky. Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chozora Kimichi, and the heads of several medium-sized clans landed squarely beside Ye Tian, blocking in front of him. "Leave the rest to us," Shikaku Nara said, forming the hand seal for the shadow imitation technique, his cold gaze sweeping over the charging root members. Among these root members, many are geniuses forcibly taken from our clans by Danzo's despicable methods. Today we will clean house ourselves and bring our children back. When a wall falls, everyone pushes. Danzo had committed too many wicked deeds, and today he had enraged everyone. All the clans seized this opportunity to attack him and settle old scores. Seeing the situation, Ye Tian shrugged and dispersed the chakra in his hand. "All right, I'll leave these small fry to you. All right, I'll leave these small fry to you." He had been about to form hand seals and unleash a massive deep forest emergence, turning these root operatives and Danzo into a skewer barbecue. But since the clan leaders were willing to do the dirty work, he was happy to stay idle. The fewer trump cards revealed, the better. The battle instantly turned into a one-sided rout. The elite fighters of every major clan swarmed out, and against a leaderless root, it was pure slaughter and suppression. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hobbled over, leaning on his adamantine staff. He surveyed the carnage and looked at Danzo, who was on the verge of drawing his last breath. The old face seemed to age a decade in an instant. Before long, the battle completely subsided. Over 100 root members were subdued by the allied clans, some detained, some bound. That old villain Danzo, seeing the tide turn, forcibly activated would release with Hashirama's cells to cause chaos, dragging his crippled body into a sewer and fleeing. "Ye Tian, my boy." Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, laced with deep exhaustion. "I will issue an official notice about Danzo's actions immediately. Strip him of all titles, brand him an S-rank missing nin, and put him on the nationwide wanted list." Ye Tian didn't even bother to look at him. He crossed his arms behind his head and sneered, "That's your problem. If you'd reined in that rabid dog of yours sooner, the land behind the Hokage building wouldn't need renovation today." With the situation settled, Fugaku Uchiha dismissed the surrounding police force and walked over to Ye Tian alone. His gaze lingered on Ye Tian's young face, his expression complicated. "Ye Tian, my boy, do you know your own origins?" Fugaku lowered his voice. "I know." Ye Tian picked at his fingers, answering matter-of-factly. "I'm Naruto's twin older brother, the eldest son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. No need to make a big secret of it." Fugaku's eye twitched slightly at that, and he let out a long sigh. "You truly are a remarkably sharp one. The village kept this under tight wraps, not a single soul leaked a word to you, yet you managed to figure out your identity on your own. Your intellect surpasses even your father's in his day." Ye Tian couldn't be bothered with the mutual flattery. He pulled a tiny sealed bottle filled with nutrient solution from his pocket, a container he'd casually requested from the system earlier. He tossed the glass bottle to Fugaku. "Catch. This is Shirsue's Mangekyo." Ye Tian pointed at the eyeball floating inside, but Danzo just forcibly activated Kotoame Tsukumi with it. "Given that technique's cooldown, this I will be in a dead-charged state for the next decade, completely unusable. Take it back and find a safe place to store it." Fugaku hastily caught the bottle, staring at the eye that belonged to the pride of the Uchiha, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined this kid would so nonchalantly return such an overpowered strategic weapon to the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan will remember this debt. Fugaku carefully tucked the bottle into his personal ninja tool pouch, his tone gravely solemn. "From now on, if you ever need anything in Konoha, come to the Uchiha compound anytime. If it's within my power, I won't refuse." "All right, that day will come." Ye Tian responded carelessly while stepping forward, preparing to pat Fugaku on the shoulder. Just that one final touch. If he could lay a hand on Fugaku, the third fragment would be his, and the eternal Mangekyo would synthesize on the spot. "We'll head back to handle clan affairs now. Farewell." Before Ye Tian could even reach out, Fugaku spun around, grabbed Itachi by the shoulder, and whoosh. A gust of wind later, the father-son duo vanished in a blur with the body flicker technique faster than rabbits. Ye Tian's hand froze midair, utterly dumbfounded. A draft swept through, sending 2 withered leaves slapping against his face. Damn it! Ye Tian roared inwardly. Running off like you're racing to reincarnate. I just wanted to touch the old man. I was this close. My eternal, I just slipped away. This damned vigilance. Ye Tian rubbed his face in frustration, mentally bookmarking this debt. Fugaku couldn't leave the village before the massacre night anyway. He'd just bring a couple of pounds of fruit to the Uchiha compound another day. He'd get that touch one way or another. Just as Fugaku departed, a rustle came from the rubble nearby. A shadow clone Ye Tian had dispatched earlier leaped out of an underground passage carrying a dazed Naruto. The clone completed its mission and dispersed with a puff of white smoke. Ye Tian rushed over and looked Naruto up and down. You okay, eh? That old dog didn't torture you, did he, eh? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, his blue eyes full of confusion, and shook his head blankly. Nothing happened. I was just walking home from school when everything went black and I fell asleep. Now I just feel super hungry. Hungry enough to eat a whole cow. Ye Tian closed his eyes and carefully probed the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen with his senses. He confirmed the seal was intact with no signs of forced tampering or chakra extraction. It seemed Danzo had only intended to capture Naruto and use Jinjutsu to interrogate him about Ye Tian. He hadn't gotten around to targeting the Ninetales yet. Good, you're fine. Ye Tian slung an arm around Naruto's shoulder, ruffling his blonde hair. Come on. Big brother's taking you out for an extra-large deluxe barbecue pork rib ramen today. We'll eat until you can't walk. Naruto instantly cast aside all fear of being kidnapped, throwing his hands up in cheer. Yeah, long live big brother. I want 3 bowls. The 2 brothers' arms slung around each other swaggered off toward the shopping district, completely ignoring the debris still being cleared around them. Beneath the Hokage rock in the distance, the old 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stood alone in the shadows, watching their receding figures, his heart churning with overwhelming complexity. Today's farce had torn the thin veil of decency off Konoha's leadership. Ye Tian's parting threat before leaving the Hokage's office still echoed in his ears. At the time he dismissed it as the reckless boasting of a 6-year-old brat, but look what happened. Naruto was actually in danger, and the kid had nearly razed half of Konoha to the ground. Damn you, Danzo. Hiruzen clenched his pipe so hard that cracks spiderwebbed across the mouthpiece. He had indulged and shielded this old comrade time and again, believing he was truly guarding Konoha from the shadows. But Danzo had the audacity to go after the Jinchuriki and secretly implant Hashirama cells. This wasn't protecting the village, it was digging up its very foundations. The old man took a deep breath of the cold night, ere his gaze finally hardening with resolve. No more misplaced mercy. Summon the ANBU commander. Hiruzen turned and strode back toward the Hokage, building his voice cold as iron. Draft an S rank wanted notice immediately and distribute it to all 5 great nations. A village-wide shinobi worldwide until death hunt for Shimura Danzo. Puffs of steam roiled within the tiny shop. At Ichiraku Ramen, the proprietor Tucci ladled a generous scoop of milky pork bone broth into a large bowl, topping it with thick slices of secret recipe chashu and a final sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. Naruto, holding a bowl twice the size of his own face, stuffed his cheeks full and slurped the noodles noisily, the sound drowning out the clamor of the street outside. Sweat beaded on his nose as he ate, without lifting his head. Ye Tian, sitting beside him, tapped Naruto's bowl rim with his chopsticks and scolded with annoyance. He who doesn't eat with gusto has a problem in his mind. That saying is true enough. But your table manners make you look like a starving ghost reincarnated. Chew slowly, there's still more in the pot. No one's fighting you for that last sip of soup. Naruto swallowed the noodles, let out a thunderous burp, patted his round belly, and grinned foolishly. Big bro, this feast today was incredible. I feel like I could punch a wild boar to death right now. When you're full, get the hell home and sleep. Tomorrow you still have to go to school and dodge the teacher's chalk. Ye Tian slapped down a silver note, grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his neck, and dragged him out. The night passed without incident, and time swiftly arrived at the next morning. The tranquility of Konoha was shattered by a sharp, piercing assembly whistle. Before the mission bulletin board in the village center, the crowd had already gathered in layers packed so tightly that not a single gap remained. AS rank wanted poster stamped with the Hokage's crimson seal and marked with urgent red borders was posted in the most conspicuous spot. An uproar that seemed to lift the roof erupted from the crowd. This can't be real, right? Shimura Danzo. He's a high-level advisor. An elder of Konoha. A seasoned Chunin rubbed his eyes and leaned in to double-check the name on the board. Beside him, a retired ANBU veteran snorted coldly, pointing at the list of crimes. Look at what's written on the notice. Secretly stealing Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Illegally excavating the grave of the first Hokage-sama. And conducting human experiments with Hashirama cells on himself. Any one of these charges is a death sentence worthy of 1,000 cuts. The wanted poster bore bold text that caught the eye: informants will receive a bounty of 30 million Rio. Anyone who captures him alive and delivers him to Konoha will not only have the bounty doubled, but will also be allowed to bring people to the village to settle old scores face to face. This was an absolute no-mercy kill order. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had truly stirred his killing intent this time, tearing even the last shred of decency to pieces with his own hands. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Such explosive scandal coupled with the tempting bounty spread like wildfire through the intelligence networks of every nation. In just half a day, the entire shinobi world was rocked by a super earthquake. In the land of lightning, at the Cloud Shinobi Village office building, the hot-tempered fourth Raikage smashed his solid wood desk into splinters with a single punch. His bulging muscles crackled with arcs of lightning-natured chakra, and his voice rattled the window panes. Those hypocrites in Konoha have actually been experimenting with Hashirama cells among themselves. Issue orders. Dispatch 3 elite Jonin squads immediately. Dead or alive, we must capture that old dog named Danzo. The wood-release cells of Hashirama Senju are a terrifying war resource. We must not let any other country get ahead of us. In the land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, tugging at his white beard with his hand. His aged eyes gleamed with sharp light. That snake Danzo finally slipped up. Interesting. Those first Hokage cells, if I could get my hands on them for research, maybe my lumbago would be cured and our village's combat power would skyrocket. Send Kitsuchi with a team to search, intercept at all costs. The Land of Wind and the Land of Water also issued similar secret orders in succession. In an instant, bounty hunters across the shinobi world and elite agents from every nation, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, swarmed into the borders of the Land of Fire. Everyone's goal was remarkably consistent: capture Danzo, cut open his body, and drain every last drop of the legacy belonging to the god of shinobi. The outside world was a boiling cauldron of chaos, while the man at the storm's center, like a mangy dog with a broken spine, fled desperately through the sunless underground. This was an abandoned underground passage, its damp walls covered in moss, water pooling over the ankles, emitting a stench of decay. Danzo stumbled forward, his breathing heavy as a broken bellows. The socket of his right eye was a bloody, empty hole. The excruciating pain of having Shirsui's eye ripped out by Ye Tian the day before still tormented his nerves. But worse was his right arm. Without the Sharingan to suppress it, the arm, grafted with Hashirama cells, was rampaging out of control. Grayish-white wood grains spread from his wrist toward his shoulder, and bulging dendrite-like lumps rose under his skin. As he walked from the dark end of the tunnel ahead came a slow, rhythmic footstep. "Ah!" A voice extremely hoarse with a sticky, drawn-out drawl echoed through the empty tunnel. From the shadows, a man with a face as pale as paper and long black hair stepped slowly into view. He wore a loose kimono, and his golden vertical pupils held the cold-bloodedness unique to reptiles. A forked tongue extended from his mouth, licking his pale lips. "Isn't this our lofty Danzo-sama?" Orochimaru crossed his arms, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "How did you end up so pathetic? In this state, even if you were thrown into a roadside trash heap, stray dogs would pass you by with disdain. Who beat you so badly that you abandoned even your home?" Danzo halted, his left hand clamped tightly over his woodinizing right shoulder, gritting his teeth to keep from collapsing. "Orochimaru, stop being sarcastic with me." Danzo's voice squeezed through his clenched teeth, thick with unwillingness. "I haven't lost yet. With Hashirama's power, I can make a comeback." Orochimaru chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Danzo's mutated arm, and shook his head in disdain. "You're too greedy. With your decaying body, you can never control that power. You'll turn into a tree at any moment. That's why I came to you." Danzo forcibly suppressed his rage and laid out his bargaining chip. "I need you to help me fully transplant and integrate Hashirama's cells. I want to completely master wood-release ninjutsu." Orochimaru spread his hands and refused. "Without mercy, transactions require equal value. Right now you're worse than a stray dog in Konoha, and you're carrying a joint kill order from the 5 great nations. What leverage do you have to make me risk helping you? Just that decaying arm of yours." Danzo knew Orochimaru's nature. No profit, no action. So he dropped a bombshell directly. "I have a piece of intelligence that will definitely pique your interest." Danzo's single eye locked onto Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato had another son, Namikaze Ye Tian. This 6-year-old brat possesses an immense amount of chakra in his body, even more terrifying than the Nine Tails. He can instantly release hundreds of solid clones, and he also uses a Rasengan without hand seals along with some powerful ninjutsu. The injuries on my body are all thanks to him. Orochimaru's narrow pupils sharply contracted, his previously casual demeanor instantly turning serious. 6 years old, and capable of instantly unleashing over 100 physical clones. And he could push Danzo into such a desperate corner. Unexpected that rotten Konoha has given birth to such a monstrous prodigy again. Orochimaru's tongue slithered across his lips, a nervous, low chuckle escaping him. "It seems I must make a point of witnessing this for myself." This is far more intriguing than that Uchiha brat I'd originally selected. Seeing Orochimaru take the bait, Danzo pressed his advantage. You have the information. Now heal me. Orochimaru's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. Don't be delusional. For a complete transplant of Hashirama's cells, forcing a fusion with your current broken body would only result in death by explosion. You require physical reinforcement and modification first. Even in your prime, you couldn't withstand that power. Your primary objective now is survival. Orochimaru turned and snapped his fingers into the darkness behind him. A youth with round glasses and grayish-white hair stepped out from the shadows. Kabuto, take our esteemed Lord Danzo below. Clean his wounds and prepare the lab table. Kabuto Yakushi, wearing a flawless false smile, stepped forward to support Danzo's left arm. This way, Lord Danzo. I shall ensure you receive the finest medical care. As he watched Kabuto drag Danzo into the depths of the base, Orochimaru stood alone in the dim tunnel, calculating his next moves. Namikaze Yeta. What an interesting name. Konoha's next Chunin exams are fast approaching. That would be a perfect stage. I suppose I should bring some people along to join the festivities. A figure of a white-haired youth flashed in Orochimaru's mind. I'll use Kimimara's deadbone pulse to thoroughly test the mettle of this son of the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, back in Konoha village, Yeta yawned as he escorted Naruto all the way to the Ninja Academy gates. Watching the boy blend into the chattering crowd of students with his backpack, Yeta turned and headed straight for the forests behind the village. Deep in the woods, he was utterly alone. Yeta opened his right palm, focusing his intent. Chakra swirled, spun, and compressed with furious intensity at its center. He needed no water balloons or rubber balls as aids. A perfect azure sphere of chakra formed in less than a second, its edges clean, with not a single wisp of stray energy. Boom. Yeta slammed his palm onto a nearby granite boulder, twice his height. The Rasengan's high-speed rotation ground the solid rock into a cloud of dust, leaving a deep crater in the earth. Shape transformation is completely etched into my muscle memory. I could whip one out with my eyes closed. Yeta flicked stone dust from his hand, rubbing his chin in thought. The power of an elementless Rasengan is limited. The next step is infusing it with chakra nature transformation. The wind release Rasen Shuriken to slice cells, fire release for explosive combustion, lightning release for ultimate penetration. This was a monumental undertaking not to be rushed. Time flew by during the monotonous chakra refinement. The sun dipped westward, casting the twilight's glow over the rear mountains. The school dismissal bell rang. Soon after, Naruto came running up the mountain path, panting heavily, his forehead beaded with sweat. Big bro, I learned the clone jutsu today. The shadow clones are still a bit faint, but Irika-sensei praised my progress. Naruto waved a kunai excitedly. Yeta walked over and knocked the piece of iron out of his hand. Put those child's toys aside for now. Little bro, aren't you curious about that red chakra inside you that surges out whenever you get angry? Want to know what it really is? Yeta cut straight to the point. Naruto froze, touching his stomach. He'd always known something terrifying was sealed inside him. The villagers called it a demon fox, and sometimes he heard a low, beastly growl in his mind. I can sense it a bit, but it's very vague, Naruto answered honestly. Then today, big bro will take you to see it for real. Close your eyes, sit cross-legged, empty your mind, and follow my chakra's guidance inward. Yeta pressed a single finger onto the 8 trigram seal at Naruto's navel. A sliver of the Ten-Tails chakra, sharp as a needle, forcibly pierced the outer barriers of the seal. Splash. The sound of water splashing echoed around them. Naruto snapped his eyes open, finding himself and Yeta standing in a wide, dimly lit sewer. The water barely covered their ankles, and above them loomed a complex network of massive pipes. A suffocating, malevolent presence surged from ahead. Be big bro. Where's this? It's so cold. Naruto instinctively hugged his arms and pressed closer behind Yeta. Inside your own stomach, Yeta said, striding forward, his boots splashing echoes against the water's surface. They rounded a massive bend, and the view opened up before them. A colossal red iron gate, so tall its top was lost in the darkness, stood in the center of the space. At the very center of the gate was a yellow talisman bearing a large seal character. From the darkness behind the gate, 2 enormous red lanterns suddenly ignited. They were 2 vertical slit pupils blazing with rage and bloodlust, fixed intently on the 2 intruders. Little brat, you dare to come before me seeking deaths. A voice as deep as thunder shook the entire sewer. Yeta casually picked his ear, completely ignoring the overwhelming pressure, and walked up to knock on the iron gate. Kurama, what are you sleeping for in the middle of the day? Get up, you have guests. At these words, the massive silhouette behind the gate froze, and the swirling red chakra around it halted for a half-second. A colossal crimson fox with 9 tails and a body like a mountain squeezed half its head out of the darkness, its enormous claws gripping the iron bars, its blood-red eyes boring into Yeta. You yellow-haired brat. How could you possibly know my name? For the first time, a hint of panic crept into the Nine-Tails' voice. This was the true name given to it by the Sage of 6 Paths. No mortal should know it except for the other-tailed beasts. The things I know could fill Konoha's entire library. Yeta sat cross-legged on the water, his tone infuriatingly smug, including the story of how the old man's 6 paths split the 10 tails into you 9 misfits. I know it all inside out. At the mention of 6 paths, the 9 tails' volatile rage subsided slightly, but it still bared its fangs, utterly incredulous. Arrogant brat spewing nonsense. How dare you speak of the old man's 6 paths? The 9 tails opened its gaping maw, attempting to blast this annoying insect away with its chakra. Don't believe me. Yeta stood up, patting the water stains from his pants. Then I'll show you something real. Yeta completely released the suppression on his own sealed space. Boom. A surge of dark crimson chakra, 10 times more violent and 100 times purer than the 9 tails, erupted from Ye Tian's body. The accumulated water in the sewer instantly evaporated into white mist. As the mist dissipated, a colossal manifestation of chakra loomed behind Ye Tian. Its size even surpassed the 9 tails before it, and its silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the 9 tails, yet the aura it exuded was ancient enough to chill the soul. The most deadly aspect was the number of tails. 2. Fully 10 thick tails lashed wildly above Ye Tian's head, stirring the air of the entire sealed space. The 9 tails' enormous eyes instantly bulged, its jaw nearly hitting the iron bars. It retreated 2 steps, its massive tails tightly coiled together. Wah! What the hell is this thing? The 9 tails cursed, its mind completely short-circuited. Isn't this just my appearance? Why are there 10 tails? Aren't the 10 tails a grotesque, one-eyed, tree-like monstrosity? Ye Tian stood with his hands on his hips, thoroughly pleased with the 9 tails' provincial reaction. This is my custom perfect version of the 10 tails. It doesn't exist in the beast catalog of your shabby ninja world, Ye Tian rambled. Just think of it as my exclusive pet. But it's an undeniable fact that its power crushes you. The 9 tails swallowed hard, feeling the bloodline suppression emanating from the giant beast before it. Having lived for over 1,000 years, for the first time it felt like a toy that could be crushed at any moment. What exactly do you want? The 9 tails laid down its tone, utterly subdued. Ye Tian stepped forward, staring into the 9 tails' eyes through the iron gate. Very simple. As long as you stay quietly inside Naruto from now on and stop releasing those violent chakra out to cause trouble, I can open the seal and let you out right now. In this space you two can coexist peacefully. Let me out. The 9 tails snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid that once I'm out I'll forcibly seize the boy's body, run out, and slaughter everyone out there? Has your brain rotted from the 8 trigram seal? Ye Tian pointed at the 10 tails above his head. With me here, what gives you the confidence to steal the body? In the worst case scenario, if you dare to play any tricks, I'll directly extract you from Naruto's belly, disperse you, and use you as fertilizer. As for Naruto, Ye Tian pointed at his stunned brother. I can just split half of this 10 tails origin and stuff it into his belly. Not only will he survive, he'll gain a power far stronger than yours. So whether your belly contains you or something else makes no difference to Naruto. These words struck the 9 tails like a heavy hammer. It dared not gamble. Looking at the menacing 10 tails behind Ye Tian, it knew instinctively that this kid was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Being extracted from a Jinchuriki would either return to nature or be killed, only to reform after a long, arduous period. It had no desire to endure such a miserable existence. Fine, you win. The 9 tails rested its head on its paws, utterly conceding. I accept your terms. As long as this boy doesn't provoke me, I won't interfere with his life. If he wants to use my chakra, I'll help him. If you'd agreed so readily earlier, none of this would have happened. Ye Tian turned and winked at Naruto. Bro, go tear off that yellow paper on the door. Naruto looked at the giant fox, then at his brother, swallowed hard, and stepped forward bravely. He climbed the iron bars, grabbed the talisman inscribed with the character seal, and yanked it off. Rip! The talisman fell. Immediately, a deafening grinding sound of mechanical gears echoed, and the massive iron gate locking the 9 tails began to slide open slowly. The moment the gate was fully open, a gentle warm blue chakra abruptly coalesced into shape on the water's surface. Within the chakra's glow, a figure in a white haori with the words 4th Hokage printed on its back stood between Naruto and the 9 tails. A head of brilliant golden hair gleamed starkly in the dim sewer. Minato Namikaze had appeared. In the dark, damp sewer, the sound of splashing water echoed through the empty pipes. A soft, warm blue chakra abruptly coalesced on the water's surface. The light faded, revealing a tall figure in a white haori with 4th Hokage printed on its back, standing firmly between Naruto and the massive red iron bars. That iconic golden hair, that unique spatial fluctuation instantly ignited the fury of the giant behind the iron gate. 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The 9 tails let out a maddening roar from the depths of its throat, its massive claws gripping the thick iron bars, tightly sharp nails scraping against metal with glaring sparks. Its blood-red vertical pupils locked onto the man before it, while the dark crimson chakra around it churned violently like boiling magma. How dare you show your face before me? That iron gate was just one crack away from opening. I had already negotiated terms with this yellow-haired brat, and you had to show up at this critical moment to mess things up. The Ninetales cursed, furiously acting like an irritable old worker about to get paid only to have the foreman cut him off. The mere sight of Minato's face enraged it. It was this bastard who years ago used that damned dead demon consuming seal to split its power in half, forcing it to languish in this dark, sunless place for 6 long years. With old grudges and new grievances combined, the Ninetales wished it could instantly fire a tailed beast bomb and blast this place to smithereens. Minato turned, glanced at the enraged Ninetales, then at the bewildered Ye Tian and the utterly confused Naruto. Let's change the venue. This creature's voice is too loud. Minato raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. The surrounding space warped like ripples on water. The cold, biting sewer, the rusty pipes, and the Ninetales' earth-shattering curses were all stripped away in an instant. The scene shifted instantly. The 3 of them landed on soft grass. Above a cloudless blue sky, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of unknown flowers. This was a peaceful mental space purely constructed from chakra. Ye Tian plopped down on the grass, plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it with a look of utter disdain. Dad, your timing is impeccable. Ye Tian spread his hands and complained loudly. I had already finalized the contract with that big fox. I was about to open the door to let it out for a breather, and it would sign a servitude contract, becoming a portable power bank for Naruto with chakra available for the taking. Your interruption nearly made the client tear up the deal. Minato's heartfelt speech, which he had rehearsed for a father-son reunion, got stuck in his throat when Ye Tian casually called him Dad. His gentle blue eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ye Tian. You know everything. Minato's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Did the 3rd Hokage tell you everything that happened back then? Oh, give me a break. You think I'd get anything out of that old fox Hiruzen Sarutobi? Ye Tian scoffed, spitting out the blade of grass from his mouth, his tone dripping with contempt for Konoha's secrecy. He never said a word. All he does is hide in his office every day, peeping through his crystal ball. I figured it all out on my own. Minato stepped forward, his face a mask of astonishment. You guessed it yourself? That's impossible. What's so hard about it? Ye Tian began counting on his fingers. I carry the surname. Namikaze, the only one in the whole village. And Naruto has the same spiky hair as you. The villagers look at us like we're their mortal enemies, always muttering demon fox under their breath. Just line that up with the timeline of the Ninetales attack 12 years ago and factor in my mother's due date. This is an open book test, plain as day. Even a dumb tracking dog could sniff out the truth. It's only those old fogies in the village's upper echelons who are burying their heads in the sand, thinking their secret is airtight. After hearing this well-reasoned, even logically flawless deduction, Minato was stunned for a full 30 seconds. Then a gratified and radiant smile broke out across his young, handsome face. You're my son, all right. This mind, this intellect. You've already surpassed me at your age. Minato couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle Ye Tian's hair. Just as this heartwarming father-son moment was unfolding, Naruto, who had been standing there dumbfounded the whole time, finally snapped back to reality. He pointed at Minato, his blue eyes full of pure, unadulterated confusion. Hey, who the heck are you, old man? You're wearing a white coat with 4th Hokage on the back. What kind of cosplay is this? And why is my big brother calling you Dad? A vein bulged on Minato's forehead. The tender moment instantly shattered. He strode over to Naruto, curled his finger, and delivered a sharp, crisp flick to that golden forehead. Ouch! Naruto yelped, clutching his head and crouching down defensively. Why'd you hit me? Because I'm your biological father. Minato put his hands on his hips, looking at his foolish, innocent younger son, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Naruto was completely dumbfounded. Clutching his red, swollen forehead, he looked at Minato, then turned to Ye Tian, his brain's CPU overheating and smoking from information overload. Ye Tian walked over and gave Naruto a kick on the butt, forcibly sorting out his thoughts. Stop questioning your existence. We're twins. He's the 4th Hokage who died to seal the Ninetales. In other words, the guy you're always yapping about surpassing is standing right in front of you. It's called the father sees his son alive, so he gives him a flick. After a great deal of effort with Ye Tian's blunt physical form of education, Naruto finally accepted the fact that he didn't just pop out of a rock, but was in fact the legitimate prince of the Hokage. He lunged forward, latching onto Minato's leg, tears and snot smearing all over his pants. After calming Naruto down, Minato turned his attention back to Ye Tian. His expression turned incredibly serious. Just now in the sewer, he had clearly sensed Ye Tian unleash a terrifying power that was completely beyond human comprehension to intimidate the Ninetales. The purity and pressure of that chakra was enough to make even him, a former Hokage, feel his soul tremble. Ye Tian, what is that power inside you? Minato stared into his eldest son's eyes. That's definitely not the Ninetales. What happened to you? Facing his father's interrogation, Ye Tian didn't even flinch and directly pulled out the script he had prepared long ago. That thing is called the 10 Tails. Ye Tian said, hands in his pockets, his tone as casual as if he were buying cabbages at the market. A few years ago I had a dream. This shriveled-up old guy with horns on his head and eyes like purple onion rings showed up. He insisted he was the sage of six paths, said he could see I was a once-in-a-generation genius, and forced this 10 tails on me as a gift, stuffing it into my gut. Minato's eye twitched violently, feeling his worldview being dealt a devastating blow. The sage of six paths. The 10 tails. Where was this coming from? These things only existed in ancient mythological texts, and now they were supposedly inside his own son. Seeing Minato's half-doubtful expression, Ye Tian decided to turn up the charm. Don't believe me? This thing is incredibly useful. I can now perfectly control all of the 10 tails chakra without even needing to form hand signs. I can say this right now, there isn't a single person in the entire ninja world who has a chakra reserve that can match mine. Even if you threw all 9-tailed beasts into a blender and juiced them, the total chakra they'd yield wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Minato quickly reached out, grabbing Ye Tian's wrist. He sent a thread of his own chakra into Ye Tian's meridians, carefully guiding it through his system. After a few minutes, he released his grip and let out a long, relieved sigh. There are no signs of backlash, and your meridians are 100 times more resilient than an average person's. Since this power poses no threat to your body, I can rest easy. Minato's long-held anxiety finally settled back down. With the misunderstanding cleared, the father and his two sons sat cross-legged on the grass, beginning a long-overdue conversation 6 years in the making. Minato had assumed the third Hokage would take good care of his two children. But when Ye Tian laid bare the past 6 years, the scornful looks, the expired milk, the cheap instant noodles, and the villagers' incessant stinging cries of demon fox, Minato fell silent. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and guilt washed over him. He had given his life and his wife to protect this village, and this was how the village repaid his own flesh and blood. Time flew by as they talked. Suddenly Minato's body began to flicker uncontrollably like a faulty hologram, his edges gradually turning transparent. Looks like my time is up. Minato looked at his translucent hands and gave a bitter smile. This thread of chakra I left in the seal is about to run out. Being able to see you two grow up safe and sound, I can go to the Pure Land and meet your mother in peace. Stop right there. Put away that self-indulgent tragic act of yours. Ye Tian stood up, abruptly cutting off Minato's monologue. He walked up to his father and held up 2 fingers. Dad, you have 2 choices right now. Ye Tian's tone was absolute, tyrannical to the extreme. Option 1, you follow the natural order, your chakra runs out and you vanish in a cheesy puff of light. Option 2, I use the 10 tails chakra to forcibly top you up, keeping you tethered to this mental space, preventing this chakra from dispersing. Minato was utterly stunned. How did this brat come up with such smooth talk? Before Minato could react, Ye Tian dropped an even more explosive promise. If you stay, once I'm strong enough, I'll get my hands on a resurrection jutsu, like the impure world reincarnation or the Rinne rebirth. In the ninja world, bringing people back from the dead isn't some myth. When I do, I'll personally drag you and mom back from the Pure Land. We'll buy a big house with a yard in Konoha, and the 4 of us can sit down for a game of mahjong. Resurrection. Reunion of the family. These words struck Minato's heart like a heavy hammer. No father could resist the temptation of accompanying his child's growth, especially when it meant seeing Kushina again. Then let's do it your way. I choose the second option. Minato's gaze became unprecedentedly resolute. Excellent. Ye Tian immediately stepped back half a pace, his hands forming a complex cross seal. The sealed space within his body burst open, and the materialized dark red 10 tails chakra erupted like a violent tornado. Under Ye Tian's extremely precise control, this chakra transformed into dozens of thick red chains that plunged directly into Minato's fading phantom. As the chakra poured in wildly, the space around Minato began to tremble violently. Vaguely, a chilling, deathly aura of the Shinigami reached out from the void, attempting to forcibly drag Minato's soul back to the Pure Land. Go back to your hell and rot. How dare you snatch the one I want to keep? Ye Tian's eyes blazed with a terrifying light. The 10 tails chakra surged, instantly transforming into a furious red giant hand that brutally crushed and tore apart the Shinigami's pulling force. With the obstruction of the laws removed, a torrent of chakra continuously filled the void left by Minato. Within a few minutes, Minato's body, which had been nearly transparent, was forcefully solidified by the immense energy, becoming even more vigorous than his prime. Ye Tian dispersed the chakra, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Done. Recharge successful. Ye Tian pointed at Naruto and assigned Minato his task. Dad, from now on stay in this spiritual space and work part-time as a portable private tutor for Naruto. The chakra I just replenished for you will last at least 5 years, even if you fire Rasengan every day. Minato flexed his hands, feeling the surging energy and the abundant vitality within him, and nodded. Good. I will teach Naruto everything I know. You must train him hard. Ye Tian said with a tone of disdain. That ninja academy in Konoha is nothing but a dump that teaches people how to get themselves killed. I'm busy outside earning the bride price and cultivation resources, so I don't have much time to look after him every day. From now on, all practical combat training is on you. Outclass those second-generation rich kids in the village. Note this arrangement was also to facilitate Naruto's future learning. Before Minato's resurrection, he appeared very rarely, almost never. With the assignment concluded, the scene shifted again. The three returned to the cold, damp iron gate of the sewer. The Ninetales was sulking on the ground. Seeing the three return unscathed, it was about to open its massive maw and spew out a few curses. This time Minato did not step forward to stop it. Instead, he stepped back half a pace and made a gesture of invitation. Ye Tian nodded toward Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath, mustered his courage, climbed up the iron grating, grabbed the yellow talisman with half of the character's seal still visible, and yanked it off. Rip. The talisman came off. The heavy grinding of gears echoed through the sewer, and the massive iron gate that had imprisoned the Ninetales for so long finally swung fully open. The Ninetales stared in disbelief. This script was wrong. That bastard Minato was actually not stopping it. Before it could even roar in celebration of its newfound freedom, Ye Tian and Naruto's consciousness were instantly pulled back to reality. Late at night on the empty ground behind Konoha, Naruto's eyes snapped open. His frail body could not contain the sudden surge of unshackled immense energy. A searing red chakra uncontrollably overflowed, scorching the surrounding weeds into curled, withered yellow. Ye Tian reacted swiftly, slapping a heavy hand onto Naruto's shoulder. The Ten-Tails chakra instantly cut in, suppressing the agitated Nine-Tails chakra with absolute authority and forcibly driving it back into Naruto's body. Rein it in, Ye Tian warned sternly. Remember, do not use the Nine-Tails chakra outside unless it's a matter of life and death. At least not now. Naruto nodded, frantically struggling to steady his breathing. I understand, big brother. This power is too violent. I feel like my body is being torn apart. You need to understand the principle of the innocent man who possesses a jewel is guilty. Ye Tian released his grip and straightened Naruto's collar. You're not yet strong enough to protect this treasure. If those scheming old dogs in the village see you like this, you'll be taken to the lab for dissection tomorrow. Naruto obediently concealed all traces of the Nine-Tails aura. From now on, after school, stop playing house with those kids in the village. Ye Tian instructed. Make time to enter the space inside your belly and get private lessons from Dad. Build a solid foundation. I will work hard and I will never let you and Dad down. Naruto clenched his fist firmly. All right, wrap up and head home. The two brothers walked side by side under the bright moonlight, heading toward the villa. The night wind rustled through the trees of the back mountain. However, shortly after they left, a withered leaf silently drifted down from the dense shadow of an ancient tree at the edge of the clearing. A person wearing a pure white unadorned mask had witnessed the entire scene of Naruto's brief burst of red chakra. Without making a sound, his figure melted into the darkness like ink, diving straight toward the deep underground. The chess game of Konoha had already turned turbulent. If Ye Tian had seen that masked person just now, he would have recognized him at once. This guy was the first traitor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito. In the dark, damp underground cave, sunlight never reached year-round. Groundwater seeping from the rock walls gathered into droplets, striking the uneven stone slabs with hollow, monotonous echoes. This was the lair where Uchiha Madara had once lain dormant. The air still carried a stifling odor of decay and death. Suddenly the space rippled with a strange spiral pattern, like a stone thrown into still water. In the twisting air, a man in a black robe wearing an orange single-eyed mask stepped out of the void, landing steadily in front of the remains of the giant demonic statue. Uchiha Obito. He raised his gloved right hand, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the mask. The only exposed Sharingan eye slowly rotated, its three tomo radiating a highly dangerous calculation. I never expected things to get this far out of control. Obito recalled the intelligence he had gathered in Konoha over the past few days, and the bones in his fingers crackled as he clenched his fist. Originally in his plan, once Minato was dead, the Nine-Tails in Konoha would become a caged beast at his mercy. That brat named Naruto was just a fragile container for the tailed beast. But who could have imagined that the kid had already started touching and mastering the Nine-Tails chakra? This rate of progress was ridiculously fast, defying all logic. What made him even more uneasy was Naruto's twin older brother, Namake's Yeta. That brat named Yeta is an outright anomaly. Obito walked to a crumbling stone table and smashed the stone bowl on it with a single palm strike, sending shards flying. His learning speed for jutsu is absurdly fast, and he can even unleash that level of destruction without hand signs. Those useless fools in the village's upper echelons actually want to raise a monster like that as an ordinary kid. They're a bunch of blind idiots. Obito turned around, his wide black cloak rustling in the underground wind. The bloodline of Namake's Minato truly defies all reason. These two variables could completely derail my Moon Eye plan at any moment. The three Tomo and Obito's eyes instantly linked into a complex Mangekyo pattern, killing intent spreading through the dark cavern. It seems I must accelerate the plan to collect the tailed beasts. I need to head to the Hidden Rain village soon and get things rolling with Nagato. We'll join forces and make our move. There's no more time to play house with these leaf ninja. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf village far away behind the bustling commercial street, Ye Tian yawned and kicked open the ornate iron gate of his villa, holding 2 large bags of top-grade ingredients he had just bought from the market. He had no idea that a masked traitor in an underground cave was obsessing over him, even treating him as his #1 enemy. Even if he did know, Yeta would probably just roll his eyes and spit in disdain. Obito's Kamui was indeed an annoying cheat, untouchable, elusive, slippery as an eel. But so what? In the face of absolute firepower, all flashy tricks are paper tigers. Yeta currently housed a fully customized 10 tails within him, his chakra reserves so vast that even he found them terrifying. If he were truly provoked, he could simply unleash a massive non-stop barrage of combined jutsu for an around-the-clock, no blind spot bombardment. Forget blasting Obito out of Kamui's dimension. Even flipping the entire Leaf Village's ground over 3 meters deep would only take an extra breath or two. Hey little bro, get down here and wash the veggies. Yeta tossed the plastic bags onto the kitchen counter and yelled up the stairs. After a clatter of noise, a sumptuous dinner was served. Yeta and Naruto wolfed down the food in a frenzy. Stuffed and satisfied, Yeta collapsed onto the leather sofa, and without even showering fell fast asleep. Downstairs, Yeta was comfortable, snoring in rhythm. But upstairs, Naruto was about to face a truly merciless ordeal. Late at night, Naruto's room was silent. The moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness spun. When he opened them again, he found himself in the vast mental space. This was no longer the dark, damp, foul-smelling sewer it once was. Under Yeta's forceful renovation, the entire sealed space had been transformed. Soft green grass lay underfoot, white clouds drifted overhead, and the chirping of unknown birds could be heard, a veritable paradise. Under a towering tree in the distance, the mountain-sized Ninetails lay sprawled on its back, its 9 massive tails swinging lazily through the air like fans, utterly at ease. Standing before Naruto was Minato Namikaze, wearing a gentle smile. Naruto rested well. Tonight's special training is going to be intensified. Minato rolled up the sleeves of his white Hokage cloak, weighing a wooden kunai in his hand. Dad, I just fell asleep. I go to school during the day, and at night you drag me in here to beat me up. Even a workhorse wouldn't be pushed this hard. Naruto yelped, clutching his head and darting wildly across the grass. Minato wasn't fooled. He flickered behind Naruto in an instant and landed a kick on his golden rear. For the next few hours, screams echoed through the mental space. With the chakra Yeta had forcibly supplied him, Minato could maintain his soul form for extended periods and even spar with the bored Ninetails, kicking up dust and rocks in the space. Naruto, caught in the middle of this clash of titans, struggled through chakra control and taijutsu practice. Despite the misery, his innate stubbornness was fully ignited. He was knocked down time and again, but each time he gritted his teeth and got back up without even a single complaint. Dawn broke and sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Naruto's eyes snapped open, his whole body aching as if he'd been run over by a truck. But he sprang out of bed like a leaping carp, threw on his ever-present orange jacket, chugged a glass of milk, and bolted out the door with his backpack, sprinting toward the Ninja Academy. Today was the important transformation technique exam at the academy. In the classroom, sunlight slanted across the blackboard, chalk dust dancing in the light. Irika, with the scar across his nose, stood at the podium holding the roster. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Today we're retesting the transformation technique. Everyone must come up and demonstrate. This affects your semester's basic score. Now when I call your name, come up in order." The students below immediately erupted in groans. The exam proceeded in an orderly fashion. When it was Sasuke's turn, he walked up with one hand in his pocket, flashy as ever. He formed a hand sign casually and instantly transformed into a flawless copy of Irika, sending the girls in the audience into a frenzy of screams. "Next, Uzumaki Naruto," Irika called out loudly. The classroom fell silent, then burst into low snickers. Look, the dead last is going up. Last time the thing he transformed into looked like it had Parkinson's. Couldn't even tell where its limbs were. He's probably going to embarrass himself again today. Shikamaru lay slumped on his desk, yawning lazily. Ichoji munched on chips, completely unbothered. Naruto strode to the center of the podium, facing the entire class. Instead of his usual impatience, he stood straight, with his feet slightly apart. "Let me show you the results of my hellish training." Naruto raised his hands, fingers flying through hand signs. His speed wasn't as fast as the prodigy's, but his movements were precise and steady. Transformation technique. Bang! A thick cloud of white smoke exploded on the podium. As the smoke cleared, the laughter in the room abruptly stopped, and dead silence engulfed the entire class. On the podium stood 2 identical Narutos. from height, build to folds in their clothes to the 6 distinctive whisker marks on their cheeks. Everything was perfectly identical, as if a high-definition mirror stood between them. The pen in Irika's hand clattered to the floor, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. This can't be possible. Last exam this kid couldn't even control his chakra, and what he transformed into was a blob of mud. How much time has passed since then? And now he can pull off such a perfect transformation technique, even mimicking the subtle expressions to perfection. In truth, with the constant interference of that irritable giant fox's chakra no longer disrupting him, Naruto's terrifying chakra talent from the Uzumaki clan had finally erupted in full force. A mere transformation jutsu was now as effortless for him as drinking water. Uzumaki Naruto. Irika suppressed his astonishment, bent down to pick up his pen, and drew a heavy checkmark on the roster. Passed. Those 2 words struck the entire class like a thunderclap. All right. Naruto dispelled the jutsu, jumping excitedly on the podium, waving his arms and shouting, I did it. I'm finally not the dead last anymore. You see this? I Uzumaki Naruto, and the man who will become Hokage. Under the stunned, bewildered gaze of the entire class, Naruto puffed out his chest, striding back to his seat, like a triumphant general. While Naruto was making a spectacle at the academy, on the other side of Konoha, a group of special visitors arrived at the Hokage's office building. In the spacious sunlit office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his large desk, his already wrinkled face scrunched up into a bitter grimace. Standing before him was a young woman adorned in an ornate 12-layered kimono, exuding an aura of royal nobility, Princess Yukishiro. She was the very patron who had commissioned Ye Tian's 5 million Ryo escort mission a few days prior, and the most beloved daughter of the Fire Daimyo. Behind Yukishiro stood 3 guards in sturdy attire, none other than the familiar trio Little Monkey, Fat Monkey, and Skinny Monkey. Princess, what brings you to grace Konoha with your presence? This is truly overwhelming for this old man, Hiruzen said hastily, rising with a tone full of flattery and deference. Yukishiro held a folding fan, waving it leisurely as she tilted her chin up slightly. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. I had to plead and pester my father endlessly to get his permission to reside in Konoha and learn the ways and skills of a shinobi. Hiruzen's head throbbed at the thought. Letting the daimyo's precious daughter train in a military institution like Konoha. If she got so much as a scratch, the daimyo could cut off their funding, and every ninja in the village would be left starving. Your presence is our great honor. I shall immediately arrange for the village's finest guest house for you, ensuring your stay is most comfortable. Tomorrow I will also select a few genial jonin to serve as your personal instructors at the guest house. The old man quickly offered the best treatment. I have no interest in staying at any guest house. Yukishiro snapped her fan shut with a sharp clap against her palm, her tone resolute. I will stay at the home of a man named Ye Tian. What a... Hiruzen's whiskers nearly flew off in shock as he waved his hands in protest. Princess, this is absolutely out of the question. Your status is far too noble for such a place. The Ye brothers live in modest quarters and are known for their reckless words. How could you possibly share a roof with such an audacious fellow? I don't care. My word is final. I've come to Konoha and I will only stay at Ye Tian's place. Yukishiro's temper flared, and she began to throw her weight around. If you won't arrange it, I'll go find him myself. Hiruzen was at his wit's end. The daimyo's daughter, untouchable, unyielding, was a hot potato he couldn't handle. He could only wave his hand, helplessly summoning an Anbu from the shadows. Go bring Namake's Ye Tian to my office. Not long after, the solid wooden door was violently kicked open from the outside. Ye Tian strolled in, wearing a faded casual outfit, hands in his pockets, yawning. Old man, what do you want at this hour? It's not like I've been vandalizing the Hokage rock. Ye Tian casually pulled out a chair and sat down, completely unbothered by the solemn atmosphere. Hiruzen gestured to the group beside him. This princess is here for you. Ye Tian followed the gesture and was instantly dumbfounded. Hello there, Ye Tian. Surprised. I've come to Konoha specifically to study. Yukishiro waved at him, grinning like a sly fox. Have you lost your mind? Ye Tian, never one for tact, lashed out with biting sarcasm. You're giving up a life of luxury in the capital to come to this godforsaken place to learn what? The Land of Fire has countless elite warriors and private tutors. Can't they teach a mere genin? You're here to experience the hardships of the common folk. This treasonous outburst made the 3 monkey guards instinctively grip their weapons. But Yukishiro wasn't angry at all. Instead, she stepped forward, hands on her hips. I don't care. I'm staying in Konoha to learn. And I've already told the Hokage, starting today, I'm moving into your house. No, stop right there. Ye Tian raised his hand in an exaggerated gesture of refusal. Don't you dare come near me. My place only has 2 bedrooms that can't fit all 4 of you. I've got a little blonde kid at home who needs his sleep. You're not planning to make him sleep on the floor, are you? I don't care. I'm coming. Yukishiro fully unleashed her royal stubbornness, turning to Hiruzen and applying pressure. If the place is too small, order the Hokage to give him a bigger house. I'm living with you, and that's that. Ye Tian turned to the third Hokage with a knowing smirk. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, calculating rapidly. This is the sponsor's own daughter. I've got to get this right. Konoha's economic recovery for the second half of the year all depends on the fire daimyo allocating more funds. Trading a house for fiscal control, that's a bargain. No problem. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, agreeing readily. I'll have someone arrange the largest, most luxurious compound in the heart of Konoha for you right away. With a courtyard, rock gardens, and over a dozen rooms. Plenty of space for everyone. An AMBU operative wearing a cat mask emerged from the shadows, bowing slightly. Princess, please follow me. I'll escort you to Ye Tian's new home. Ye Tian glanced at the sky outside the window. The sun was already dipping westward. It's almost time for school to let out, he said, picking at his ear. I need to go pick up my little brother. If I head straight to the new place, and he goes to the old villa, and can't find me, he'll be in tears. I've got to go get him first. Yukishiro waved her hand dismissively. Just send a shadow clone to fetch him. You come with us and get familiar with the new house. Ye Tian rolled his eyes dramatically. This woman was nothing but trouble. But given the free luxury mansion, he decided to let it slide. He formed a cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. With a puff, an identical clone appeared, leaping out the window and dashing toward the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Ye Tian's main body, with his hands casually in his pockets, led Yukishiro and the three monkey guards following the ANBU toward the heart of Konoha. After passing through several bustling streets, a traditional Japanese courtyard of absurdly vast proportions appeared before them. Towering walls of vermilion gate, pushing it open, revealed not only a zen rock garden, but even a small artificial lake within. The number of rooms was beyond counting. The luxury villa they had extorted before was indeed spacious, but squeezing in the two brothers plus the princess's entourage of 4 would have been truly cramped. Now with this top-tier estate, even a whole platoon of ninjas could fit in comfortably, let alone 4 people. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Tian's clone picked up Naruto punctually at the school gate, whisked him back to the new residence at breakneck speed, and then dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Naruto, backpack slung over his shoulders, stood on the blue stone slabs of the enormous courtyard, gazing at the luxurious scenery around him, and then at the unfamiliar figures under the eaves. His mind was completely blank with bewilderment. Big bro, did we come to the wrong house? How is this place even bigger than yesterday's? Naruto tugged at Ye Tian's sleeve and whispered, and who are they? Why are they here? Ye Tian rolled up his sleeves, ready to head into the kitchen and start cooking, and casually brushed him off. Don't worry about it. They're all just here for free food. That woman, just call her Sister Shueji. As for those 3 standing there like telephone poles, call them Little Monkey. The chubby one is Fatty Monkey, and the skinny one like a bamboo pole is Skinny Monkey. Easy names to remember. Naruto scratched his head, thinking the naming method was indeed blunt and simple. He dutifully stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Sister Shueji. Hello, brother Little Monkey, brother Fatty Monkey, brother Skinny Monkey. The 3 guards' mouths twitched uncontrollably at these straightforward nicknames, but they could only force awkward smiles and nod in response. In the evening, Ye Tian took over the kitchen, which was nearly the size of half a basketball court. Using the premium ingredients he had just purchased, he whipped up a table full of sumptuous dishes in no time. Braised pork belly, steamed fish, and oil-braised prawns. The aroma wafted throughout the entire courtyard. The group sat around the wide rosewood dining table, eating with complete abandon. The 3 monkeys, accustomed to the refined yet bland cuisine of the capital, had never tasted such hearty, savory, and greasy dishes. They wolfed down their food, even scraping the sauce from the bottom of the plates with rice. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone picked a spacious and comfortable room to rest in, and the night passed quickly. The next morning, as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon, Ye Tian headed out with a well-fed Naruto, ready to go to the ninja academy. Shueji had deliberately changed into a sleek ninja outfit and eagerly followed behind, fully expecting to accompany Ye Tian to the academy and experience the campus life of Konoha. But when the 3 of them reached the main gate of the ninja academy, Ye Tian pushed Naruto forward, told him to find his own way home after school, then shoved his hands into his pockets and walked off down another street without looking back. His movements were casual and cool, without sparing a single extra glance. Shueji stood in the cold wind at the school gate, staring at Ye Tian's receding figure, completely dumbfounded. Hey! Shueji pointed in the direction Ye Tian had vanished and turned to Naruto. Where's your big brother off to? Isn't he going to class? Naruto shrugged, spread his hands, and wore a look of utter nonchalance. No idea. Ever since he enrolled, he hasn't attended a single day of class. He's never there, even when the teacher calls the roll. Naruto patted his backpack and urged, all right, Sister Shueji, let's head inside. Don't worry about my big bro. He's always up to something sneaky, plotting some scheme in that head of his. He's probably off to slack off somewhere again. Shueji was at a loss for words, black lines forming on her forehead. She had gone through so much trouble to come to Konoha, shamelessly moving into his house, all with the intention of going to school with him, observing him up close, and learning some of those insanely advanced ninjutsu techniques. And yet this jerk didn't even step foot inside the school and openly skipped class. Sigh, forget it. Shueji stomped her foot hard, let out a sigh, and watched Ye Tian's nearly disappearing figure, making a firm resolution in her heart. The monk can run, but not the temple. Since we'll all be living under the same roof from now on, there'll be plenty of time to slowly uncover your secrets. Over those 365 days and nights, Ye Tian arranged his daily routine with meticulous precision. Every morning, he would promptly kick Naruto and Shueji out the door to the ninja academy for their so-called formal education. As soon as the afternoon dismissal bell rang, he dragged them to the hills behind Konoha, subjecting them to merciless hellish training. Time slipped away quietly amidst this monotonous yet fulfilling grind. In the blink of an eye, both Ye Tian and Naruto had crossed the threshold of their 7th year. On his 7th birthday, the streets of Konoha were tinged with the bleakness of late autumn. Ye Tian made a point of waking up early, hauling a large cloth bag on a massive shopping spree at the commercial district's market. He grabbed top-grade snowflake wagyu beef, freshly caught giant sea crabs, and even splurged on 2 bottles of expensive juice drinks, the epitome of a nouveau riche living large. By dusk, the spacious dining room of the villa was filled with tantalizing aromas. The long dining table was laden with lavish dishes. Kakashi, that white-haired guy, not only arrived right on time, but didn't even bother using the door, leaping straight through the window into the living room. He was also carrying 2 boxes of cheap Japanese sweets, clearly scrounged from somewhere, as a rather half-hearted birthday gift. The 3 monkey guards that Shueji had brought from the Land of Fire had long since been sent back to the capital to report, having found an excuse to escape Ye Tian's daily torment. In the vast house, only Ye Tian, Naruto, Shueji, and Kakashi sat around the table feasting heartily. Kakashi, you've maxed out your freeloading skill, haven't you? You always show up more punctually than an Umbu's stopwatch. Ye Tian shoved a piece of sizzling wagyu beef into his mouth, not holding back on the teasing. Without even lifting an eyelid, Kakashi deftly pulled down his mask just enough to swallow half a crab leg in one go, and mumbled in response, "Work's been tight lately, and the village isn't approving enough budget. Had to come here to treat myself. Don't be stingy, I'll teach you 2 some new taijutsu moves tomorrow." Naruto, holding a juice cup bigger than his face, wriggled excitedly in his chair. "Big bro. I'm 7 today. Does that mean you can teach me even more powerful jutsu now? I've already learned the Rasengan. Finish your vegetables first before making any demands." Ye Tian tapped Naruto's hand with his chopsticks, putting an end to the one-sided negotiation. The birthday feast was lively and full of banter, but amidst the laughter and jokes, no one noticed the hidden agenda lurking beneath Ye Tian's cheerful facade. Throughout this entire year, Ye Tian wasn't just playing the role of a male babysitter. On the periphery of the Uchiha clan's compound, hidden in the corners of Konoha, one of his physical clones, condensed from Tintail's chakra, maintained a constant vigil. The original work was vague about the exact timeline of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Whether Naruto was 6 or 7 years old, Ye Tian couldn't pinpoint it. To avoid missing this pivotal event, he resorted to this crude method, maintaining an unbroken 12-hour round-the-clock surveillance. For days after his birthday, the noon sun blazed with an almost blinding intensity. Ye Tian leaned against a large tree behind the mountain, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed deep within his mind, the signal of a clone being dismissed. A flood of complex memories surged into his mind. In the vision within the secluded woods outside the Nanga shrine, Itachi Uchiha, clad in his AMBU uniform, stood shoulder to shoulder with a man in a black robe wearing an orange spiral mask. Though they exchanged only a few brief words before parting ways, the murderous atmosphere was so thick that the scent of blood seemed palpable even through the memory. Finally ready to make a move, Ye Tian's eyes snapped open. He brushed the dead leaves from his pant leg, a dangerously sharp smile curling at the corner of his mouth. While his clone remained in hiding, Ye Tian himself turned and strode purposefully toward the Uchiha compound. Today, the Uchiha estate was shrouded in an eerie, unnatural silence. Not a single patrol member was visible on the streets. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating. Ignoring the hidden sentinels entirely, Ye Tian navigated the compound with practiced familiarity. He was quickly led to the residence of Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head. Inside the spacious study, Fugaku sat rigidly behind a low table, an unrolled scroll before him, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. "Xiao Tian, so you've come after all." Hearing the disturbance, Fugaku set down the scroll and looked up at the young man who never failed to astonish him. Ye Tian pulled out the chair opposite and sat down heavily, rapping his knuckles on the table. "Clan leader Fugaku, I'll skip the pleasantries. I'm here to give you a warning. Tonight, your Uchiha clan faces extinction. You're about to be wiped out to the last person." Fugaku's hand, which was pouring tea, jerked to a halt, splashing hot liquid onto the table. A crack finally appeared in his perpetually stern facade. "Even a young one like you has seen through the situation. Is this fate?" "Don't talk to me about fate." Ye Tian's tone turned hard as iron. "You're the clan leader. Dozens of lives, the old and the weak, depend on you. You can't sacrifice them all just to uphold your eldest son's twisted sense of justice or to protect your own pride from the stain of rebellion. You can't lead your entire clan to the slaughter just to spare yourself that burden. The words hit Fugaku like a physical blow, draining the color from his face. Ye Tian stood looking down at him. If you hear the commotion tonight and still can't bring yourself to stop him, I will intervene. The Uchiha might be arrogant and insufferable, but in terms of combat prowess, they're the top fighters in Konoha. I don't want to see such valuable assets wasted by a few fools. Fugaku took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within him, and nodded solemnly. I'll seriously consider your words. If I truly cannot bring myself to act tonight, I'll entrust it to you. Message delivered. See you tonight. Ye Tian turned and left without hesitation. As long as Fugaku didn't stubbornly resign himself to death, saving these hot-tempered fools wasn't a difficult task. Time passed, and soon it was time for the Ninja Academy to let out. The school gate was bustling. Naruto and Yukihime walked out side by side, followed a few steps behind by Sasuke, Uchiha, hands in his pockets, his face a clear declaration of stay away. Ye Tian strode forward, blocking Sasuke's path. Kid, don't go back to the Uchiha compound tonight. Follow Naruto and stay at my place. Sasuke stopped, looking up with black eyes full of wariness and displeasure. Why should I listen to you? Move. Why, oi? Ye Tian didn't bother to sugarcoat it. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Boom. Without a single hand sign, a violent wave of chakra pressure erupted from Ye Tian's body. The blue stone tiles beneath Sasuke's feet instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern. The sheer force of the air sent the surrounding students stumbling backward in fright. Sasuke felt as if a mountain had crashed down on his shoulders. His knees buckled involuntarily, his throat bobbed violently, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground. This power was terrifying. He couldn't even muster the strength to lift a finger. You'll listen whether you want to or not. I'm in charge today. Ye Tian retracted his pressure, his tone leaving no room for argument. Naruto quickly ran over to mediate, grabbing Sasuke's arm and pulling him along. Come on, let's go to my place first. If my big brother says so, he must have a reason. Sounds like your house might be in for some big trouble tonight. Better to stay safe. Sasuke gasped for air, glaring at Ye Tian. Fighting was a complete loss. Arguing was pointless. He had no choice but to be dragged away by Naruto, seething with frustration. Nightfall completely enveloped Konoha. The Uchiha compound, usually bright with lights, was plunged into darkness early tonight. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight. Not even the chirp of an insect could be heard. The silence was unnerving. In the darkness, Itachi Uchiha, clad in his ANBU uniform and wearing a pure white animal mask, drew his ninja blade. It gleamed with a cold, deadly light under the faint starlight. On the other side, Obito, wearing his spiral mask, silently climbed over the tall perimeter wall, ready to begin the bloody feast. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had already appeared like a ghost in the corridor of Fugaku's house. Go and stop your deranged son. Ye Tian leaned against a wooden pillar, his voice low but piercing. The will of fire has brainwashed him too deeply. Unless you beat some sense into him, knock him around until he can't see straight, he'll never turn back. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll gladly do it for you. Fugaku drew his short sword, the Mikazuki. Closing his eyes, he opened them again to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing with a crimson light in the darkness. I know what to do. Fugaku uttered a few words and vanished in a flash. On the main street of the compound, Itachi raised his blade, ready to cut down a group of patrol members. Clang. The sound of clashing weapons tore through the night sky, sparks flying. Fugaku blocked the fatal blow, the force of his strike sending Itachi staggering back several steps. Stop this, Itachi. Fugaku's voice was filled with profound sorrow and anger. Do you really think you and that masked coward can wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? Itachi removed his mask, his usually expressionless face finally betraying extreme shock. Father, you knew all along. Why? You don't have to carry all the sins on your own shoulders. Fugaku tightened his grip on his sword hilt, Ye Tian's words from earlier echoing in his mind. If you carry too much, you'll eventually be crushed, and your sense of right and wrong will be completely distorted. At the same time, in the secluded old residential area on the western edge of the compound, Obito had just landed on a wall, preparing to use Kimui to phase into a room and silently eliminate the sleeping elder inside. Skulking around in the dead of night with a mask on, trying to pull off an assassination. Do you really think it's that simple, eh? A voice dripping with mockery came from the canopy above. Obito jerked his head up to find Ye Tian lying back with his hands behind his head, looking down at him from on high. Oh, then I'll crush this annoying insect first and see if it's really that simple. Obito snorted coldly, his body lunging forward in an instant straight at Ye Tian. Ye Tian didn't dodge at all. He met Obito head on. Their fists and feet clashed in midair, producing dull explosions, and then they vaulted over the camp's high wall, fighting all the way into the dense forest on the back mountain. The moment they pulled apart, Obito's fingers flickered rapidly as chakra surged. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal, blazing fireball roared forth, scorching all the tree trunks around. Playing with fire against me? You'd better save those sparks for roasting sweet potatoes. Ye Tian didn't need hand seals at all. A massive chakra exploded directly in his chest. Fire release, great fireball technique. The same basic ninjutsu, but in Ye Tian's hands the fireball was more than twice the size of Obito's. A blazing white sea of fire with overwhelming momentum swallowed Obito's attack, without a doubt pushing forward with undiminished power. Obito had no choice but to use Kamui, phasing his body to avoid the deadly heat. His single eye beneath the mask filled with shock. What kind of monster are you, kid? How dare you interfere with my plans? Exterminate the Uchiha clan. As long as I'm standing here you won't take a single hair. Ye Tian brushed the ashes from his palms. The Uchiha are Konoha's best enforcers. They'll be useful later. I won't let a gutter rat like you ruin them. Obito steadied himself and laughed arrogantly. You think stalling me will save them? I already knocked out the Uchiha with sleeping drugs. They're all lambs to the slaughter. You really need to get your head checked. You're a complete idiot. Ye Tian cursed outright, full of contempt. You think poisoning on this scale would go unnoticed? Do you take the Uchiha clan head for a blind man or a corpse? Fugaka has been expecting your move all along. Hearing this, Obito's heart sank, knowing his plan for the night was already a complete failure. Burning with rage, he said no more and thrust his right arm upward. Would release wooden stakes technique. A dozen sharp wooden spikes shot from his arm, raining down toward Ye Tian's blind spots. Once struck, the spikes would grow wildly inside the body, bursting it apart. Ye Tian sidestepped along tree trunks, easily dodging all the spikes, then landed firmly on a rock. These pathetic little wooden splinters are an embarrassment. Let me show you what real wood release looks like. Ye Tian held nothing back. His chakra erupted like a volcano. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Rumble. The entire terrain of the back mountain was forcibly reshaped. Hundreds of thick tree roots requiring several people to encircle shattered the rock and burst from the ground. The entire forest came alive. These trees, like raging pythons, blotted out the sky as they twisted toward Obito. The trunks whipping through the air produced deafening sonic booms. Obito's proud taijutsu became a joke under this all-encompassing barrage. He could only rely on backward leaps to create distance. Finally, with no room to retreat, Obito was forced to activate Kamui, phasing his body completely and letting the thick roots pass through him again and again. But he miscalculated. Ye Tian knew the weakness of Kamui perfectly well. As long as the attack was sustained, Obito's phased state could last at most 5 minutes. The endless barrage of tree trunks showed no sign of stopping, wave after wave of relentless assault. A full 5 minutes of high-intensity onslaught left Obito no chance to even catch his breath. Feeling his phase time about to expire, Obito panicked, his single eye filled with disbelief. This kid, does he know the fatal flaw of my dojutsu? And how can he use Hashirama Senju's ultimate wood release? There are plenty of deadly things you don't know. Today I'll make you fertilizer. Ye Tian commanded the last few giant logs to slam down at Obito's landing spot. You got lucky. Won't be so lucky next time. Obito spat out a blustering threat, and a second before his Kamui expired, he used space-time ninjutsu to dive into the ground and flee the battlefield in disgrace. Having driven off Obito, Ye Tian withdrew his chakra and turned to look toward the Uchiha compound. The battle there had already reached its climax. Fugaku and Itachi were locked in a furious exchange in the middle of the street. Sparks from their clashing blades lit up half the night sky. If you continue this stubborn delusion today, I will have to discipline you as a father. Fugaku roared, his attacks growing more fierce. Itachi parried while retorting, his tone filled with morbid obsession. Father, you are too stubborn. Only by erasing all threats according to my method can we ensure the best outcome for Konoha and the clan. Stubborn fool. Fugaku exploded. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, instantly forming a complex Mangekyo pattern. Itachi froze at the sight of those eyes, greatly shaken. Father, I never thought you two had awakened the Mangekyo. These eyes are not yours alone to possess. Stop now, and it's not too late. Fugaku issued his final ultimatum. There's no turning back. Bloodshot lines appeared in Itachi's eyes as he too activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Vast chakra materialized instantly, a crimson half-skeletal ribcage enveloping him. Susanoo, since you won't listen to reason, even if I have to cripple you, I'll keep you here. Fugaku roared, pouring all his ocular power into it. Black chakra exploded with a bang, and a more solid, more oppressive black skeletal structure rose from the ground. Crimson and pitch black, two Susanoo representing destructive power, collided violently in the narrow street. The shockwave flattened the surrounding houses. Ye Tian stood on a distant tall water tower, arms crossed, watching the earth-shattering confrontation with a satisfied whistle. This Mangekyo Sharingan is truly an invaluable weapon. Tonight's show is getting more and more interesting. The two towering chakra giants, Crimson and Black, collapsed in the dense forest outside the Naka Shrine. Wild currents of air sent rocks and broken wood flying clattering onto the scarred ground. Fugaku knelt on one knee, hands on the cracked stone pavement, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin, soaking into the dirt instantly. The high-intensity ocular power duel coupled with the extreme drain of Susanoo had completely exhausted his chakra reserves. 10 meters away, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his Anbu uniform, leaned against a charred tree trunk, his chest heaving just as violently. The standard-issue ninja sword in his hand was chipped, its tip pressed against the ground, propping up his tottering body. Both had exhausted themselves to the brink of collapse. The night wind swept up sparks from the ground. In the distance, the dense sound of breaking air was rapidly approaching. Ninjas from other Konoha clans, drawn by the earth-shattering commotion, were rushing over at full speed. Itachi tilted his head, listening to the approaching wind, without uttering a single word. He pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, and within a few bounds disappeared completely into the thick darkness. Fugaku remained in a half-kneeling position with no intention of rising to stop him. He was too exhausted. Even lifting a finger made his bones protest. The bushes were roughly pushed aside. Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and several other clan heads rushed into the battlefield that had been completely reduced to ruins. Clan leader Fugaku, are you alright? Shikaku Nara swept his gaze over the terrifying destruction around them, his brow deeply furrowed. Such destructive power was undoubtedly the life-and-death struggle of a Kage level. Fugaku closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the intricate Mangekyo pattern in his eyes had faded, reverting to the ordinary three-tomo form. He stood up by leaning on a nearby rock, brushing the dust off his haori. I'm fine. Fugaku exhaled the stale air from his lungs, his voice filled with endless fatigue. Uchiha Itachi has defected. The one who fought me here just now was him. At these words, the clan heads exchanged looks, utterly unable to believe their ears. Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan, Inoichi Yamanaka said in astonishment. Fugaku nodded, pointing at the scorched chakra marks on the ground. I didn't expect that he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His strength is terrifying. He sensed your arrival and retreated ahead of time. As they were still shocked by the earth-shattering news, the pine branches above them rustled slightly. Ye Tian, hands in his pockets, jumped down from a high branch and landed steadily beside Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, are you still in good shape? No missing limbs. Ye Tian's tone was relaxed, completely unfazed by the grim-faced clan heads around him. Seeing Ye Tian, Fugaku's tense nerves finally eased a little. No serious injuries, just need a few days rest. Xiao Tian, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Ye Tian made an okay gesture. Sure, no problem. Shikaku Nara and the others looked around, confirming that there were no other enemies in the vicinity, and staying would not be of much help. After all, this was an internal affair of the Uchiha clan. Too much interference from outsiders could easily breed resentment. Since clan leader Fugaku is safe, we will return to report to the third Hokage and arrange a full-scale search for Uchiha Itachi. Shikaku gave the instruction and led the way as they turned and left. Several dark figures quickly dispersed, leaving only Ye Tian and Fugaku in the ruins. Uncle, let's go. I can see your legs trembling. I'm afraid you'll fall flat on your face after 2 steps. Ye Tian walked over and naturally propped up Fugaku's right arm, shouldering him. The moment their bodies made contact, a signal flare exploded in the depths of Ye Tian's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully touched the key plot character, Uchiha Fugaku. Triggered exclusive choice. Choice 1, obtain Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Choice 2, obtain all of Uchiha Fugaku's lifetime combat experience and taijutsu inheritance. Choice 3, obtain Mangekyo Sharingan Fragment 1. Ye Tian almost screamed with excitement. This damn system finally came through at the most critical moment. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire. That kind of C rank or B rank jutsu nobody would even pick up on the street. Only an idiot would choose it. Fugaku's combat experience. Ye Tian, now with the chakra of the 10 tails, could blast enemies into pieces with his eyes closed just by spamming skills. What need did he have for combat experience? Absolute firepower was the truth. No hesitation. Choose 3. Hurry up and get it for me. Ye Tian screamed in his mind at the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a wise choice. Obtained Mangekyo Fragment 1. Fragment Collection Progress 33. Conditions met, beginning fusion now. The moment the system notification ended, Ye Tian felt 2 streams of domineering pure En release chakra appear out of nowhere in the depths of his mind. These 2 forces surged along his neurons toward his eyes. His optic nerves experienced a searing heat, as if 2 red-hot brands were being shoved into his eye sockets. Yet this heat brought no pain, instead it carried an extreme comfort of soul ascension. Ye Tian could even clearly feel that the internal structure of his eyes was undergoing earth-shattering reorganization and evolution. A long minute passed. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the exclusive Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Left eye technique, time-space teleportation. As long as the host has visited a coordinate location once regardless of distance, spatial barriers can be ignored to achieve instant teleportation and positioning. Right eye technique time stop domain. By activating the dojutsu, it can forcibly halt the flow of time for all matter in the real world, maintaining an absolute stillness for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 shuriken after use. Looking at this extravagantly unreasonable skill description, Ye Tian's steps suddenly halted, and he stood frozen in place. This was utterly ridiculous, ridiculousness itself. The left eye's time-space teleportation was a complete ultimate upgrade of Obito Uchiha's Kimui's space. Fleeing, ambushing, even delivering takeout. This skill was definitely a god-tier support. The right eye was even more exaggerated. Time stop for 2 seconds. This was basically the time skip of Hit the Assassin from Dragon Ball brought into the reality of Naruto. In a world of ninjas with such high attack and low defense, what did 2 seconds of absolute stillness mean? It meant Ye Tian could strut up to any Kaga-level powerhouse, take a rusty dull kunai, and leisurely saw a big gash in their neck. Even with a cooldown of 1 shuriken, it was still ridiculously powerful. If there were no cooldown, he would be the strongest person in the ninja world right now. This was no longer just terrifyingly strong, it was a dimensional attack that shattered the balance of the world. Xiao Tian, why did you stop? Fugaku was baffled by Ye Tian's sudden halt. Ye Tian snapped back to reality, forcing down the ecstatic urge to howl at the sky. He pulled a dry smile. Nothing, uncle. Just stepped on a sharp stone. It hurt my foot. Let's keep going. The two supported each other and walked back to the Uchiha clan compound. On the main street of the compound, the clan members who had been knocked unconscious by Obito and Itachi's drugs were lying scattered on the ground. Many were already groaning and rubbing their heads, gradually waking up. Passing through the gate, they arrived at Fugaku's residence. Uchiha Makoto was pacing anxiously in the courtyard. Seeing her husband return in a disheveled state, supported by Ye Tian, she hurriedly stepped forward, taking hold of Fugaku's other arm. What on earth is going on? Why are so many people unconscious in the compound? What happened outside? Makoto's voice was filled with undisguised panic. Fugaku sat down on the tatami in the living room, took the hot tea Makoto handed him, but didn't drink it. He set the cup down heavily on the low table and uttered a few words. Itachi has defected. He allied with outsiders and attempted to harm the clan. Clatter. The teapot in Makoto's hand fell directly onto the wooden floor, spilling hot tea all over. She covered her mouth, tears bursting forth and streaming down her cheeks. Why? How could that child have turned out like this? He loved this clan so much and doted on Sasuke. Makoto sobbed uncontrollably, completely unable to accept this cruel reality. Fugaku clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. That is the path he chose for himself. From now on, the Uchiha clan has no such person. Watching this sorrowful scene, Ye Tian stood to the side, arms crossed, unable to bear it any longer. Aunt Makoto, don't start mourning just yet. Ye Tian's voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere. That man Itachi is full of schemes within schemes. He stirred up such a commotion this time, likely with some other hidden agenda he doesn't want exposed. The waters run deep here. Fugaku abruptly raised his head, staring at Ye Tian in shock, his breath catching for a moment. Do you know something? This kid's information network was eerily precise. He always seemed to hit the crux of every critical event. Could he truly have seen through the secret dealings between the higher-ups and Itachi? Ye Tian spread his hands, putting on an innocent look. I'm just guessing. The situation is a chaotic mess right now. Some things are better left unsaid. In time, the truth will out. The fox's tail will eventually show. You'll understand then. He certainly couldn't reveal too much. If he blurted out that Itachi was a spy for Akatsuki on Konoha's orders, the whole act would fall apart. Anyway, the Uchiha clan shouldn't be in any grave danger now. Ye Tian gestured towards the door. Those clan members who were drugged should be coming around by now. My work here is done. I'll be heading off. I need to get back to sleep. Fugaku quickly pushed himself up from the table, trying to detain him. Stay for a meal before you go? You've helped our Uchiha clan immensely tonight. If you leave without even a warm meal, people will talk badly about me, Fugaku. Ye Tian waved his hand, declining outright. No. There are 2 people back at my place waiting eagerly for me to start dinner. Sasuke won't be coming back tonight either. I saw things were off this afternoon and packed him off to my place. The kid is safe now, don't worry. Hearing that Sasuke was safe, Makoto's worries finally dissipated. She bowed repeatedly to Ye Tian in gratitude. Fugaku pushed aside the table and walked over to Ye Tian with profound solemnity. He straightened his back and, facing this youth who was a head shorter than him, he bowed deeply. Xiao Tian, thank you so much. Fugaku's words were heavy with sincerity. If you hadn't warned us in advance and intervened at the critical moment to hold that man off, our Uchiha clan might well have been wiped out, turned to dust in Konoha's history. This debt of gratitude is etched into the memory of every Uchiha. Cut the empty pleasantries, Ye Tian said, picking his ear and flicking away imaginary dirt with indifference. It was nothing. Your Uchiha clan has deep roots. With all the red eyes, you'll definitely be Konoha's top combat family. I wouldn't just sit by and watch you get slaughtered by those idiots. Keeping you around will be very useful later. With those arrogant yet straightforward words, Ye Tian turned and walked out the door, disappearing into the night of the Uchiha district. Konoha's streets were especially desolate in the dead of night. The occasional clatter of a stray cat knocking over a trash can broke the silence. Ye Tian strolled along the stone-paved road in high spirits. He was eager to review his bountiful gains from the day. System, open my status panel. It should show some major changes now, right? He thought silently. A translucent red virtual screen visible only to him materialized in the air. Host Ye Tian Silver over 15 million tailed beast 10 tails perfect Jinchuriki mode Kekkei Genkai would release exclusive Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, Space-Time Teleportation Time, Stop Domain, Ninjutsu, Deep Forest Emergence, Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan Shidori, Great Fireball, Great Flame Bomb Water Dragon. Gazing upon this ostentatiously magnificent panel, Ye Tian rubbed his chin with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Ye Tian closed the panel, his mind racing. With the Eternal Mangekyo as a safety net plus the 10 tails infinite chakra, there's no need to bother copying those C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu anymore. It's a waste of slots. From now on, I'll only target those devastating forbidden arts or destructive secret techniques. His goal was clear: to forge himself into a perfect ultimate powerhouse with no weaknesses. No matter how many enemies came, a single screen-clearing ultimate move would settle it all, based on the principle of physical persuasion. Ye Tian's pace was swift, and soon he arrived back at his luxurious mansion in Konoha's central district. Pushing open the heavy vermilion gate, the living room was brightly lit. Naruto was hunched over the coffee table, pen in hand, grimly wrestling with a math worksheet. Yukihime sat on the single sofa nearby, holding a box of cut fruit, munching and critiquing Naruto's homework. And Sasuke Uchiha was sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the corner, arms crossed, brow furrowed. His stomach growled with hunger, but he maintained his cool, aloof Uchiha pride, stubbornly remaining silent. Seeing Ye Tian return, Naruto tossed his pen aside and pounced on him with a wail. "Boss, you're back. I'm starving. Big sis Yukihime said we couldn't eat until you got home. I've already downed 3 glasses of water to fill the void." Ye Tian smacked Naruto's blonde head, pushing him away. "If you're hungry, why didn't you grab some bread from the fridge? Expecting me to be your personal chef every day, huh?" He turned his gaze to Sasuke in the corner and lifted his chin. "Hey brat, your place is being cleaned out tonight. You're crashing here. Come help set the table." Sasuke let out a cold snort, turning his face away. "I don't accept charity. Suit yourself. If you don't eat, go drink the northwest wind in the yard." Ye Tian, not one to indulge him, rolled up his sleeves and headed straight for the kitchen. The sounds of pots clanging and oil sizzling immediately filled the air. Ye Tian's movements were swift and precise, slicing meat, stir-frying, seasoning, all in one fluid motion. In less than half an hour, a lavish feast was laid out on the mahogany dining table. Braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, stir-fried sliced meat, and a large pot of fragrant steaming soup. The aroma was irresistible, wafting straight into one's nostrils. Naruto and Yukihime were already eagerly digging and wolfing down their food. Sasuke swallowed hard, his stomach betraying him with another pathetic growl. He looked at the tantalizing dishes on the table and ultimately surrendered to his biological instincts, slowly shuffling over, picking up his chopsticks. After one bite of the ribs, Sasuke's eyes lit up. His eating pace quickened dramatically, his chopsticks becoming a blur. "Oh, who was it that said they wouldn't accept charity?" Ye Tian mocked mercilessly, holding his rice bowl. "You're eating faster than a pig about to lick the soup clean from the bottom of the bowl." Sasuke's face flushed bright red, nearly choking on his rice. He retorted stubbornly, I need to replenish my energy. A ninja must always maintain peak physical condition. All right, whatever makes you happy." Ye Tian couldn't be bothered to argue, shoveling food into his mouth. The 4 of them, like starving ghosts, devoured every last morsel on the table. After the satisfying meal, they each found a room to rest. In the dead of night, the entire mansion fell into a deep slumber. Ye Tian stood alone on the second-floor balcony, feeling the night breeze against his face. He closed his eyes, channeling chakra from his body into his right eye. Without any hand signs. Time stop. The entire world plunged into absolute silence. A leaf drifting down from the air froze abruptly before Ye Tian. An autumn cricket leaping in the distant grass was suspended mid-hop. Even the wind was forcibly halted. 1 second. 2 seconds. Time resumed its flow. The leaf fell, the cricket landed, and the wind continued. Ye Tian covered his right eye, feeling the negligible drain on his ocular power, and grinned with wild abandon. This power, which seemed to override the very laws of the world, was intoxicating. However, the viper, named Obito Uchiha, lurking in the shadows, was still not completely dead, let alone Danzo hiding in his sewer. These cancers festering in Konoha's shadows were always ready to strike. "You old foxes of the ninja world, your good times are coming to an end." Ye Tian lowered his hand, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with a deadly light in the darkness. The morning sunlight pierced through the lingering mist above Konoha, gilding the rooftops in a warm, radiant glow. In the spacious kitchen on the ground floor of the villa, hot oil crackled and popped in a frying pan. Ye Tian deftly slid 4 golden, perfectly fried eggs onto a white porcelain plate, then grabbed a handful of vibrant green scallions to sprinkle over the sizzling bacon and sausages. The rich aroma of food drifted through the vent and spread across the entire courtyard. A series of urgent, heavy footsteps thundered down the wooden stairs leading to the second floor. Naruto burst into the dining room, a wooden toothbrush clamped between his teeth, his blonde hair a wild, tangled mess. He was covered in white foam and shouted incoherently, "Big brother. On such a great day, aren't you going to walk us to school for registration?" Early the next morning, Ye Tian untied the pure cotton apron from his waist, tossed it forcefully onto the back of a nearby mahogany chair, and strolled into the living room, collapsing onto the plush leather sofa. He carelessly propped his legs up on the marble coffee table, took a casual bite out of an apple, and said with utter disdain, "You're 7 years old, not a baby still nursing. Why would I bother walking you? You could find the school gates with your eyes closed. No need for me to escort you anymore. Going to that lousy school every day to watch a bunch of brats play in the mud is a complete waste of my time making money." At the corner of the second floor, Shueji had changed into a set of light, agile black clothing. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she descended the stairs with a light, graceful step. She reached out and poked Naruto on the back of the head, urging him bluntly, "Forget about him. That guy's already buried himself in a pile of money. Just finish your eggs, and we'll go by ourselves. Don't mind that money grubber." Outside the courtyard's heavy, ornate iron gate, Sasuke was already waiting impatiently. He had his hands shoved deep into his baggy pockets, his foot tapping restlessly against the loose stones by the wall, creating a series of clicking sounds. Naruto wolfed down the rest of his food in a flash, grabbed his backpack, and dashed out. Naruto, Shueji, and Sasuke set off for school together. Watching the 3 kids bicker and head out the door, Ye Tian spat out the apple core, stretched his arms and legs with a long, lazy yawn, and his joints cracked and popped like roasting beans. He turned over, pulled a cushion over his head, and closed his eyes to continue his nap, savoring the rare, quiet morning. The day flew by amidst the mundane theory classes and exhausting physical training. As the heavy brass bell of the Ninja Academy rang out, signaling the end of the day, hordes of students streamed out of the school gates. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the entire village of Konoha in a deep, rich orange, and the fiery clouds on the horizon blazed like burning flames. When Sasuke was heading home alone, he parted ways with Naruto and the others at a bustling intersection, taking the path that led back to the Uchiha clan's territory. This secluded path wound past a series of small woods. It was late autumn, and the biting wind swept up the dead leaves from the ground, sending them spiraling down in the air. The silence around him was unnerving. There was no birdsong, no insect chirping, only the sharp crack of dry twigs breaking under Sasuke's feet. The tall shadows of the trees were stretched long by the setting sun, crisscrossing the path like grotesque clawing monsters. Sasuke kept his head down, replaying the attack moves from today's taijutsu class in his mind. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound came out of nowhere from his blind spot. The attack was so fast that Sasuke had no time to react, not even to turn his head. He only felt a fierce gust of wind graze his cheek, followed by a searing pain. A warm liquid immediately welled up, trickling down his chin and staining his dark collar with a small, stark patch of crimson. Itachi hadn't gone far after all. He had been waiting for Sasuke here, and he threw a kunai that sliced a gash across Sasuke's face. The kunai embedded itself in a tree trunk 3 meters ahead, its ring still vibrating violently with a low metallic hum. Sasuke quickly looked over, clutching his wounded cheek, and spun around. Silhouetted against the last glow of the setting sun, a figure wearing the ANBU uniform crouched silently on a thick branch. The person was backlit face, hidden in shadows, betraying no emotion. It was his own brother. Recognizing the figure, Sasuke forgot his wound and ran forward a few steps in joyful surprise, looking up with a smile. "Brother, did you come to pick me up from school?" Uchiha Itachi looked down from his perch at his younger brother, the one he once cherished most. His hands hung loosely at his sides. The 3 black tomo in his eyes began to spin faster and faster until they merged into a complex 4-pointed shuriken pattern. Itachi spoke, "My foolish little brother, if you still cannot see your own inadequacy, then let me show you today." Itachi's voice was flat, devoid of any warmth, like a cold, heavy hammer striking down. As the words left his mouth, the Mangekyo in his eyes erupted with a sinister crimson glow. He immediately activated Tsukuyomi to attack Sasuke. The world around Sasuke twisted and collapsed in a cataclysmic distortion. The once orange sky drained of all life, turning into a sickening blood red. A colossal black moon hung overhead, radiating a suffocating, oppressive light. Everything around him was dyed in stark shades of black, white, and red. Sasuke was brutally stripped of control over his own body. To his horror, he found himself bound tightly to a giant wooden cross. The rough, hard rope bit deep into his flesh, scraping his skin raw, leaving him no room to struggle. Where is this? Brother, what kind of joke is this? Let me down. Sasuke struggled desperately the ropes, leaving stark, bloody marks on his wrists as immense panic engulfed him. The dry ground beneath him turned into a pool of black water, ripples spreading in eerie circles. Then countless bubbles rose from the depths. Hundreds of Uchiha Itachis slowly emerged from the water, surrounding the cross in a tight circle. Each Itachi held a long, sharp samurai sword. In this world of Tsukuyomi, space-time and matter are all under my control. All the Itachis spoke in unison, their overlapping voices thundering across the blood-red sky. The Itachi at the front raised his blade, and without a moment's hesitation thrust it into Sasuke's abdomen. The excruciating pain shattered Sasuke's mental defenses. The horrifying sensation of the metal blade twisting his internal organs, the suffocating feeling of blood flooding his throat, were all transmitted to his brain with absolute fidelity. A piercing scream echoed madly in the vast emptiness, stabbing at his own eardrums. But this was merely an appetizer. Sasuke was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights within Itachi's Tsukuyomi. In this world where the flow of time was infinitely stretched, Sasuke endured the inhuman agony of countless sword piercings, dismemberment, and being burned alive. On the first day, he was still crying and begging for mercy, pleading for the brother who once carried him on his back in the sunset and gently poked his forehead to stop. On the second day, his voice was completely hoarse, his tears were all cried out, and his vocal cords were torn, leaving only a hissing sound of air escaping. He no longer begged, only a profound terror and despair in the face of endless suffering remained. By the third day, the extreme pain and overwhelming strain on his body had pushed his mind past the brink of collapse. Under the baptism of blood, his profound terror crystallized into a tangible, seething hatred. Intense hatred, like wild grass, crazily sprouted and spread in the depths of his heart. The brother who used to carry him on his back for walks in the sunset was dead. The one standing before him now was a merciless, complete madman and his sworn enemy. By the end, his hatred was solely directed at Itachi. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Sasuke's mouth was full of blood, his eyeballs bloodshot and turned crimson from extreme congestion. The overwhelming rage completely shattered Sasuke's rational defenses. Driven by this fury, he unexpectedly activated his Sharingan's second tomo directly. Within his originally pitch-black pupils, 2 crimson tomos spun wildly, radiating a malice and hatred that sought to destroy everything. Outside the Jinjutsu space, Itachi watched the 2 tomo pattern emerge in Sasuke's eyes, and a huge wave of shock surged within him. This was something Itachi hadn't anticipated. He had merely planned to use Jinjutsu to stimulate Sasuke's eye development, but he never expected the boy, driven by extreme rage, to bypass the single tomo threshold and awaken the double tomo. Seeing his goal achieved and knowing that further torment would completely shatter the boy's mind and leave him an idiot, Itachi released the Jinjutsu. In the real world, only a single second had passed. Sasuke's knees slammed heavily onto the muddy ground, his body curling up like a shrimp as he vomited copious amounts of acidic fluid. Drenched in cold sweat, he was completely drained of the strength to even stand. Itachi walked up to him and said, "Live on in this pathetic, miserable state. If you ever wish for revenge, then come find me with eyes like mine." With that, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan once more. The intricate pattern blazed with an intense red light. In his final moment of consciousness, Sasuke caught a glimpse of Itachi's Mangekyo, its image seared deeply into his fading retinas. Sasuke tried to speak, but no sound came out. Darkness closed in, and he collapsed unconscious. The heavy smell of medicine mixed with the scent of straw mats invaded his nostrils. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he was already home. He bolted upright from his futon, gasping for breath. He was in his familiar bedroom, with the pale light of dawn filtering in through the door. The paper door slid open. Fugaku Uchiha entered carrying a bowl of warm water. Seeing his younger son drenched in sweat, he set the bowl down on the low table. "You passed out in the forest yesterday. A patrol member carried you back. What exactly happened just now?" Fugaku sat down cross-legged, his tone stern. Sasuke gripped the edge of his blanket tightly, his knuckles turning white. Every detail of the Tsukuyomi world was etched into his very bones. Finally, he told Fugaku what had happened, recounting the encounter with Itachi and the inhuman torture he had endured exactly as it had occurred. "He's a madman. He's completely changed." Sasuke looked up and roared in fury. Finally, Sasuke also revealed his 2 tomo Sharingan. The 2 tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, their red glow glaringly bright in the dim room. The hand holding Fugaku's teacup froze midair. He was so shocked that he didn't even notice the scalding hot tea splashing onto the back of his hand. 7 years old. A 2 tomo Sharingan at 7. In the entire history of the Uchiha clan, such a prodigious speed of eye development was practically unheard of. Fugaku's feelings were complex. His eldest son had defected and become a top-ranked missing nin of Konoha. Now his youngest son was being forced into awakening such terrifying potential. "Get some rest. You don't need to go to school for the next few days. Fugaka stood up, concealing the turmoil within him, and quickly walked out of the room. The days that followed returned to a semblance of normalcy. The group went to school, came home, and then trained. Every day Naruto and Sasuke would engage in hundreds of taijutsu spars and ninjutsu clashes on the open ground behind the mountain. Driven by their mutual stubbornness and refusal to lose, the roar of the Rasengan and the explosions of the fireball jutsu echoed continuously. The surrounding trees were practically stripped bare of their bark from the impact. Yukahime practiced precise chakra control nearby, occasionally using water release to cool down the two idiots who were getting a bit too heated in their fight. Ye Tian, on the other hand, lounged on the highest branch munching on an apple while observing his three companions below covered in mud and panting heavily from exhaustion. He had no need to train as hard as they did. His power had long since reached an unfathomable level. Time passed swiftly like this, and 5 years went by. Over these 5 years, a few new streets were added to Konoha, and the statue of Hiruzen Sarutobi on the Hokage Rock bore a few more marks of age. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had grown significantly taller, shedding their childhood innocence and gaining a sharpness in their brows that belonged to true shinobi. During these 5 years, Ye Tian had perfected his scam business. At a corner of a bustling commercial street, he deliberately bumped into a passing Umbu operative, his palm naturally slapping onto the man's arm. The familiar mechanical voice in his mind sounded right on time. Target detected. Please choose a replication option 1. Water release, water wave 2. Earth release, earth flow wall 3. 100,000 Rio. Ye Tian dusted off his clothes, not even bothering to apologize, and mentally commanded, choose 3. For the past 5 years, Ye Tian had always chosen the Rio option. With every person he touched, never a jutsu. He had long since looked down on those inferior techniques. With the customized perfect Ten Tails form as his foundation, granting him unlimited chakra coupled with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his time-stop domain. Conventional C-rank and B-rank jutsu were a complete waste of his skill slots. All he wanted was money. Hoard money obsessively. Unlocking the system's shop required a massive reserve of funds. The price of the items needed to resurrect his parents would surely be astronomical. Ye Tian's current savings would make even the third Hokage green with envy. Besides his relentless accumulation of wealth, the ninja world had been remarkably peaceful over these 5 years. There had been no news of Itachi Uchiha. Obito, the one who wore the spiral mask and had made bold claims during the night of the clan's massacre, also hadn't returned to Konoha to stir up any trouble. What surprised Ye Tian the most was Danzo. Even that rat Danzo had not appeared again. After losing one Mangekyo Sharingan and his entire arm, the old scoundrel had truly hidden in the shadows for 5 years, to the point where the entire ninja world seemed to have completely forgotten his existence. But beneath this calm surface of the sea, undercurrents were already surging violently. Various factions were desperately amassing power. Today Ye Tian stood on the spacious balcony on the second floor of his villa. A cool night breeze ruffled his short hair. He tossed a silver coin in his hand, his gaze fixed on the direction of Konoha's main gate. Many shinobi from other villages clad in strange outlandish attire had appeared on the streets. These were clearly scouts sent to gather information. Ye Tian's hands suddenly clenched, trapping the silver coin in his palm with a sharp crack. He knew exactly what they were waiting for. They were all waiting for the Chunin exams. That perfect stage capable of overturning the very foundations of Konoha and capturing the attention of the entire ninja world. After hiding for 5 years, it's time to come out for some air. Ye Tian crushed the silver coin in his hand, sparks of lightning release crackling from his fingertips as he turned the metal into powder that scattered in the wind. An extremely dangerous, killing intent flashed through his pitch-black eyes, and he curled his lips into a cold, mirthless smile. The chess game that had been stagnant for 5 years was finally about to see its final reshuffling. This time he would absolutely show all the enemies hiding in the shadows what a true one-sided stomp felt like. The morning breeze filtered through the window screen that was not fully closed, bringing in a hint of fresh air laced with the astringent scent of grass. Sunlight cast a long, bright streak across the floor where dust motes danced chaotically up and down within the beam. Naruto kicked open the wooden bedroom door, his messy blonde hair sticking up like a bird's nest, and strode swiftly toward Ye Tian's bed. As he walked, he swallowed the burnt toast in his mouth, then grabbed the thin blanket with both hands. "Brother, stop sleeping. Get up now." With a sudden yank, Naruto sent the blanket flying to the floor, shouting, "Teacher Irika specifically notified everyone yesterday. Today is the official graduation exam. We have to report to school. Your absence means automatic elimination." Ye Tian rolled over in bed, grabbed a pillow, and pressed it tightly over his head, protesting in a muffled voice, "Screw school. What can that lousy place teach besides wasting a beautiful morning? I'm not going. I want to sleep." "Absolutely not. Today is the critical moment that determines whether we can become real ninjas. This is the first step toward becoming Hokage." Seeing that words were useless, Naruto took direct action, grabbing Ye Tian's arms and dragging him bodily off the bed. Ye Tian could not resist this stubborn blonde kid. He got up reluctantly, grabbed a washed-out shirt nearby, threw it on, and slipped his bare feet into his shoes. Walking along the cobblestone path to school, the sunlight warmed his back. Ye Tian kicked a pebble on the roadside, producing a crisp clatter. He bitterly complained in his mind about this so-called graduation ceremony. 5 years, a whole 5 years. Since the first day he registered, he had walked around the classroom, once learned the door, and never returned. This so-called graduation exam was nothing but a pointless formality for wage slaves. Aside from getting a lousy headband, you couldn't learn a single useful killing technique. Soon the two stepped through the gates of the ninja academy, followed the noisy corridor, and entered the familiar classroom. As Ye Tian crossed the threshold, the classroom, which had been so noisy it could lift the roof, fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Dozens of heads turned in unison, countless gazes locked onto the legendary truant king, who had only appeared once on registration day. Shikamaru, propping his chin, let the blade of grass he was holding fall onto the desk. Choji, holding a chip, froze mid-air, forgetting to put it in his mouth. This truant maniac actually showed up on the last day to clock in. Ye Tian completely ignored the strange atmosphere, yawned widely, walked straight to an empty seat by the window, folded his arms on the desk, and continued his nap. The heavy sound of the door being pushed open broke the classroom's silence. Irika, with a long scar across his nose, strode to the podium, holding a thick stack of exam lists, and slammed them onto the desk. Irika cleared his throat, picked up a piece of chalk, and tapped it sharply on the blackboard. Everyone quiet. Today's graduation exam subjects are the clone technique and the transformation technique. As long as you pass these two, you will officially become a qualified genin. Hearing this, Ye Tian mentally flipped him off. What's the use of this idiotic exam? Apart from feeding the enemy, what else can it do? If those civilian ninjas without any family secret techniques go to the real meat grinder battlefield, they won't even know the most basic offensive ninjutsu. What should they do when they encounter an enemy? Perform a sexy transformation technique for them, or create 2 illusory clones to entertain the opponent. What kind of graduation is this? It's purely using civilians' lives to fill the holes on the battlefield. The exam proceeded orderly. The first few students completed their demonstrations stammeringly. Irika's eyes scanned the list and called out the name that gave him a headache, Bluffing Ye Tian. Ye Tian stood up and slowly walked to the podium. Without any extra words, he crossed his fingers, chakra rapidly circulating in his body. Bang! A thick white smoke suddenly exploded on the podium. As the smoke cleared, a perfect replica of Irika stood on the podium, down to the exact length of the scar on his face and the fine wrinkles on his uniform. Then he formed a seal with one hand. Another crisp bang, and a solid shadow clone stood steadily beside the original, even the breathing frequency perfectly synchronized. The operation was smooth and fluid without any hesitation. A textbook demonstration. Irika's mouth hung wide open, his pen hovering over the roster, unable to write. A guy who had never attended a single class in 5 years actually mastered these 2 basic ninjutsu to such perfection. Bluffing Ye Tian. Perfect pass. Irika swallowed and announced loudly. Next came Naruto. The blonde kid leaped onto the podium with high spirits. The same perfect transformation, the same solid clone, and his movements were even more crisp and clean than Ye Tian's. Ever since Ye Tian forcibly helped him sort out the relationship with the tenant in his belly, Naruto's chakra control had experienced an epic volcanic eruption. Minato Namikaze in the sealed space was an even more dedicated personal tutor, cramming his entire life's knowledge into Naruto's mind over 5 years. After 5 years, Naruto's strength had been completely reborn. As for whether Minato's chakra would run out, in the 4th year, Ye Tian directly extracted the Ten-Tails chakra and gave his father a massive, long-lasting charge, enough to keep him floating for another 10 years without worrying about disappearing. Sasuke Uchiha, sitting in the corner, tightly gripped his pencil, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. He stared at the former dead last on the podium, and a strong sense of defeat surged to his head. Naruto's progress was too astonishing. Even the Uchiha genius felt an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain bearing down on him. The exam was completely over. Irika put away the roster, his tone filled with undisguised relief. Those who remain here are all qualified genin. Everyone please wait patiently in the classroom. The team leading jonin will come to guide you into your respective squads. Naruto sidled up to Ye Tian's desk, pressing his palms together and bowing like a prayer. Brother, it would be great if we could be assigned to the same squad. Then I could follow you every day and not have to worry about others' opinions. Ye Tian changed his posture and continued lying down, not even lifting his eyelids, his voice lazy. A wage slave moves bricks the same wherever he goes. It doesn't matter which group I'm assigned to. You can't expect me to be your full-time babysitter every day, can you? Walking on your own 2 feet is the right way. Naruto scratched the back of his head, reluctant, pouting. But I still want to be in the same group as you. I'm not familiar with anyone else. What if I get ostracized? Let fate decide. Wherever we're assigned we go. Ye Tian stretched, cutting off his wishful thinking. Time passed bit by bit, and the students in the classroom were taken away one by one. A full hour passed, and the sunset glow had already filtered through the windows, dyeing half the classroom a deep orange. A man with silver hair and a black mask lazily pushed the door open, one hand in his pocket, his dead fish eyes scanning the few remaining people. Naruto jumped up and pointed at the newcomer, shouting excitedly, "Brother Kakashi, you're also a team leader. That's great. We're definitely in." Kakashi raised a hand in greeting and pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket. "Yo, everyone's quite lively. I'll read the names: Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno Sakura. You three follow me." Naruto's smile instantly collapsed. He pointed at the still drowsing Ye Tian and demanded loudly, "What about my brother? Isn't he coming with us?" Kakashi turned and stepped out, his voice muffled through the mask. "He has a different teacher to lead his team. He's not in my roster." Watching the three leave dejectedly, Ye Tian continued lying on the desk, idly counting the leaves falling with the wind outside the window, waiting for his mystery teacher. Another hour and a half passed. Ye Tian felt as if his limbs were rusting and growing mushrooms. The heavy wooden door was finally pushed open again. A short-haired man in a green vest wearing a leaf-style forehead protector strode in quickly. He looked around the empty classroom and took out a list to check. "Bluffing Ye Tian Shangong Shueji Yumi. You three follow me." Led by Yamato. Ye Tian rubbed his stiff neck and rose to follow the man. Shueji and the short-haired girl named Yumi also quickened their pace to keep up. The group traversed a corridor and arrived at an open clearing behind the ninja academy. Weeds thrived at the edges, while the packed earth in the center bore the marks of countless footsteps. Yamato turned around, crossed his arms, and adopted a teacher's demeanor. "Nice to meet you all. I am Yamato. From now on you may call me Yamato-sensei, or Team Leader Yamato. For our first team exercise, let's start with introductions. Focus on the type of jutsu you excel at the most." Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Ye Tian spoke without hesitation. "My name is Namikaze Ye Tian. As for my specialties, I have a broad range of skills. It seems I'm proficient in a bit of every chakra nature." An abrupt, heavy silence fell over the clearing. Shueji and Yumi stared at him with dark lines forming on their foreheads. Yamato's eye twitched violently. "I asked for an introduction, not for you to boast. Proficient in all natures. Do you think you're the third Hokage, the one revered as the professor of ninjutsu?" Observing their incredulous expressions, Ye Tian spread his hands and reluctantly revised his statement. "Fine, I'll drop the act. My true specialties are lightning release, wind release, and fire release. After all, these three natures produce the most spectacular effects in battle, making one look quite formidable." Yamato, disregarding the one who seemed to be spinning tall tales, turned his gaze towards Shueji, signaling her to proceed. "My name is Yumiya Shueji. I specialize in water release and have considerable skill in chakra shape manipulation," Shueji answered succinctly. "I am Yumi," the short-haired girl beside her said, appearing somewhat timid as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. "My chakra reserves are limited, so I focus on medical ninjutsu, providing support for the team." Ye Tian stroked his chin, offering a professional assessment of the team's composition. Two offensive mages in the core damage positions, supported by a pure healer. This is a solid setup for a dungeon run. Sustained combat won't be an issue, and the margin for error is extremely high. Bewildered by these strange terms, Yamato decided to lay his cards on the table to command the situation. "My specialty is wood release, which I use for both control and defense." As soon as he said this, Shueji and Yumi froze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to process what they had just heard. "Wood release?" Shueji blurted out, her voice rising an octave. "Is it the same invincible wood release the first Hokage used to quell the warring states and subdue the tailed beasts?" Yamato scratched the back of his head, letting out an awkward cough. The first Hokage's level was creating forests with his bare hands, a divine technique that alters the very terrain. Mine is a simplified version for growing trees, useful for construction or auxiliary control. It can't compare to the first Hokage's might. Ye Tian looked away, a torrent of silent mockery flooding his mind. This Yamato must have run away from a comedy troupe. A simplified version of wood release. Hashirama Senju was on a level of divine destruction, while this guy is at best a carpenter for interior decoration, specializing in move-in-ready apartments. Although Yamato wasn't entirely wrong. The first was a forest creator, Yamato is just a master carpenter building houses. Yamato, recovering from his brief embarrassment, produced two silver bells tied with red strings from his ninja tool pouch. He dangled them in the air, their crisp chime echoing softly across the clearing. "Enough small talk. Time to test your combat coordination. See these bells? If you can snatch them from me before sunset, your whole team passes." Ye Tian rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. Not this bell-snatching routine again, just like Kakashi. Did all Konoha Jonin attend the same training seminar? Their assessment methods were practically ancestral traditions, completely devoid of originality. Ye Tian turned to Shueji and Yumi, quickly outlining a strategy and taking on the leader's role. "No need to drag this out. You two stay back and provide support. I'll take the lead and probe his defenses." Wait for the right opening before launching your jutsu. Don't break formation. They nodded firmly, without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, Ye Tian's feet exploded against the ground, carving a shallow crater in the earth and sending dirt flying. 10 sharp kunai screaming through the air with a piercing whistle flew from various angles towards Yamato's vital points. Simultaneously, Ye Tian vanished from his spot, moving so fast that only a blurry afterimage remained. Yamato, who had been somewhat nonchalant, felt his muscles tense as he faced this overwhelming and lethal assault, immediately shifting into a high-alert combat stance. This speed, this power. The file said he never even attended the academy, that he was a chronic truant. Where did this terrifying combat explosiveness come from? Could the intelligence be wrong? Yamato's fingers flew through hand signs as chakra surged rapidly through his channels. A rough piece of wood split from his shoulder, rapidly elongating and morphing into a lifelike wood clone that charged forward to intercept the 10 kunai. Just as Yamato's main body retreated to create distance, a piercing voice cut through the air from above. Now, he's above you. Ye Tian was already hanging upside down from a thick branch, hands forming a simple seal as his chest swelled dramatically. Fire release, great fireball technique. An absurdly massive ball of blazing fire plummeted down, its roiling flames instantly consuming the oxygen in the air, scorching the leaves of the plants below with its intense heat. Below, Shui Ji reacted swiftly, pressing her palms together and channeling her chakra. Water release, water waved. A powerful torrent of water shot out like a high-pressure hose, targeting Yamato's lower body to seal his escape route. Yumi, gathering her courage, threw 3 kunai with precision, aiming for the spots where Yamato was likely to land as he retreated. This flawless, three-dimensional assault left Yamato with no room to evade, forcing him to withstand the combined attack. Wood release, wood locking wall. A row of thick, semicircular wooden pillars burst from the ground, encasing Yamato in a sturdy, dome-like fortress of impenetrable defense. Boom. The colossal fireball slammed into the wooden pillars, erupting in a deafening explosion, with flames leaping high into the sky. Yamato had expected his absolute defense to easily weather the first wave, but he hadn't anticipated the fireball's temperature and impact to far exceed that of a standard C-rank jutsu. Under the relentless blazing heat and violent impact, the wood-locking wall held for less than 2 seconds before emitting a cracking sound of failure. It was charred black and then shattered completely under the immense force. Scorching hot air mixed with burning splinters of wood flew in all directions, the oppressive heat rushing straight towards Yamato's face. Forced to abandon his defense, Yamato rolled across the ground repeatedly, narrowly escaping the fireball's core blast zone, though a large section of his clothes hem was still singed black. He dropped to one knee, patting out the sparks on his sleeve, and stared panting heavily at Ye Tian, who had landed steadily nearby, without even a hint of labored breathing. This kid's attacking power is unreasonably immense. It matches the high-level reports perfectly. With this destructive force, you simply can't judge his abilities by his age. If this kid keeps training for a few more years, he wouldn't even need a teacher. He could just lead this team himself. Yamato stood up, tucked the bells back into his pouch, and clapped his hands together firmly. The test is over. I have a good understanding of the situation now. Your teamwork is exceptional, and your tactical execution is highly impressive, Yamato said, his tone filled with unmistakable praise. We'll disband for today. Go home and get some rest. Report to the Hokage's office tomorrow at 8 in the morning. I've just accepted a real mission, and we'll be undertaking it together. The team responded in unison, understood. They then gathered their tools and headed their separate ways home. Ye Tian strolled back to the villa with Shui Ji under the glow of the setting sun. Pushing open the heavy door, the house felt empty and quiet. Naruto's mud-caked sneakers were absent from the shoe rack. It's almost completely dark, and that blonde still isn't back. Ye Tian walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. Looks like it's following the original plot. That sly Kakashi is probably having them chase after bells right now. Let's go see what's happening. The current Naruto wasn't the same deadlast who couldn't even control his chakra properly, unlike in the original story. With the mighty Minato giving him private lessons daily within the seal space, his strength had already skyrocketed several levels. If Kakashi were to underestimate him, he'd be in for a nasty surprise. With this thought, Ye Tian decisively set down his cup, turned, and left swiftly, making his way to Naruto's training ground. The third training ground in the forests behind the Hidden Leaf Village. The forest air was thick with the acrid smell of scorched earth from explosive tags, the ground riddled with craters. Upon arriving, Ye Tian suppressed his presence entirely, his toes barely touching the ground as he landed silently on a branch of a tall ancient tree. Through the gaps in the dense foliage, the intense battle unfolding in the clearing below was fully visible. The wind brushed against his cheeks, carrying a chilling, murderous aura. In the center of the clearing, Naruto clasped his hands together in a cross-shaped seal, a solid shadow clone standing beside him, their palms pressed together. High-density chakra spun and compressed violently, the screeching sound of friction filling the entire training ground. A sphere of blue light radiating terrifying destructive power took shape in Naruto's palm. Kakashi stood 10 meters away, his exposed eye wide with shock. I can't believe your brother taught you an A-rank forbidden jutsu like this. On the other side, two black tomos spun distinctly within Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. His hands blurred through hand signs, chakra gathering in his throat. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A wave of roaring flames swept across the ground, forming a massive wall of fire that sealed off all of Kakashi's escape routes. As for Sakura Haruno, she stood far away, frozen in place, her legs weak and trembling, completely lost and unable to intervene. Faced with this perilous pincer attack, Kakashi finally shed his playful demeanor. Assessing the situation, he declared, "Looks like I'll have to get a bit serious after all." Kakashi's right hand hung low and powerful lightning-released chakra surged instantly. Crackle. Dazzling blue-white lightning danced wildly in his palm. The visible violent lightning nature chakra rapidly condensed in his right hand, emitting a heart-stopping screech of electric discharge. Raikiri. Sasuke stared at the mass of violent lightning, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of jutsu was that? How could raw chakra condense into such a tangible, destructive blade of lightning? Kakashi's form blurred into motion, moving so fast he left afterimages. He easily dodged Sasuke's fireball, his right hand wreathed in unstoppable thunder, charging straight for Naruto. Come on. Naruto showed no fear, raising his Rasengan and slamming it towards the incoming Kakashi. Raikiri clashed directly with Naruto's Rasengan. The two top-tier jutsu, each capable of splitting mountains, collided in the center of the clearing. A massive storm of energy erupted instantly. As the blinding light of the explosion burst forth, chaotic currents and gales expanded wildly in a ring formation. The surrounding trees swayed violently, and flying rocks and sand obscured the view. The moment the smoke cleared, a small figure cried out in pain, sent flying backward by the immense recoil force like a cannonball, smashing into the ground far away, carving a long trench into the earth. It was Naruto. Standing on the tree, arms crossed, Ye Tian looked down upon the scene and commented with a shake of his head, "Looks like the kid's Rasengan is still immature. Its chakra density can't match the refined Raikiri that Kakashi has honed through countless battles. Otherwise, there's no way Kakashi could have sent him flying with a single blow." Seeing Naruto struggling to get up on the ground, Ye Tian decided to stop being a bystander. He pushed off the branch with sudden force, the thick limb groaning under the strain. His entire form became a black streak of lightning, leaping directly from the canopy, dozens of meters high, plummeting straight towards the center of the clearing. A rustling sound of leaves echoed from above the canopy. Ye Tian's feet propelled him, his body gracefully leaving the tree trunk, tracing a clean parabola through the air before his feet landed firmly on the dirt in front of Naruto, crushing a few withered yellow leaves. He looked down at his disheveled blonde-haired brother, arms crossed over his chest, unsparingly unleashing his taunts. "I keep telling you to sweat and train hard, but all you do all day is whine and complain about being tired. Now you see your own worth. This is called get good. Being bad and loving to play just makes you free XP for others." Naruto's face flushed red with shame at his brother's biting scolding. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his mud-stained sleeve, pushed himself up unsteadily, and stood. A defiant fire burned in his blue eyes. "Big brother, stop scolding. I promise I'll train like crazy from now on, no more slacking off or complaining about being tired. Remember what you just said." Ye Tian snorted. 10 meters away, Kakashi Hatake leisurely tucked his orange-covered book, Ica Paradise, back into his ninja tool pouch. He stepped forward through the debris, his single eye scanning Ye Tian. His tone was lazy, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Yo, Ye Tian, you're here to join the fun too." Kakashi stopped, his gaze returning to the three pathetic genin before him. He scratched his gravity-defying silver hair and delivered his final verdict. "Let's call it a day. Look at the state you're in. If I hadn't held back an ocean's worth of power, you three wouldn't even have ashes left. You had absolutely no chance." Kakashi's carefree attitude vanished. His presence darkened, and his sharp gaze cut across each of their faces like a blade. In conclusion, this team's teamwork is a negative number. Catastrophic even. Kakashi raised a finger, pointing at Naruto. "Naruto, you have no concept of coordination whatsoever. You just recklessly charge headfirst at any enemy, a textbook case of a foolish brawler." Naruto's neck shrank, his previously puffed-out chest deflating instantly. Kakashi's finger moved, pointing at Sasuke. "Sasuke, your battle logic only includes yourself. You only think about your own combos, completely ignoring your comrades' positions and situations. You treat your teammates like they're invisible." Sasuke turned his face away, biting his lower lip, unable to find a rebuttal despite his inner frustration. Finally, Kakashi's gaze fixed on Sakura Haruno. "As for you, Sakura, the moment the fight started, you stood there like a wooden post, spacing out and playing spectator the whole time. Imagine this performance on a real battlefield. The enemy's kunai would have sliced your throats 100 times over." Each word struck home, stripping away their pitiful shreds of pride. Ye Tian stood by, offering no comment. Internally, he fully agreed with Kakashi's harsh assessment. The shinobi world was a massive meat grinder. Would ruthless killers give you time to strategize? Would they wait for you to strike a pose before forming hand signs? The moment a blade touches your artery, any hesitation becomes a death warrant. Kakashi turned his back to them and waved a hand dismissively. Dismissed for today. In future battles, use your brains and think about your comrades. Don't leave your backs to the air. The setting sun painted the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village in a deep orange hue. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura trudged home along the stone paths, heads hanging low, steps heavy. The sunset stretched their shadows long, making them look utterly dejected. Ye Tian strolled casually beside Naruto, hands in his pockets, silent. Pushing open the ornate iron gate of their estate, and crossing the spacious courtyard, the two entered the living room. On the leather sofa, Yukiji sat cross-legged, munching on a bright red apple. Hearing the commotion, she glanced at the wall clock and asked, "It's almost completely dark. Why are you two so late?" Ye Tian walked to the shoe rack, slipped on his slippers, and replied casually, "Went to the training ground and watched Naruto's team leader's assessment test for a bit. Got held up." He tossed his jacket aside and headed straight for the spacious open-concept kitchen. The range hood hummed deeply and a blue flame danced to life on the gas stove. Ye Tian expertly poured oil into the wok and added the sliced pork belly. Sizzle! The hot oil crackled and popped, and a rich, savory aroma of meat filled the air. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the wok, flames leaping high along its rim. He added minced garlic and green peppers, stir-fried for a few moments, then drizzled in a circle of light soy sauce. The entire kitchen was filled with an appetizing, smoky fragrance. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were set upon the rosewood dining table: home-style stir-fried pork, steamed sea-based garlic choy sum, and a pot of spare ribs and winter melon soup. Naruto caught the aroma and instantly cast aside the frustrations from the training ground, devouring his meal with voracious speed, his cheeks bulging as he shoveled rice into his mouth. After the 3 had eaten their fill and washed up, they retired early to their rooms. The night passed without a word, time quietly slipping away amid the chirping of insects outside the window. The next morning, the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the air carried a hint of late autumn chill. Naruto sprang up from his bed like a leaping carp, quickly pulled on his orange jacket, snatched a piece of bread from the table, and darted out the door with it clamped between his teeth, heading to the meeting point designated by Kakashi. Now that they had a team leader, it meant they had officially stepped into the ranks of Genin and begun taking on missions assigned by the village. Ye Tian was not idle either. He changed into a sharp black outfit and strapped his ninja tool pouch to the outside of his thigh. Shueiji had been waiting in the living room for some time. The two left together, heading toward the Hokage office building. The morning streets of Konoha were bustling with noise, steam rising from the bun stalls and vendors' cries overlapping. The two made their way through the lively district and ascended the stone steps of the Hokage building. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the Hokage's office, 2 people were already standing inside. One was Yamato, wearing a green flak jacket and a Konoha forehead protector with a mask. The other was a girl with a short bob, very delicate in appearance, named Yumi. Seeing Ye Tian and Shueiji enter, Yamato cleared his throat and cut straight to the point. "Since everyone is here, let's start briefing our first official mission." Yamato unrolled a scroll stamped with a red seal. "This mission we've taken is a subjugation task targeting a band of mountain bandits lurking on the border of the Land of Fire." Yamato tapped his finger twice heavily on the map within the scroll, his tone turning extremely grim. "Don't think these are just ordinary bandits. According to intelligence, this group is mixed with a large number of rogue ninjas. The weakest among them are at Genin level, and the ringleader is likely a renegade ninja with elite Jonin level strength. Facing enemies of this caliber, even I must be fully alert and never let my guard down." With that, Yamato shifted his tone, his gaze falling on Ye Tian, and the tension in his face eased slightly. "However, the composition of our team is very special. With a prodigy like him among us, if we run into truly tough opponents, there's no need to be overly nervous. Just follow the tactical coordination." As soon as Yamato finished speaking, everyone in the office turned their eyes sharply toward Ye Tian. Feeling uncomfortable under the direct stares, Ye Tian spread his hands and protested with an innocent look. "Don't all look at me like I'm some rare animal. I'm a law-abiding normal person, a bona fide champion of pure love. Don't pin labels on me." From behind his desk, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, tapped his old pipe to knock out the ash and chuckled. "All right, enough fooling around. This mission is a joint commission from a wealthy border village to our Konoha. Because of the high danger level, they offered a generous reward, a full 1 million ryo. 1 million ryo. The moment those words were spoken, Ye Tian's ears perked up and his earlier nonchalant demeanor vanished, his eyes gleaming with greed. 1 million. This job is promising. Ye Tian pressed eagerly. "Old man, how exactly will the reward be split?" Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and explained unhurriedly. "According to village rules, for missions of this level, the village takes a cut of 10,000 ryo as an administrative fee. The remaining 900,000 Ryo is entirely up to your team to decide the distribution among yourselves. Yamato rubbed his chin and proposed a fair plan. In the ninja world, strength speaks. For this mission, we'll see who contributes the most and who takes down the most important enemy heads. Then they get the largest share. What do you all think? No problem at all, perfectly reasonable. Ye Tian agreed readily, putting on an air of righteousness. But inwardly the money grubber was already calculating furiously. If it weren't for the old man forcing us onto the same team, I wouldn't want to give even a single coin to any of you. Once we get there, I'll just unleash a massive clear screen attack and wipe out all those bandits. This 900,000 Ryo must all go into my pocket. No one, not even the gods, can take a single coin from me. Ye Tian roared, inwardly fantasizing about the money rolling in. As he was lost in his dream of monopolizing the fortune, the short-haired girl Yumi, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. Yumi fidgeted with her hands, her voice soft. I don't mind not taking any money. My chakra reserves are small, and I only know a little medical ninjutsu. I'm not suited for direct combat. If everyone could spare a little effort to protect me during the battle, I'd be fine with giving up my share of the reward. These words hit Ye Tian like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Ye Tian whipped his head around, scrutinizing the plainly dressed girl from head to toe, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. You don't want money. Hundreds of thousands of Ryo, and you just say you don't want it. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he blurted out a popular internet meme from his past life. Do you own a mine? That's like treating money as dirt. From his seat, Hiruzen Surtobi burst into hearty laughter, his pipe trembling along with him. Boy, Ye Tian, you really hit the nail on the head this time, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The old man pointed at Yumi, a note of admiration in his voice. Yumi's family really does own a mine. And not just one. Her father is known as the wealthiest merchant in all of Konoha, with businesses spanning the entire land of fire. Ye Tian was completely dumbfounded. His brain CPU was overloaded. He never imagined that the random team the old man had thrown together contained such a hidden super-rich heiress. This wasn't a medic. This was a walking top-tier young lady, a golden leg to cling to. After a brief daze, Ye Tian's face changed faster than flipping a book. He instantly dropped his greedy demeanor and replaced it with a brilliant, reassuring smile, full of confidence. Stepping forward, Ye Tian thumped his chest resoundingly. Yumi, don't be so formal. Since we're comrades on the same team, we're like siblings. Different parents, same bond. No problem. When danger comes, just hide behind me. I guarantee your absolute safety. Not a single hair on your head will be touched by the enemy. Yumi was a bit flustered by Ye Tian's sudden, overwhelming enthusiasm, a blush spreading across her fair cheeks. She bowed politely and said, All right, thank you, Ye Tian-kun. Hearing the words, Ye Tian-kun, Ye Tian's skin crawled with goosebumps. Stop right there. Ye Tian raised his hand in a timeout gesture. Don't call me Kun. It sounds way too weird. Makes me feel like I'm about to lead a squad into the village to snatch girls. Just call me Ye Tian once we're familiar. This banter made Shueiji burst into laughter, and the tension surrounding the mission melted away significantly. Yamato, seeing that it was about time, adjusted his tool pouch and waved his hand. All right, all mission details are clear. Save the chatter for the road. We'll set off now and aim to reach the target area before nightfall to set up a reconnaissance point. Yes, sir, they all replied in unison. The four quickly turned and left the Hokage's office, following Yamato's lead as they transformed into sleek afterimages, leaping across the rooftops of Konoha's bustling streets, speeding toward the village gates. The morning wind howled past their ears, sweeping up fallen leaves along the way. In just a few bounds, the four of them passed unimpeded through the towering gates of the Hidden Leaf village, leaving the guards far behind. Once outside the village, the terrain opened up instantly. A hard-packed yellow earth road compacted by countless wheels stretched far into the distance. Target is due east. Maintain formation, full speed ahead. Yamato took the lead, scouting the path ahead. Ye Tian and Yukishiro flanked the left and right wings, shielding Yumi, the least combat capable, at the center of the formation. Like four arrows loosed from a bow, the team sped eastward, plunging headlong into the dense primeval forest ahead. Towering ancient trees fractured the sunlight into slivers. The forest was thick with the damp, musty smell of decaying leaves. The four moved with incredible speed, leaping nimbly from one sturdy branch to the next. After more than 2 hours, the terrain grew increasingly rugged and steep. The gentle dirt road vanished, replaced by towering sheer rock walls on either side. Ahead lay an extremely narrow canyon past a sliver of sky visible above, the only route to their mission objective. The rocks on both sides of the canyon were an eerie dark red. The wind whistling through the gorge sounded like the mournful wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Yamato made a hand signal, instructing the team to slow down. Terrain like this is a prime spot for ambushes. Everyone stay alert, he warned in a low voice. Yumi nervously tightened her grip on the kunai at her waist, her palms slick with cold sweat. The team had barely ventured 100 meters into the canyon when Ye Tian on the left flank suddenly halted, without warning, his body snapping to a stop on a horizontal branch jutting out from a tree. His brow furrowed deeply as his acute senses caught a faint, but extremely dangerous fluctuation of chakra. "Everyone stop!" Ye Tian bellowed. The very instant his voice fell, a muffled explosive roar erupted without warning from the steep cliff face above the canyon. Rumble. Several massive boulders, each the size of a house, and weighing several tons, were shoved from the cliff's edge. They tumbled down, carrying a deafening avalanche of debris and dust, descending with the cataclysmic force of a thunderbolt hurtling directly towards the narrow passage where the four stood. The entire canyon floor trembled violently. The shadow of death instantly engulfed the newly formed team. The boulders blotted out the sky, completely cutting off the already scant sunlight in the gorge. Multi-ton rocks imbued with earth-shattering momentum crashed down from the 100-meter-high cliff top. The ferocious wind pressure blasted down into the canyon floor, stinging their cheeks and making it difficult to breathe. A rockfall trap of this scale was no natural collapse. It was a meticulously planned death trap. Yamato's feet slammed into the ground with immense force, cracking the very flagstones beneath him. His hands crossed and locked at a dizzying speed, his chakra surging wildly through his body and straight into the earth below. Wood-style great wooden pillar technique. With a thunderous roar, over a dozen thick logs, each requiring 3 people to embrace, burst up from the ground, shattering the surface. The massive timbers intertwined and twisted in midair, instantly forming a thick, sturdy wooden dome that strained against the falling boulders above. Crash! Crash! The rocks slammed into the wooden pillars, producing a sickeningly dull, grating sound. Wood chips flew in all directions. The stout pillars groaned under the immense pressure, their surfaces splitting with countless terrifying cracks. Yamato's forehead veins bulged, his arm muscles straining with all his might as he desperately maintained his chakra output, temporarily halting the descent of the boulders midair. Now, Ye Tian seized the moment. He kicked off, launching himself into the air. His hands moved without the need for complex hand signs, relying purely on muscle memory. In an instant, he created 5 solid multi-shadow clones. 6 Ye Tians ran up the slanted wooden pillars, racing against gravity towards the massive rocks suspended above. High-density chakra spun and compressed furiously in their right palms. A piercing shriek of tearing air filled the space as azure chakra orbs blazed with dazzling light. Shatter. 6 Razengans, wielding a devastating, overwhelming shredding force, struck the core of the precariously hanging boulders with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The hard granite under the ultimate rotational torque of the Rasengan was as fragile as tofu. The colossal rocks disintegrated from within, blown to smithereens by the violent chakra storm. A sky full of stone dust mixed with fingernail-sized pebbles poured down like a torrential rain, completely drowning the canyon floor in a thick cloud of dust. Below, Yukishiro and Yumi had their arms over their heads, lying flat on the ground to avoid the impact. As the tremors finally subsided, they lifted their heads covered in dust and grime, staring at the fine gravel littering the ground. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. "This is insane." Yukishiro waved away the dust before her face, her voice trembling. "Those massive rocks didn't even leave a single intact chunk. Just blasted into dust. What kind of monster-level destructive power is this?" Yumi swallowed hard, nodding frantically like a pecking chick too stunned to speak properly. Ye Tian dispelled his shadow clones as he landed, gracefully shaking the stone dust from his wrist. He knew well that while the move looked spectacular without Yamato holding the line up front, facing boulders with that kind of downward momentum, relying on a standard Rasengan alone, would have been a serious problem unless he infused it with a wind or lightning nature transformation. Yamato's wood style was indeed a reliable teamfight trump card. Ye Tian turned his head, his gaze piercing through the settling dust, locking onto the top of the cliff. "Captain Yamato, stay here and watch them," Ye Tian said, cracking his neck with a series of crisp pops. "I'm going to go clean up those trash who like to litter up there." Yamato released his chakra, panting heavily, and watched Ye Tian's battle-hungry back as he gave a warning, "Be careful. Anyone who dares set an ambush like this definitely has numbers on their side." Small potatoes. Easy peasy. Ye Tian casually tossed out a modern slang phrase that Yamato couldn't understand. Chakra erupted from his feet, and he transformed into a black blur. Like an agile gecko, he scaled the near-vertical cliff face, reaching the 100-meter-high summit in just a few bounds. The cliff top was rugged and overgrown with weeds. A dozen rough-looking men in tattered ninja gear, wielding various poisoned weapons, were gathered, craning their necks to peer down below. None of them wore any headband, symbolizing a hidden village. They exuded the aura of hardened outlaws who lived by the edge of the blade, likely some rogue faction from some forgotten corner of the world. Ye Tian crushed a dead branch underfoot at the cliff's edge, crossed his arms, and looked down upon the group. "You guys are seriously bored out of your minds, huh?" Ye Tian cursed directly, his tone arrogant to the extreme. "We're just minding our own business, but you had to come rob us. Think we're an ATM. here to feed us some easy kills. The scar-faced leader was startled by the sudden verbal assault. But once he saw that the newcomer was just a brat barely out of his teens, his fierce expression returned. He raised his large sword and bellowed with a cruel laugh. Where'd this little punk come from? Not even weaned yet, and you're acting tough. Boys, chop him up and take his money. With you lot. You're not even qualified to give a proper massage. Ye Tian didn't even bother to warm up. His hands became a blur of motion. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. His surging chakra instantly connected with the moisture in the air. A massive dragon formed entirely from high-pressure water materialized. The water dragon let out a deafening roar, carrying a devastating, overwhelming impact, and slammed straight into the group of over a dozen men. The 3 men in the lead didn't even have time to scream. Their internal organs were shredded by the dragon's terrifying force. Their chests caved in, and they were hurled dozens of meters away like ragged dolls, smashing into the rocks and bursting into a spray of blood. The remaining few finally realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Their courage shattered, and their formation instantly collapsing. One of them, a scrawny fellow with quick reflexes, abandoned his comrades without a second thought and bolted into the depths of the dense forest. You think you can just run after a fight? Didn't ask your grandpa's permission. Ye Tian raised his right hand, and the harsh crackle of electricity abruptly tore through the wilderness. Furious azure-white lightning converged along his arm, gathering into his palm. Lightning release, Chidori spear. A spear of lightning condensed to its utmost essence tore through the air, blindingly bright, moving at a speed utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. It crossed dozens of meters and pierced the fleeing man's back with pinpoint accuracy. Zzzt. The lightning chakra detonated inside the man's chest, charring his heart into a cinder. His body stiffened abruptly, then he crashed face first into the mud, dead beyond all doubt. This thunderous instant kill utterly shattered the remaining few mental defenses. Ye Tian gave them no chance to breathe. He pushed off the ground and charged straight into the heart of the group. His eyes snapped open, and his pitch-black pupils were instantly flooded with crimson. 3 black tomo spun rapidly within the whites of his eyes, deconstructing every movement, every muscle twitch, and even the subtlest fear-ridden expressions of everyone around into the slowest of frames. His right hand blazed with blinding lightning again, this time in the purest, most savage original form of Chidori. The piercing shriek of 1,000 birds echoed across the cliff top. What followed was a sheer one-sided massacre. Ye Tian, like a wolf among sheep, his form enhanced by the dynamic vision of the 3-tomo Sharingan, became a blue lightning bolt that could not be locked onto. A single hand strike pierced through, and Chidori drove straight through the throat of a burly man. The blood was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, giving off a pungent burnt stench. Dodging 2 slashing longswords, Ye Tian counterpunched, his fist infused with lightning, smashing into another man's temple. The dull crack of the skull shattering sent a chill down the spine. The entire cliff top became a hellscape, lightning flashing and screams rising and falling. Only 10 minutes passed. The piercing shriek of birds finally subsided. Ye Tian stood amid the scattered corpses, casually flicking the blood droplets from his fingertips. The crimson Sharingan gradually faded, reverting to its original pure black. A dozen or so bodies lay strewn across the ground, not a single one breathing. A bunch of penniless bastards, what a damn waste of time. Ye Tian kicked aside a corpse at his feet, crouched down, and began expertly looting the spoils. The gear on these people was shabby, even their kunai were dull. However, luck wasn't entirely absent. In the inner lining of the scar-faced leader's clothes, Ye Tian found a wax-sealed scroll. Unrolling the scroll and scanning it, a grin immediately spread across Ye Tian's face. B-rank water release, great waterfall technique. This was a true mass destruction weapon. With enough chakra, it could even create a tsunami that would drown a village. This haul was definitely worth it. Besides the scroll, Ye Tian also scavenged tens of thousands of ryo in banknotes and small change from these people. Every little bit counts. Ye Tian unceremoniously stuffed it all into his ninja tool pouch. Since this guy had a B-rank ninjutsu scroll, why didn't he use it? It must have been stolen or bought, but never studied yet. After counting his gains, Ye Tian walked to the cliff edge and leaped down, landing steadily on the canyon floor. The Hixueji and Yume were waiting on guard, tense and alert. Seeing Ye Tian return unscathed, their taut nerves finally relaxed. Let's go. I've taken care of the trash upstairs. Ye Tian brushed the dust off his clothes, his tone as casual as if he'd just taken a stroll in the backyard. He frowned, stepped forward, and asked, "Did you find out who they were? Which country's ninja set up an ambush here?" Ye Tian spread his hands and shrugged. "Who knows? Those guys were dirt poor, didn't even wear headbands to identify themselves. I'll just label them wild ninja, all natural, non-toxic kind." Shueji rolled her eyes at the ridiculous name, hands on her hips, and retorted, "What kind of brain do you have? Who calls people wild ninja? It's not like picking mushrooms in the woods. These guys without headbands doing murder and robbery are usually rogue ninja or deserters from big villages." Yume chimed in softly, analyzing with insight. "Shueji's right. The way they triggered the rockfall was massive, they were definitely strong. To dare blatantly rob a major cross-border route without headbands, they must be rogue ninja with hefty bounties on their heads. Whether they're wild or domesticated, they're all corpses now. Ye Tian didn't want to dwell on the boring topic. He pointed ahead and said, "Let's keep moving. This canyon doesn't even have a place to shelter from the wind. Let's reach that town before sunset and have a proper hot meal and a good night's sleep." He nodded in agreement, waved his hand, and the four of them reformed their formation, turning into streaks of speeding shadows racing along the canyon path. The rest of the journey went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps the death of those rogue ninja served as a deterrent. Several faint auras lurking in the shadows retreated silently before Ye Tian and his group even got close. Time flew by. After several hours of monotonous sprinting, the setting sun sank completely below the horizon and night began to blanket the land. Ahead on the broad plain, a cluster of scattered lights caught their eyes. It was a large village, almost a small town. Tall defensive wooden walls tightly encircled the village. At the entrance stood a high watchtower where several guards with long spears kept a wary eye on the surroundings, illuminated by torchlight. The four stopped at the village entrance. He stepped forward, pulled out Konoha's travel documents, and explained their mission request. The moment the guard saw the Konoha emblem on the scroll, his tense face burst into ecstatic joy. He bowed repeatedly and immediately sent someone to escort them into the village. Upon entering, the village exuded a bustling atmosphere. Wooden buildings lined the streets in neat rows, and various shops hung bright red lanterns. The aroma of grilled meat and the scent of fermented grains mingled in the air, stirring the appetite. The villagers were neatly dressed, clearly indicating a prosperous economy. Yet beneath the prosperous facade, Ye Tian keenly sensed a faint undercurrent of anxiety and fear. The villagers on the streets walked hurriedly, and the shop doors were half closed earlier than usual. The guide led them through most of the village, finally arriving at a sizable compound. In the spacious hall, sandalwood incense curled softly. An old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a luxurious silken robe, paced anxiously back and forth inside the hall. Seeing Ye Tian and the others enter, he rushed forward, clasped his hands tightly, and spoke in a trembling voice overflowing with emotion. "Honored ones from Konoha, you've finally arrived. I am the village chief and the one who commissioned this mission." The village chief, his face full of worry, cut straight to the chase and poured out his troubles. He calmed the old man's emotions, guided him to sit down, and said, "Chief, don't panic. Since we've accepted the mission, we will resolve the village's troubles. Tell us the specifics in detail." The village chief let out a long sigh, pointed toward the west of the village, and spoke with a heavy tone. "It started about half a month ago. A band of fierce mountain bandits suddenly appeared on the western ridge. Not only did they plunder passing merchant caravans, but they also issued a stern ultimatum demanding our village pay a hefty protection fee every month, or they would raze this place to the ground." The village chief set down his teacup, moistening his parched throat before continuing. "If they were just ordinary bandits, the self-defense force our village organized could handle them. But these people are no common thugs. Among them are numerous rogue ninja, and their leaders are even capable of unleashing terrifying ninjutsu. The guards we hired with a substantial sum were at their strongest only at the level of elite jonin. A few days ago we organized a raid on their stronghold, but once we got inside we were beaten back with over half our forces dead or wounded." The elder clutched his head in utter despair. "Their strength is overwhelming. The elite jonin were utterly powerless against them. It was a one-sided slaughter. They've been tightening their grip over the past few days. If we don't hand over the protection fee, soon disaster will befall our village. With no other options left, I've put out a high bounty in Konoha, pleading for your aid." After listening to the chief's story, Yamato's expression turned grave. If elite jonin guards couldn't gain an upper hand inside the stronghold, it meant the enemy definitely had elite jonin or tokubetsu jonin of their own, or even powerhouses nearing the Kage level. A bandit group of this scale could rival a small military base. This mission was likely several times more perilous than described on the scroll. Yamato was about to discuss the next day's reconnaissance plan when Ye Tian, standing beside him, took the lead and spoke up. Ye Tian plopped down onto the armchair, crossed his legs, and casually picked an orange from the fruit bowl on the table, peeling it with an air of nonchalance that was almost infuriating. "What's the big deal? Look at you worrying yourself, bald," Ye Tian said, stuffing an orange slice into his mouth and mumbling indistinctly. "Isn't it just a bunch of mountain-dwelling bandits with a few jonin mixed in? It's a piece of cake." Yamato turned his head and lowered his voice in warning. "Ye Tian, don't underestimate them. We don't know their numbers or their true strength. Acting rashly will lead to heavy losses. Captain Yamato, scouting is a waste of time for a stationary target like this," Ye Tian said, spitting out an orange seed and making a decisive call directly to the village chief. "Old man, don't you worry. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a trip to that pathetic mountain to the west and flatten them along with their stronghold. I guarantee not even a mosquito will dare bother you again." The village chief was stunned speechless by such audacious words, but seeing the Konoha headband on Ye Tian's forehead, he could only choose to believe him. Then we're counting on you all. The chief bowed repeatedly in his excitement. If you can eliminate those beasts, I'll pay the full reward without a single coin missing. That's good, that's good. The chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily called for his servants. Quick, prepare our finest guest rooms and a bountiful feast. You all must be tired from your journey. I rest well tonight and gather your strength. Soon a lavish, welcoming banquet covered the table. After the four had eaten their fill, they were led by a servant to the spacious and comfortable guest rooms in the backyard. Deep into the night, the village lights gradually went out, and all was silent. Ye Tian sat alone on the rooftop of the guest quarters, letting the cool night breeze ruffle the hair across his forehead. Resting his chin on his hands, he stared intently at the western mountain peak, shrouded in thick darkness, his gaze piercing through the layers of rooftops. In the darkness, his pitch-black pupils silently transformed into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, rotating slowly. From the direction of that mountain peak, faint, but powerful and malevolent chakra fluctuations could be sensed. These fluctuations were far more formidable than the leader of the great waterfall they encountered this afternoon. Hiding pretty deep, huh? But no matter who you are, by tomorrow you'll all just be a string of numbers in my bank account. Ye Tian curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a flash of white teeth. The night in the ninja world was destined to be turbulent. The morning sun slanted through the thin mist, painting the distant mountain peak in a coat of orange. On the wooden dining table, steaming white porridge and a few delicate side dishes emitted an inviting aroma. Ye Tian bit into a half-eaten fried dough stick, listlessly stirring his porridge, while Yumi meticulously packed the remaining provisions into her ninja pouch. After everyone had eaten their fill and prepared their gear, they headed straight for the perilous mountain to the west, following the weed-covered dirt road leading out of the village. The mountain path was rugged and steep, flanked by jagged rocks with hardly a decent tree in sight. The higher they climbed, the more the wind whipped sand and grit against their faces. Before long, a massive wooden fortress came into view. Thick timber palisades, several zhang high, enclosed the entire mountaintop, while a few lackeys on two watchtowers dozed off, clutching their spears. Yamato halted, raising his right palm to signal the team to stop. He lowered his center of gravity, scanning the terrain ahead with a wary gaze. Wait. Yamato turned to the three behind him, adopting the stern demeanor of a team leader. I'll go in first to probe their true strength. You three stay back and provide cover. Stay alert and support me. Ye Tian crammed the rest of the fried dough stick into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, then picked his ear with a look of disdain. Captain Yamato, do we really need all this fuss for a bunch of outlaw hillbillies? I can just go up there and wipe them all out myself. Yamato pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated with his arrogant subordinate. I know you're incredibly strong, but let's err on the side of caution. We're a team, so we follow tactical protocols. Charging in blindly could get us into trouble. All right, you're the captain, you call the shots. Ye Tian shrugged, leaned against a nearby rock, and crossed his arms, ready to watch the show. Seeing this, Yamato wasted no more time. With a sudden burst of chakra from his feet, he transformed into a blur and shot out from cover. Racing to within a few dozen meters of the fortress gate, Yamato skipped any preamble. His hands flew through a rapid series of hand signs, creating a blur of motion. Snake, boar, rat, dragon, monkey. Yamato slammed his palms onto the ground, unleashing a flood of earth-natured chakra from his body. Earth-style earth flow rampart. Boom. The entire mountain trembled violently as massive rock formations split apart. Towering earthen walls over 10 meters high rose from the ground, with overwhelming force, not only toppling the watchtowers, but also completely enclosing the entire fortress in a dead end. The earth-shattering commotion instantly flushed out every bandit in the fortress. A burly, bare-chested man with a face full of flesh burst through the wooden door, wielding a large cleaver. The chakra emanating from this man was several levels above the common lackeys. Who the hell are you? How dare you come and cause trouble on my turf? The leader pointed his blade at Yamato and cursed loudly. Yamato stood tall, his gaze sharp, and replied without hesitation, Konoha ninja here to eradicate you pests today. As his words faded, Yamato quickly formed more hand signs. Earth-style earth spear. The dirt on the ground instantly came to life, morphing into dozens of sharp, hardened earthen spears that shot towards the lackeys pouring out of the gate with a piercing whistle. Thud, thud. The sound of flesh being impaled echoed in succession. The bandits in the lead, with strength only at the genin level, didn't even have time to raise a guard before the earth spears pierced through their chests, spraying blood across the ground as they dropped dead instantly. The remaining henchmen, who reacted slightly faster, scrambled in sheer terror, clawing their way onto the still-standing rear wall, gripping the wooden stakes tightly as they trembled uncontrollably. Yamato's gaze swept swiftly across the crowd, his mind rapidly assessing the situation. The weakest here were those genin who had been instantly annihilated, while the scar-faced leader standing at the front possessed a remarkably dense and solidified chakra, undoubtedly at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Even for Yamato, facing a Tokubetsu Jonin backed by dozens of underlings would demand his absolute focus and vigilance. Yamato turned his head and shouted toward the rear, "Ye Tian, you clear out those small fries on the wall first. I'll hold off this ringleader." Ye Tian, who had been lounging behind a rock enjoying the spectacle, let out a yawn, slowly rose to his feet and ambled out over the rubble with a leisurely swagger. "Master Yamato, you're way too rigid. Why bother with tactical coordination against these small-time thugs? Just bulldoze them all. Problem solved." Stopping beside Yamato, Ye Tian raised his hands and laced his fingers together in a deceptively simple cross-shaped hand seal. Finally, he channeled a tiny bit of the Tintail's chakra. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A thunderous series of explosions erupted across the clearing, and billowing white smoke surged outward like a tidal wave. The instant the smoke cleared the entire plaza before the gate, the top of the earthen walls, and even the branches overhead were packed with 1,000 identical Ye Tians. But it wasn't over. All 1,000 Ye Tians grinned simultaneously with a cold sneer as dark crimson vicious chakra erupted from every pore of their bodies. The searing heat instantly warped the surrounding air, and the rubble underfoot began to crack and pop under the intense temperature. Within a blink, over 1,000 clones were all cloaked in a tangible crimson chakra shroud. Behind each of them, a single red tail lashed wildly through the air, producing piercing sonic booms. This world-shattering pressure left everyone in the stronghold utterly dumbfounded. The leader, with Tokubetsu Jonin strength, let his ghost-headed blade clatter to the ground. His eyes bulged, his jaw dropped so far it nearly hit his collarbone, his legs shook violently, and his voice cracked completely. "Is this some kind of joke? A 12-year-old brat summons 1,000 clones, and on top of that, he's using tailed beast chakra. Are all you leaf ninja this absurdly overpowered?" Ye Tian's main body rolled his wrists and tilted his chin up at the leader. "Enough yelling. The silver in your crappy stronghold. I'm taking it all myself today. As for your lives, they're just perfect for me to stretch my limbs a bit." He waved his hand and issued the order. "Boys, go strip all those ornaments off the walls." 1,000-tailed beast-cloaked clones surged forward like beasts unleashed from their cages, overwhelming the surrounding walls in a massive wave. Screams and the dull thuds of bodies being shattered echoed across the mountain, a pure one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, Ye Tian's main body kept his hands in his pockets, stepping over the scattered rubble as he slowly closed in on the utterly terrified leader. "Come on, don't just stand there. Play with me for a bit." Cornered and desperate, the leader's survival instinct finally overpowered his fear. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the sharp pain to regain his composure, and frantically hurled over a dozen poison-tipped kunai straight at Ye Tian's face. Ye Tian didn't even raise a hand. The thick crimson tail behind him gave a casual sweeping flick. Clang, clang, clang. The dozen kunai were violently deflected by the raging tailed beast chakra, their blades severely bent and warped as they flew back in the opposite direction, embedding themselves deep into the earthen wall nearby. Seeing his projectiles fail, the leader's hands blurred through hand seal's chakra, surging wildly through his lungs. Water-style hidden mist jutsu. Thick viscous white mist erupted from his mouth, spreading rapidly and completely robbing the area of all visibility within a few dozen meters in just a few breaths, leaving nothing but an impenetrable whiteout. Standing in the heart of the mist, Ye Tian let out a derisive snort. "Playing hide and seek. This old trick is beneath you." He didn't need his eyes to find his target. His crimson tail suddenly stiffened, then spun in place like a massive fan blade whipping around at breakneck speed. A furious gale erupted, its powerful currents tearing the surrounding mist to shreds. In just a few seconds, the mist vanished completely, exposing the leader lurking 10 meters away, poised for a sneak attack. His expression twisted in utter despair. There was simply no way to fight this. "Damn it. What kind of monster are you?" With no retreat left, the leader steeled himself, flooding all his chakra into both arms. He stomped the ground hard enough to crack it and charged at Ye Tian like a raging bull committing to a desperate close-quarters brawl. "You want to trade blows? Fine, I'll oblige." Ye Tian surged forward instead of retreating, meeting the leader head-on. The explosive impact of their clash echoed across the mountain peak. Despite the leader's Tokubetsu Jonin-level strength, each of his punches landed on Ye Tian's tailed beast cloak without leaving so much as a scratch. Ye Tian, in contrast, casually kicked the leader's thigh and elicited a crisp crack of breaking bone. After dozens of exchanges, Ye Tian spotted a critical opening as the leader gasped for air. His right hand shot out, and a swirling mass of azure chakra compressed and spun violently in his palm. A devastating sphere of chakra formed in an instant and was slammed mercilessly into the leader's chest. Rasengan. The ferocious, grinding force tore straight through the leader's sternum. The burly man let out a guttural scream as his body flew backward like a snapped kite, hurtling over 30 meters before smashing through a section of earthen wall and collapsing into the rubble, coughing up blood in convulsions. At the exact moment the leader was sent flying, a long-dormant mechanical female voice suddenly blared in the depths of Ye Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for beating the enemy into a state of complete helplessness. A choice has been triggered. Option 1, settle down here, take over the stronghold, and become the new generation bandit king of this mountain. Option 2, receive B-rank water style, great waterfall jutsu. Option 3, receive 100,000 taels of silver. Ye Tian rolled his eyes internally. Become a bandit. This pathetic option was an insult to his intelligence. 100,000 silver. He had millions stashed in his pouch right now, but that paltry sum wouldn't even fill the gaps between his teeth. As for the great waterfall jutsu, even though he'd picked up a scroll from a corpse before, what was the point of grueling training when the system could just pour the knowledge straight into his head? Option 2. Don't dawdle. A flood of knowledge regarding water release, chakra nature transformation, and the hand seals for the great waterfall jutsu was instantly branded into his mind. In the rubble the leader spat out a couple of bloody broken teeth and staggered back to his feet. His eyes were filled with desperation and madness as his hands began to form seals, slowly but with grim determination. Tiger, boar, dog, rat, ram. Ye Tian saw through the complex sequence of seals at a glance and curled his lips in mockery. Trying to go all out with a great waterfall. Perfect chance to practice on you. Ye Tian's hands shot up as well, forming seals several times faster than the leader, finishing first despite starting later. Both completed their final seals simultaneously, their chests expanding dramatically. Water-style great waterfall jutsu. This was a jutsu meant to reach its full potential near a water source, but with both combatants forcibly driving their chakra, two colossal torrents of water were conjured from thin air right on the arid mountain peak. Waves dozens of meters high surged into existence like two roaring water dragons colliding thunderously in midair. But this was far from an even match. Ye Tian's absurdly vast chakra reserves granted his water style an overwhelming crushing power. His waterfall wave was not only twice the height of the leader's, but the density of the water was like solid iron. In a single clash the leader's wave was shattered instantly. The unstoppable flood continued its path, with world-annihilating force slamming the Tokubetsu Jonin flat into the ground. The violent water pressure flooded his mouth and nose while the immense impact force pulverized his internal organs. As the water receded the leader lay sprawled in the mud like a piece of rotten driftwood, utterly lifeless. As for the remaining bandits who had put up any resistance, they had already been completely wiped out by Ye Tian's 1,000 clones, not even leaving behind intact corpses. The clones with remarkable initiative switched into cleanup mode. Hundreds of figures rummaged through the ruins, stripping every last scrap of silver off the low-level thugs. Finally, one clone dragged out several heavy solid iron chests from the deepest cellar of the stronghold. As the lid was thrown open, gold bars, jewels, and thick stacks of silver notes dazzled the eyes. A rough estimate suggested that the plunder these bandits had amassed over the years amounted to at least 10 million taels. Ye Tian walked over and pulled out the black stored value card Xue Ji had given him. As the card touched the jewels, the ceiling array emitted a faint glow. In just a few seconds, the contents of the large chests were completely absorbed. Ye Tian glanced at the crystal screen on the corner of the card. 26 million taels. Satisfying. Robbery is indeed the fastest shortcut to wealth. Ye Tian patted the black card, tucked it back into his inner pocket with satisfaction, and snapped his fingers, dispelling all his shadow clones. In the distance, Yamato, Xue Ji, and Yumi stood at the edge of the Tsukuryu fortress wall, utterly dumbfounded. Yumi swallowed hard, her voice trembling. This. It's already over. That was an entire mountain stronghold of people. Yamato covered his face, his emotions a tangled mess. He was after all an elite jonin retired from the ANBU, and had originally planned to show off his prowess as a team leader in front of these genin. But Ye Tian had gone and wiped the field with a full-screen ultimate move right from the start, not even leaving a single grunt for him. Looks like my role as captain is now completely decorative. Yamato sighed helplessly, but glancing at the equally shaken Xue Ji and Yumi beside him, he felt a bit better. Well, this brat is a monster, but these two girls still need my guidance. At least I still have some value as a teacher. Ye Tian strolled back, stepping over puddles, and pointed at the corpses in the distance. All right, stop standing there daydreaming. Go hoist the leader's body. We need to head back to the village chief to turn in the mission and collect the reward. The group snapped back to reality. Yamato stepped forward and used a sealing scroll to store the leader's corpse. What was supposed to be a grueling bandit suppression mission expected to take 2 or 3 days was concluded by this team in just a few hours. Retracing their steps, the four quickly returned to the prosperous village at the mountain's base. In the grand hall of the village chief's residence, Yamato unsealed the scroll and dumped the drenched corpse of the leader onto the bluestone floor. The village chief shuffled forward, squinting to examine the brutish face, then burst into tears of joy. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, it's him. It's that living devil. The chief wiped his tears and hurriedly turned to beckon the burly men behind him. Quick, go to the basement and bring out the 1,000,000 taels we prepared. Hand every single coin to the noble ninjas. Several strong men hauled out 2 heavy sacks and carefully presented them to Yamato. Yamato opened the bags to verify the amount, then turned to Ye Tian and said bluntly, Ye Tian, this mission was entirely handled by you alone. Once we return to Konoha and the village takes its 100,000 cut, the remaining 900,000 taels are all yours. Ye Tian stretched lazily and waved a dismissive hand. Such chump change, just hold on to it for me for now. Give it to me when we're back in the village. No rush. Shueji placed her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes in exasperation. 900,000 is pocket change to someone like you who's carrying tens of millions, of course. But I'm genuinely curious. You're young, your strength is terrifying, so why is your head full of money? Are you obsessed with wealth, or what? Ye Tian walked up the steps, turned his back to the group, and spread his arms wide. His tone carried a fervor and conviction that no one else could comprehend. I'm not just making money. I'm going to use it to buy my way through every law of this world. I will become a god. I'll use this stench of copper to smash open a divine throne of my own. Shueji was utterly speechless, raising a hand to her forehead. You never say a single serious thing. Become a god. Why not say you're going to fly up and touch shoulders with the sun? Ye Tian couldn't be bothered to explain. In the future, the system shops items, like the tools to resurrect his parents, or even the privilege to purchase extended lifespan. Which of those wouldn't require a mountain of wealth? The world mocked him for being a money grubber, but he laughed at them for their blindness. With the reward in hand, the group bid farewell to the village chief and set off on the road back to Konoha. Without the pressure of a mission, the team moved at a rapid pace. In just a single day, Konoha's towering gates appeared on the horizon. At the Hokage's office top floor, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, listening to Yamato's detailed report of the bandit suppression mission. When he heard that Ye Tian had once again split into over 1,000 clones and single-handedly crushed a Tokubetsu Jonin with water style, the old man's hand holding the pipe couldn't help but tremble. This brat's sheer abnormality kept breaking the ceiling of Konoha's intelligence archives. Well done. Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, pulled out a seal from his drawer, and stamped the mission scroll. As per the rules, the village deducts 100,000 for operational costs. The remaining 900,000 is yours to distribute among the team. Yamato was about to hand the money bag to Ye Tian, but Ye Tian waved it off and plopped himself into the chair in front of the desk. Of this 900,000, I'll take the lion's share. 600,000 is enough. The remaining 300,000, Captain Yamato, Shueji, Yumi. You each take 100,000. Ye Tian picked at his ear. I love money, sure, but I'm not a miser. We all went through the grime together. I can't let you walk away empty-handed. Yamato initially wanted to decline, but seeing Ye Tian's unyielding demeanor, he didn't insist. A ninja still had to eat and support a family. Who would ever turn down extra cash? After the split, Ye Tian stood up to head home for some sleep. Yumi, who had been quietly standing behind, suddenly stepped forward and nervously tugged at his sleeve. Ye Tian, could you teach me a few offensive jutsu? Yumi bit her lip, her gaze earnest. During this mission, I was completely dead weight. As a medical ninja, if I don't even have basic self-defense techniques on the battlefield, I'll only drag everyone down. I want to get stronger too. Ye Tian stopped, stroked his chin, and sized up Yumi. That mindset of yours is commendable, but I don't have the patience to teach. Ye Tian snapped his fingers. Tell you what, when the time is right, I'll find you the most elite medical ninja in the entire shinobi world to be your teacher. Guaranteed to train you until you can stand on your fists and racehorses on your arms. Yumi's eyes lit up. Who? One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade Senju. Ye Tian dropped the bombshell. The name hit Yumi and Shueji like a thunderbolt, leaving them gasping, jaws nearly hitting the floor. Are you sure a legendary figure like that would even look at me? Take me as an apprentice. Yumi waved her hands frantically, her face etched with disbelief. Ye Tian patted the black card in his pocket, flashing an infuriating grin. As long as the money's right, nothing in this world is impossible. That old moneybags is famously addicted to gambling. I'll just throw cash at her until she takes you on. Whether the chips are enough all depends on your big brother's mood. Having dismissed the 2 stunned girls, Ye Tian continued with his arrangements. For now, Yumi, you move into my big mansion with Shueji. There are plenty of empty rooms, and when you two have free time, you can exchange notes and insights. Then he looked at Yumi. By the way, what chakra natures have you been tested for so far? Yumi answered honestly. I was tested and have 3 natures: fire, water, and earth. Ye Tian nodded and made a plan, a decent configuration. First, follow Yukiji and learn the offensive form changes of water style. Once I find powerful fire style and earth style scrolls in the future, I'll teach them to you. Okay, thank you, Ye Tian-kun. Yumi bowed repeatedly in excitement. Having given all instructions, the trio walked out of the Hokage's office building and headed side by side towards Ye Tian's luxurious mansion. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. At the same time, on a muddy path far outside Konoha village, Naruto Uzumaki carrying a heavy pack followed behind Kakashi and Sasuke, escorting a drunken bridge builder named Tazuna trudging unsteadily towards the land of waves. In the thick fog ahead of them, the blood-stained executioner's blade was already eagerly anticipating the taste of Konoha shinobi blood. The gears of fate continued to spin relentlessly along their predetermined course. The dense fog completely swallowed the unfinished bridge spanning the sea in the land of waves. Aside from the dull thud of waves striking the bridge pillars, the silence was enough to make one's skin crawl. Bitingly cold seawater converged into a perfect sphere, trapping Naruto firmly in its center. Water pressure crushed his chest from all directions, rapidly draining the oxygen from his lungs. The bubbles he exhaled were mercilessly shattered before they could even reach the surface. Zabuza maintained the hand seal for the water prison technique with one hand and hoisted the executioner's blade, with the other blood droplets from the blade splattering onto the bridge floor. He stared at the struggling blonde brat inside the prison, a sneer curling his lips. Is this all a Konoha genin can do? Just drown quietly and spare yourself the pain. The suffocation from lack of oxygen plunged Naruto's mind into a daze, his limbs' strength rapidly fading. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a torrent of violent energy suppressed for so long violently burst through the meridian pathways within his body. Gurgle, gurgle. The temperature of the originally icy seawater inside the prison began to skyrocket, roiling with searing red bubbles. Crimson tangible chakra erupted from Naruto's pores, instantly cloaking his body in a boiling-tailed beast coat. Extremely vicious chakra brimming with destructive intent filled the entire water prison in an instant. A single red tail formed of pure chakra materialized behind Naruto. Break! Naruto thrust his arms outward, his beastly roar shattering the water in his throat. Boom! The water prison technique, which was notoriously difficult to break from within, proved to be as fragile as a soap bubble against this monstrous strength, exploding into a cloud of scalding steam. Zabuza had no time to defend. It felt as if a massive hammer had struck his chest, immediately fracturing several ribs. Zabuza's bulky frame was launched like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters backward across the bridge deck, snapping two thick steel guardrails before crashing down and vomiting a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal fragments. 10 meters away, Sasuke was on one knee, gasping for air, blood still seeping from the wound on his shoulder. He stared intently at his comrade, now enveloped in red chakra, his intense unwillingness and competitive obsession clashing violently in his mind. Why can this dead last unleash such power? A tearing, burning sensation shot through his optic nerves. Sasuke jerked his head up, and within his once pitch-black eyes a crimson hue rapidly spread. Two black tomos spun at high speed within the whites of his eyes, finally grinding to a halt. Two tomo Sharingan awakened. His dynamic vision underwent a qualitative leap in that instant. Sasuke pushed off the ground, shattering the stone beneath his feet, his body becoming a black blur. His fingers flew through hand signs as chakra compressed intensely in his throat. Fire-style great fireball technique. A colossal blazing fireball tore through the fog, sealing off all of Zabuza's escape routes. Not far away, Kakashi Hitaki, who had just repelled a water clone with a kunai, turned to see this. Even the copy ninja, who had witnessed countless battles, found his mouth gaping wide beneath his mask, unable to close for a long time. Are these really freshly graduated genin? One spontaneously releases a tail of the nine tails, his chakra skyrocketing to the level of a high-ranking jonin. The other, under extreme pressure, bypasses the single tomo stage entirely and awakens the two tomo Sharingan. These two brats are absolutely insane. Well done. Let's finish him off in one go. Kakashi roared, abandoning his previous stalling tactics, his right hand crackling with lightning, ready to join the assault. Just as Zabuza clumsily rolled away from the fireball, a slender figure descended from midair. Haku, wearing the mask of the Mist Hunter Nin, rapidly formed hand signs. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into over a dozen smooth ice mirrors, forming a hemispherical cage that trapped Naruto and Sasuke within. Ice-style demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku's form melded into the mirrors, and countless sharp sunban rained down from all directions, intending to skewer the two like hedgehogs. Under normal circumstances, this Kekkei Genkai would have easily whittled down two genin inside. Unfortunately, today Haku was facing a monster on the verge of losing control within its tailed beast coat. Naruto ignored the sunban, piercing his body, letting the wounds heal rapidly under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. He swung his thick red tail, and his right fist, wielding devastating mountain-splitting force, slammed directly into the ice mirror in front of him. Crack, crash. The supposedly unbreakable ice mirror instantly webbed with cracks, then shattered into a spray of icy shards. Naruto continued his momentum, his whip-like kick striking Haku, who was hidden behind the mirror. Haku let out a muffled groan, his mask shattered, and he crashed from the air to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. With the encirclement forcibly broken, Zabuza found himself completely isolated with no hope of rescue. A high-pitched shriek like 1,000 birds chirping pierced the silence across the entire bridge. Kakashi's form became a blue lightning bolt, his raikiri carving a blinding trail of light through the air as it pierced straight through Zabuza's chest. The violent lightning-natured chakra instantly shredded Zabuza's heart. Even as Haku desperately lunged in a final attempt to shield him, he could only end up being pierced through alongside Zabuza by the raikiri. The two collapsed together in a pool of blood, lifeless. The battle in the land of waves without any prolonged struggle concluded in the most brutal and absolute manner, driven by the dual rampages of Naruto and Sasuke. Having completed their mission to protect the bridge, Team 7 began their journey back to Konoha. At the same time, in the backyard of the sprawling luxury villa located in the heart of Konoha village, the late autumn sunlight spilled across the smooth flagstones, and the air carried the dry, grassy scent of fallen leaves. Yumi pressed her palms together, a soft emerald glow of healing chakra emanating from them as she meticulously manipulated the energy to mend the wounds of a stray dog. Beside her, Yukiji stood at the edge of a pond, her fingers dancing nimbly as a lifelike water dragon coiled and soared above the surface, sending splashes of water into the air. Ye Tian reclined in a rattan chair in the center of the courtyard, a cup of hot tea in his hand. He blew gently on the floating leaves, occasionally offering a word of guidance. Yukiji, stabilize your chakra output. The water dragon's tail is about to fall apart. Yumi, healing isn't about brute force. You must break your chakra down into the finest threads to stitch the cells together. Watching the two girls sweating as they corrected their forms, Ye Tian took a sip of his tea, and the gears in his mind began to turn at full speed. He had long pondered the shape transformation of the Rasengan, but to develop composite techniques like wind release Rasen Shuriken or fire release Great Flame Rasengan, he needed to master all 5 basic chakra nature transformations. He currently possessed lightning, fire, and water natures, but his wind and earth were still lacking. Wait! Ye Tian slapped his thigh, nearly spilling his tea. How the hell did I forget about the old man of the 3rd generation? That old geezer was known as the professor of ninjutsu, mastering dozens, even hundreds of techniques. He was a veritable all-rounder in all 5 natures. Not hitting him up for some stock would be an insult to my copy system. His mind made up, Ye Tian set his teacup down on the stone table. You two keep practicing here. I'm off to the Hokage's office to handle some business and secure some startup funds. Before Yukiji or Yumi could respond, Ye Tian pushed off the ground, his form dissolving into a blur as he vaulted over the tall courtyard wall and vanished without a trace. At the top floor of the Hokage's administrative building, Ye Tian, who had no concept of manners, sent his heavy leather boot crashing into the ornate carved wooden door. The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, shaking dust from the ceiling. Hiruzen Sarutobi was buried in a mountain of paperwork, an old pipe clenched between his teeth. Startled by the sudden noise, his brush dragged a long, ugly streak of ink across the document. You brat! Don't you know to knock before entering? The old man glared, his whiskers bristling as he scolded. Ye Tian swaggered over, pulled out the chair opposite the desk, and sat down, getting straight to the point. Old man, drop those damn papers. Give me a few high-paying S-rank missions. The more dangerous the better, just as long as the pay is good. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and waved his hand dismissively. Don't have any. Don't have any. The village has been peaceful lately. Where am I supposed to find S-rank missions for you to squander? All you ever do is ask for money. If you're that bored, go help the Konoha military police catch cats and find lost dogs. Stop causing trouble here and get lost. Ye Tian drew his legs back, placed his hands on the edge of the desk, and leaned forward, staring directly into Hiruzen's eyes with a chilling, threatening smile. No missions, huh? Fine. Then I'll just set up a banner right in front of the Hokage's office today. I'll go knock on the doors of those high-ranking elders one by one and settle the score over how they carved up my parents' inheritance item by item right in front of the whole village. Hiruzen's temples throbbed at the threat, his fingers trembling around the pipe. Ye Tian pressed his advantage, his words striking home. Next time you bigwigs hold a meeting to split the spoils, make sure to save me a seat. It's time for those old bastards who've been living high on my family's fortune to bleed a little. If they don't hand it over willingly, I'll personally visit their homes in the dead of night and crack open their safes. Are you sure you want to do this? Hiruzen's face darkened, his tone turning into a clear warning. The powerful clans of Konoha have deep roots. They are not to be trifled with. You'll gain nothing by provoking them alone. That's exactly what I want, Ye Tian said, spreading his hands with an air of supreme arrogance. Let them pay up and we all prosper. If they refuse, we'll see whose bones are harder, theirs or my fists. And don't use those old geezers as a shield. That old dog Danzo ran off as a traitor a while back, didn't he? His root base was completely ransacked. Surely I'm owed a share of the spoils they found there. I refuse to believe he didn't take my family's money back then. At the mention of Danzo, Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache coming on, his head buzzing. Back then a large portion of Minato Namake's immense fortune was forcibly taken by Danzo under the pretext of developing Root's military strength. Now that Danzo was a missing meme, the funds confiscated from his bases were piled up in the Ambu treasury. Danzo did take a portion of your parents' wealth. Hiruzen sighed, knowing he couldn't get rid of this troublesome god of plague without making some concessions. This money can be compensated to you. However, his other assets and properties now belong to the village as public spoils of war. They cannot be given to you. Deal? I'm a reasonable man. I'll only take what's rightfully mine. Ye Tian tapped the crisp rhythm on the desk with his fingers. Hiruzen spoke to an empty corner of the room. Go to the treasury and bring him the prepared money. As the words left his mouth, a puff of white smoke exploded in the center of the office. An ANBU operative wearing a cat mask appeared, carrying several heavy solid iron chests, which he set down firmly on the floor. Lord Hokage, this is the 30 million ryo in cash you requested to be counted earlier, the ANBU reported respectfully. Ye Tian walked over and kicked open a chest lid. Neatly stacked bundles of banknotes exuded the scent of fresh ink. He grabbed a handful, slapped them against his palm, then turned to Hiruzen and cursed. Damn it. That rat Danzo got 30 million ryo just from his share of the loot. Old man, you were the Hokage back then. The top dog. How come you only managed to scrape together a measly 10 million for me? Your business acumen is seriously lacking. Hiruzen's old face flushed with embarrassment at being called out by a junior. He coughed twice to salvage his pride. I am the Hokage. I have to spend money on the village's development everywhere. I only took a pittance. The real bulk of it is in the pockets of those high-ranking clans. Ye Tian ignored his excuses, pulling out the black stored value card Yukiji had given him from his pocket and pressing it against the money. The ceiling array on the card glowed faintly, and the several chests of cash were absorbed cleanly within seconds. The balance on the crystal screen flickered wildly, jumping to an astronomical number. The black card displayed a balance of 56 million ryo. Pocketing the card, Ye Tian patted his pocket with satisfaction, turned, and walked back to the desk. He grabbed Hiruzen by the shoulder, startling the old man, and warned him fiercely, this debt is settled today. Remember this next time the High Council meets, I must be there. Hiruzen Sarutobi was utterly bewildered by the sudden rough action, dropping his pipe onto the desk. At the very moment of contact, a long-missed electronic voice echoed from the depths of Ye Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully making physical contact with Hiruzen Sarutobi. A rare choice option has been triggered. Option 1, obtain the Summoning Jutsu Monkey King. Option 2, obtain the 5 basic chakra natures and mastery level control experience. Option 3, obtain the S-rank Forbidden Jutsu, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Ye Tian rolled his eyes internally and began a relentless inner monologue of complaints. What a ridiculous joke. The Summoned Beast Monkey King. I've already got a fully customized 10-tail stuffed inside me with enough tails to play badminton with. Why would I care about an old monkey swinging a staff? As for the third option, the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, that's a purely idiotic skill. Selling your soul to the Grim Reaper for a 1-for-1 suicide move. Only a stick in the mud like Minato Namake's would use that. It completely clashes with his own life-loving money-hoarding persona. Only option 2 was the real hard currency, with all 5 chakra natures and control experience at the level of a professor of ninjutsu. In the future, when developing an advanced version of the Rasengan, he could infuse it with fire, water, earth, lightning, or wind release, maximizing the power of composite ninjutsu to the absolute limit. Stop dawdling. Choose option 2. Hurry up and give me the power. Ye Tian commanded decisively in his mind. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining perfect mastery over the 5 basic chakra natures. A warm current instantly surged up his arm and into his meridians. The chakra of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth, perfectly merged within him. The intricate micro-level control experience for the fire, water, and lightning release techniques he already knew was now etched indelibly into his brain. Ye Tian released Sarutobi's shoulder, casually smoothing out the wrinkles on the old man's robes. His expression shifted faster than flipping a page, and he grinned as he waved goodbye. Since there are no missions today, I won't disturb the Hokage's work any longer. If any high-paying missions come up worth millions or tens of millions, be sure to notify me immediately. Watching Ye Tian's retreating back, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his shoulder where the young man had just patted him. Extreme wariness flickered in his eyes as he probed. Ye Tian, my boy, what exactly do you intend to do with all this exorbitant wealth you're amassing? Are you dissatisfied with Konoha, planning to establish your own village and become a rival power? Ye Tian stopped without turning around and waved a hand dismissively behind his head. Quit with the wild fantasies. I have zero interest in being some village chief or kage. I need this money for a purpose of immense convention-defying importance. The office door slammed shut heavily. Hiruzen Sarutobi slumped back into his chair, relit his pipe, and his brow furrowed into a tight knot. He calculated silently, recognizing the young man's profound depth and unpredictable methods. As long as he didn't act against Konoha, he could turn a blind eye to everything else. But if he ever truly turned his blade against the village, even if it cost him his life to use the dead demon-consuming seal, he would drag this monster down to hell with him. By the time Ye Tian strolled back to his villa, the sun had already set. Naruto and Sasuke had just returned from their mission and were squabbling over the last slice of watermelon in the yard. The guard mission for Team 7 had ended with only Kakashi going to the Hokage's office to file the report. The days that followed returned to the monotonous routine of training and taking on low-rank missions. Time flew like sand slipping through fingers. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and the annual grand event of the ninja world, the Chunin exam, was quietly approaching Konoha. The scale of this exam was unprecedented, surpassing all previous ones. Elite genin from the 5 great nations, fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, gathered in Konoha. On the bustling commercial streets, ninjas from other villages in outlandish attire could be seen everywhere. Nearly every inn in Konoha was declared fully booked overnight. Among the many bustling groups, one team that had just arrived at Konoha's gates stood out conspicuously. Leading them was an old man with a wide conical hat, a goatee, one blind eye, and leaning on a staff. This group bore no insignia of any major nation and exuded a chilling, sinister aura. The Chunin examiner at the Konoha gate registration desk handed over a form and asked routinely, "Please fill in your home village and the name of your supervising jonin teacher." The one-eyed old man took the pen and scrawled a few large characters on the scroll, his voice raspy, like rusted sandpaper. "Otogekure. I am named Ye Tian, and I lead the village's finest ninjas to participate in this Chunin selection exam." After registration, the examiner waved them through. Ye Tian with his 3 Otogekure genin strode into the streets of Konoha. The old man lowered his hat brim, his single cloudy eye scanning the familiar buildings along the street, his fist clenched tightly within his sleeve. "Sarutobi, you old fool, I will take back everything you stole with interest. This Chunin exam is the perfect opportunity to send you to join the previous Hokages." The old man roared inwardly. This one-eyed old man, disguised as the Otogekure team leader with a changed name, seemed strangely familiar. At this moment, on the spacious balcony of the 2nd floor of the villa, Ye Tian leaned on the railing overlooking the foreign ninjas flooding into Konoha on the streets below. The surging crowd, with the chakra fluctuations of various factions intertwining, had turned Konoha into a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Watching this chaotic yet vibrant scene, Ye Tian's mind immediately took a sharp turn, his eyes beginning to sparkle with the avaricious gleam of a capitalist. With all these out-of-towners coming to Konoha, those leading jonin and accompanying noble merchants must have their pockets stuffed with cash. Ye Tian stroked his chin, a sly merchant's grin spreading across his face. Where there's competition, there are definitely bets. A high-stakes event like the Chunin exam, drawing the eyes of the entire ninja world, would surely have gambling houses setting up insane odds, betting on who wins, who loses, who dies in the exam arena. The capital flowing through this would be astronomical. Looks like I can not only enjoy the show this time, but also take a hefty slice from these fat cats. Ye Tian turned and walked into his room, pulling out a stack of blank scrolls from a drawer to begin meticulously planning his grand scheme for a super gambling empire. This serene Konoha was about to be thoroughly turned upside down. This time he would absolutely make all the enemies lurking in the shadows lose their very last thread. The scorching sun overhead baked the green tiles of the rooftop until they were searing hot, heat waves distorting and rising in the air. Ye Tian crouched on a sturdy branch of a towering tree behind the Hokage building, tossing a ripe apple in his hand. He took a crisp bite, and the sweet juice burst across his mouth. His gaze swept over the layers of rooftops straight to the wide-open giant iron gate of Konoha village. Today the village was so noisy that even the bark of the trees seemed to tremble. Every street and alley was packed with ninjas from other villages. A cacophony of clamor, the clashing of metal, and a medley of foul sweat smells drifting into his nostrils on the hot wind. The Chunin exam, this grand feast of spectacle that had the entire ninja world riveted, had officially begun. The Kumonin team was the first to enter his field of vision. The 4th Raikage, that block of muscle, led the way. His exaggerated physique threatened to burst the seams of his loose vest, and every step he took on the stone slabs rang out with a dull thud. Behind him, Omoi was chewing on a lollipop. Karui carried a long sword on her back, and Darui wore a face of exhaustion as if he hadn't slept in days. Next came the Sunanin team. Kazekage Raza walked at the front while Gaara carried a massive gourd on his back, his red hair strikingly conspicuous among the crowd. Temari shouldered her giant fan, and Kenkuro carried a crow puppet tightly wrapped in bandages. The leader of the Kirinin team had been replaced by Meitorumi. The Mizukage swayed her hips as she walked, drawing many sidelong glances from the Konoha villagers on the street. Chojuro followed behind, carrying Hiramakiri on his back. Further back were 2 completely unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. The man had 3 horizontal scars across his face, and the woman's arms were entwined with thorny vines. Ye Tian ran through the information in his mind. These two were definitely original characters not appearing in the original story. He didn't even know their names. Over at the IWA team, the old man Inoki used the lightweight rock technique to float in midair, saving himself the effort of walking. Kuratsuchi chattered non-stop with Akatsuchi beside her. Besides them, there were two more unfamiliar faces in the team, characters that also hadn't appeared in the original story. The last team to enter the village was the Odonin team. The leader was completely wrapped in a loose black robe, his hood pulled low, not even a strand of hair visible. Ye Tian spat out the apple core, his attention instantly drawn to the white-haired youth behind the robed figure. The youth had 2 red dots on his forehead, a pale complexion, and walked with such lightness that he didn't even stir a speck of dust. Kimimaro. Ye Tian pinched his chin, clicking his tongue. Orochimaru really went all out, even sending his top enforcer to show off. There are also 2 unfamiliar faces squeezed into the Odonin team. Interesting. Watching Kimimaro, Ye Tian's mind began churning wildly. That kid's Shikatsumiyaku is indeed fierce in battle, but in Ye Tian's view, this fighting style, forcibly pulling bones out of one's own body every time, was far too against the principles of health preservation. Pulling out bones is not only disgusting, leaving bloodied bone fragments everywhere, but also extremely likely to cause osteoporosis. Go provoke him to copy his jutsu. Forget it, I'm afraid I'll get rheumatism when I'm old. Ye Tian brushed the fruit scraps off his hand. But since this kid is Orochimaru's ace, he must be carrying the activity funds allocated by Orochimaru. If I can't get the jutsu, I can at least squeeze out some coins. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Nobody ever has too much money. Just as he was pondering, the teams from the various major ninja villages below had gathered and were moving in unison toward the Hokage's office. Bang! A puff of white smoke exploded beside Ye Tian. The shadow clone he had sent to gather intelligence dispersed, and the vast memories flooded into his main body's mind. Underground casino in the abandoned air raid shelter south of Konoha. Ye Tian quickly extracted the most valuable information, a grin spreading from ear to ear. These underground gambling dens are faster than the Umbu. The feudal lords and rich people from all countries are all gathered there, setting up offshore betting pools. With a betting pool, there was a massive cash flow. Ye Tian's toes suddenly exerted force, and the branch let out a painful crack. His entire body turned into a black blur, directly breaking away from the main group and racing at full speed toward the southern part of Konoha, the abandoned air raid shelter south of Konoha. He pushed open the heavy iron door disguised as an earthen mound, and a wave of strong cheap tobacco mixed with the sour smell of fermented alcohol hit his face. The vast underground space was brightly lit, filled with hundreds of gamblers, wealthy merchants from various countries, and even some ninjas in civilian clothes. They were all crowded around rows of long tables. The clink of gold coins, the rattle of dice, the wild laughter of winners, and the curses of losers, all woven into a wildly frenzied symphony. Ye Tian tugged at his collar, hands in his pockets, and swaggered through the crowd. At the center of the venue stood a huge blackboard 2 stories high, densely covered with red and white chalk, writing the odds for the top contenders in this Chunin exam. Ye Tian stood in front of the blackboard, tilting his head back to scan from top to bottom. Suna's Gara 1-1. 5. Kimo's Derui 1-2. Odo's Kimimaro 1-1. These intelligence brokers were indeed capable. They had a clear grasp of the dark horse candidates. Ye Tian continued looking down, soon finding familiar names in the Konoha list. Uchiha Sasuke 1-1. Uzumaki Naruto 1-1. Seeing the odds for these 2 brats, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the news of him training Sasuke and Naruto personally over the past few years had leaked out somewhat. The bookmaker hadn't dared to set the odds too ridiculously. Continuing down, Ye Tian's gaze suddenly stuck on a line, and his fingers cracked audibly. Namikaze Ye Tian 1-10. What the hell? Ye Tian nearly spat blood onto the table in front of him. I'm at 1-10. Are these bastards missing their brain stems? Those 2 half-baked kids I grind into the dirt every day are at 1-1, and I, the big shot who carries the whole team, am at 1-10. Am I that lame? No one has faith in me. Ye Tian's mental gears spun rapidly, and within seconds he pinpointed the culprit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old bastard. Ye Tian mentally cursed the 3rd Hokage's ancestors for 18 generations. The commotion from the battle at the root base, where he fought Danzo and even beat up over 100 elites, had definitely been suppressed by the 3rd Hokage's highest level of confidentiality. The outside intelligence network couldn't get to the core, and the only official mission he had recently performed in public was the escort of the Fire Country Princess Yuki. In the eyes of those intelligence brokers, he was at most a showpiece who relied on connections to pad his resume. So they gave him this insulting odds of 1-10. Good. Very good. Ye Tian laughed in anger, his eyes burning with the frenzied light of a predator spotting a fat sheep. Since you're so eager to throw money at me, I'll win this underground bank down to its very last pants today. Ye Tian kicked the chair blocking his way and strode straight toward the VIP reception desk at the deepest part of the casino. The receptionist was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache idly clicking away at an abacus. Bam! Ye Tian slammed his palm onto the counter, sending the beads of the abacus dancing wildly. I'm placing a bet. On the champion, Ye Tian declared loudly. The man with the mustache didn't even lift his head. He flipped open a thick ledger and asked on who. And how much? On Namikaze Ye Tian from Konoha village. I'm wagering 50 million silver taels. A soft thud. The brush in the man's hand dropped directly onto the ledger, leaving a blot of black ink. He jerked his head up, scrutinizing the young lad before him. His jaw nearly hit the counter, and his tongue tied itself in knots. Why you? How much did you say? 50 million. Kid, this isn't a playground. Making up numbers like that will get you thrown out to the dogs. Ye Tian couldn't be bothered with words. He pulled a black card bearing a storage seal from his inner pocket and slapped it right in front of the man's face. Open your eyes wide and read the balance. 50 million. If it's a single coin short, I'll eat this table. Ye Tian tapped the counter. I just want to know at odds of 1 to 10 if I win, that's 500 million. Can your shabby organizers even pay up? Or are you planning to skip town? The man's breathing turned ragged at the sight of the balance on the black card, sweat beading on his forehead. He swallowed hard, trying to regain composure. Young master, don't underestimate our organizers. The boss behind this is a consortium of the 5 great nations daimyo. Never mind 500 million, even if it's 5 billion, if you dare to win, we can afford to pay. Excellent. Ye Tian grabbed the card reader, swiped the 50 million into the casino's public account, took the receipt stamped with a red fingerprint, and tucked it into his pocket. With that done, he turned and left, striding with an air of arrogance. The 500 million in expected winnings would cover a huge chunk of the revival funds needed once the system shop unlocked. This kind of low-risk, high-reward venture was a much faster way to make money than hunting heads as a bounty ninja. Time slipped by like sand through fingers. The next morning, the first written exam officially began. Inside the Ninja Academy's large examination hall, hundreds of candidates were crammed into cramped desks. The walls were lined with masked, murderous-looking proctors. The air was thick with the tense smell of pencil shavings and sweat suffocatingly oppressive. Naruto sat to Ye Tian's left, gripping his pencil, as if his life depended on it, the shaft already bearing a row of deep teeth marks. Staring at the code-breaking puzzles and fluid dynamics calculations that looked like gibberish, sweat dripped from his forehead, blurring the paper with ink spots. Bro, big bro. Naruto whispered, leaning desperately towards Ye Tian, his voice trembling. What am I supposed to do? I can't even understand the questions. I hate written tests. If I hand in a blank paper, I'll definitely be eliminated. Ye Tian, with his hands behind his head and legs propped up on the back of the chair in front, completely ignored the murderous glare from the head proctor at the podium. Listen to me. Ye Tian yawned. Put down your pen, flip the paper over. Don't do anything. Just put your head down on the desk, hand in a blank sheet, and sleep. Naruto turned his blue eyes wide as saucers. Hand in a blank paper. Are you sure? Bro, this is the Chunin exam. I said sleep, so you sleep. When in doubt, sleep it off. Lying flat is a high-level tactic. Ye Tian pushed Naruto's head down onto the desk. Trust me, this first test isn't about your answering skills at all. Just sleep. Watching Ye Tian close his eyes and start snoring, Naruto hesitated for a second, then gritted his teeth, pushed his paper aside, folded his arms, and buried his head to play dead. This scene left Sakura and Sasuke sitting in the back, utterly dumbfounded. Sasuke's knuckles were white as he gripped his pencil, his teeth grinding audibly. This was a team exam. If that idiot Naruto scored a 0, the entire Team 7 would go down with him. A few aisles over, Yukiji and Yumi too were showing signs of strain. Yukiji rolled her eyes in exasperation, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes under the desk as she cursed inwardly. Is this guy insane? Skipping class is one thing, but he's making his brother sleep during a major exam like this. How did I end up with such an unreliable teammate? Yumi nervously wrung her fingers, looking at Ye Tian's defenseless back, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Time ticked by, minute after minute. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard echoed through the room. Proctors prowled the aisles like hunting dogs, flushing out those with clumsy cheating methods. No. For a cheating, disqualified. No. 27, 3 counts of cheating, your whole team is out. Desks were kicked aside roughly as candidates were forcibly dragged from the room. The sounds of crying and begging rose and fell, the atmosphere in the room freezing over. Yet Ye Tian and Naruto slept on undisturbed. A long, glistening string of drool even hung from Naruto's mouth. Half an hour passed. The wall clock let out a dull boom. Ibiki, the head proctor who had been standing silently at the podium, clapped his hands, his gruff voice shaking dust from the ceiling. Time's up. Put down your pens. The room fell into instant silence. Ibiki's scar-covered face scanned the crowd, pausing for a moment on Ye Tian and Naruto's table. A corner of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. For those of you still in this room, you all pass. Now get out and head to the second exam. The announcement hit the room like a bomb dropped into a deep pool. Naruto was jolted awake by the thunderous cheers. He shot up, wiped the drool from his chin, and stared at his blank paper, then at the proctor who had just declared them all qualified, unable to believe his ears. Bro. Naruto grabbed Ye Tian's shoulder and shook him violently. You're a genius. Sleeping actually got us through. Ye Tian rubbed his ears, which were ringing from the noise, and stood up to stretch his joints, popping. Routine. It's called seeing the essence beyond the surface. Let's go to the next one. This stuffy room is suffocating. The crowd flowed out through the hallways, gathering before the gates of the famous 44th training ground of Konoha, the Forest of Death. A towering chain-link fence sealed off the entire primeval forest. The wire was caked with dark rust, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of rotting leaves mixed with the scent of damp earth. A few oversized crows perched on the fence, letting out hoarse caws. The proctor Mitarashi Anko, dressed in a revealing mesh outfit, strolled to the front of the crowd, twirling a skewer of tricolored dango. Welcome to the second exam, the Forest of Death. Anko bit off the dango in one go, tossing the skewer aside. The rules are simple. It's a scroll battle. You have the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth. Within 5 days, gather the pair and reach the tower in the center of the forest alive to pass. Now sign the death waiver. After signing, they received the scrolls. The 6 of them gathered together. Ye Tian stood at the front with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura on his left and Yuki and Yumi on his right. The two teams simply merged into one large group. Let's go. Ye Tian flicked his wrist and stepped first through the open wire gate. As soon as they stepped into the forest, sunlight was instantly shattered into fragments by the dense towering trees. The ground was soft and damp, oozing black water with every step. The surroundings were so silent that only the sound of the 6 of them crushing dead twigs could be heard. The team advanced for less than a quarter of an hour. Ye Tian, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. He raised his right hand, halting the others behind him. The bushes ahead shook violently, and 3 ninjas wearing grass village vests leaped out, forming a triangle formation to block the road. The leading brat held 2 sharp kunai in his hands, licking his cracked lips with his tongue, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of hunting prey. Yo, young masters and ladies from Konoha. What luck, we've stumbled upon easy prey as soon as we entered. The leading grass village brat pointed arrogantly at Ye Tian with his kunai. Hand over your scrolls obediently, and then get the hell out of here. Save yourself some pain. Ye Tian kept his hands in his pockets, not even deigning to look at these 3 small fry, and waved his hand impatiently. That's what I should be saying. Before I lose my temper, drop your scrolls on the ground, and get as far away as possible. Don't block the way. Don't underestimate us. The grass village brat was enraged, suddenly stomping down, crushing the dead wood on the ground. The 3 of them turned into 3 afterimages, raising their kunai, and charging at Ye Tian in a pincer attack. All of you attack. Kill them. Facing this lethal attack head-on, Ye Tian didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Unbelievable. There's always some clueless weaklings who rush to get themselves killed. Ye Tian didn't need any complicated movements. He simply clapped his hands together heavily in front of his chest. The chakra within his body instantly connected with the moisture in the humid air around him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The muddy water on the ground and the water vapor in the air instantly converged. A massive dragon entirely condensed from high-pressure water currents materialized out of thin air. The water dragon let out a deafening roar, carrying a terrifying impact force that could level everything and plunge straight into the 3 charging enemies. Boom. The violent water current flipped the 3 of them into the air. The immense crushing force tore through the air. The leading brat, who took the brunt of the attack, didn't even have time to scream. His sternum instantly collapsed under the impact of the water pressure, emitting a sickening crunch. The 3 of them were blasted dozens of meters away like ragdolls, crashing heavily into thick tree trunks, spurting blood, and dying instantly. Water splashed everywhere, turning into a brief rain shower on the muddy ground. Ye Tian walked through the mud, pulled a scroll from the waist of the lifeless corpse. He opened it, and saw it was just the earth scroll. Job done. Ye Tian pocketed the earth scroll, turned to look at the 5 stunned people behind him, and jerked his chin. Let's go. Head straight to the tower to report. This crappy place doesn't even have a place to sit. Let's finish this early and get back to sleep. The team continued advancing deeper into the forest. Ye Tian walked at the front, casually tossing the scroll in his right hand. Suddenly his pace slowed again, his gaze piercing through the layers of canopy, fixing on a patch of shadow deeper in the forest. That immense chakra hidden in the darkness, exuding extreme cold and dampness, was silently slithering toward them like a poisonous snake. This was the true predator. Deep in the forest of death, sunlight was completely blocked by the dense canopy of ancient towering trees. The surroundings were dark and damp, with a nauseating smell of rotting leaves and heavy earthiness perpetually floating in the air. Thick roots twisted like giant pythons, coiling across the moss-covered ground, slippery to step on. The team moved swiftly through the silence. Ye Tian was at the front when he suddenly stamped his foot heavily on a half-buried fallen log. He raised his right hand, fingers together, giving a tactical hand signal for a complete halt. Everyone stop. Ye Tian's voice was extremely low, his gaze piercing through the dense bushes ahead, fixed on that dark corner of the forest. Naruto, Sasuke, Yuki, and Yumi all stopped in unison. Holding their breath, they followed Ye Tian's gaze. A strange cold wind blew from that direction, carrying a strong stench of snake venom. The bushes didn't stir, but the air temperature around them plummeted, chilling to the bone. A tough one is coming ahead. This chakra fluctuation is so eerie, it gives me goosebumps. Ye Tian turned his head, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound. The rustling sound finally emerged. From the shadows ahead, a tall, slender figure slowly stepped out. The newcomer had long black hair, a pale face devoid of any color, and a pair of golden vertical slit pupils fixed intently on the team. He extended his abnormally long tongue, licking around his pale lips, and let out a sticky, hoarse chuckle from his throat. "Nice to meet you, little Konoha brats." Orochimaru stood with his arms crossed like a snake, eyeing its prey. Ye Tian was completely unimpressed by this pretentious act. He shoved his hands into his pockets and lifted his chin. "Stop playing tricks here. What do you want by going out of your way to ambush us in this forest of death?" Orochimaru's gaze directly bypassed Ye Tian, locking onto Sasuke with undisguised fervor and greed. "Nothing special," Orochimaru drawled, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I just came to see with my own eyes how much my future perfect vessel has grown." And to give him a little mark, Sasuke felt his hair stand on end under that gaze, instinctively tightening his grip on his kunai. "Vessel?" Ye Tian curled one corner of his mouth, letting out an extremely arrogant sneer. "Big Snake, you're going to be disappointed today. With me standing here, you can't even touch a single hair on his head." Orochimaru twitched at the crude address, killing intent surging in his golden vertical pupils. "Is that so? You arrogant little brat, quite the bold talk. Let me test your mettle." Orochimaru bit his thumb, his hands forming seals at a speed that left afterimages, then slammed his palm heavily onto the muddy ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, a huge cloud of white smoke shot up. Before the smoke cleared, a giant brown patterned snake, over 20 meters long and as thick as a water tank, crashed through several surrounding trees and coiled up in the clearing. The giant snake flicked its scarlet tongue, venom dripping onto the ground, sizzling and corroding the grass. Orochimaru stood atop the snake's head, looking down as he gave the order, "Go have some fun with those two little brats." The giant snake let out a roar, its massive body crushing the ground as it opened its gaping maw and lunged straight at Naruto and Sasuke. Ye Tian whirled around, executing a decisive tactical split. "Naruto, Sasuke, this giant worm is your training target. Chop it to pieces. Yuki, take Yumi and retreat 300 meters back. Protect her and stay out of the meat grinder up front." Naruto slammed his fists together, roaring with excitement. "My hands have been itching for this." "Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke's eyes instantly shifted to a deep crimson, two black tomo spinning rapidly within the whites. The two shot left and right, blurring into afterimages as they charged straight at the colossal serpent. Having arranged the rear, Ye Tian refocused his attention ahead. Orochimaru had already leaped from midair and landed squarely in front of him. "Now that the obstacles are gone, let's see how you plan to protect my vessel," Orochimaru sneered. "I'll protect him with my life. Just see if you dare take it." Ye Tian slammed his foot against the ground, the dirt exploding beneath him as he shot forward like a cannonball. Mid-leap, his hands moved fluidly, sweeping across the ninja tool pouch strapped to his leg. Tenkanai tore through the air with a shrill whistle, sealing off every escape route and blind spot Orochimaru had. Orochimaru's form twisted like a boneless serpent, bending backward in an unnatural contorted posture. The kunai grazed past the tip of his nose and the edge of his robe, embedding themselves into the tree trunk behind him. The instant he dodged the projectiles, Orochimaru's voluminous sleeve whipped through the air. Hidden shadow snake hands. Over a dozen wrist-thick venomous snakes burst forth from his sleeve like lightning, latching onto Ye Tian's arms and torso, coiling tightly and locking him in place. The snakes bared their fangs, lunging directly at Ye Tian's neck. "Got him." Orochimaru straightened up. "Such soft, pathetic tricks. Don't embarrass yourself with them." Ye Tian, bound by the snakes, couldn't even be bothered to struggle. He simply sneered in disdain. The next second, a deafening crack of thunder erupted through the forest. A violent surge of blue-white lightning released chakra exploded along Ye Tian's meridians, enveloping his entire body. The overwhelming high-voltage current instantly pierced through the dozen-odd snakes coiled around him. A sizzling crackle filled the air with the stench of scorched meat. The snakes didn't even have a chance to screech. They were instantly fried to a crisp, turning into charred chunks that clattered to the ground. Orochimaru gazed at the litter of dead snakes, a flicker of intrigue passing through his golden pupils. Interesting. To unleash lightning release of this intensity without a single hand seal. You're certainly no ordinary one. No wonder you dare speak to me with such audacity. The best is yet to come, old man. Ye Tian flicked the black soot off his wrists. Orochimaru swung his arms once more. Hidden shadow multi-snake hands. This time an uncountable flood of venomous snakes surged forth from his sleeves like a bursting dam. The dense, writhing mass of serpents intertwined a sight that made one's skin crawl. Bearing their venomous fangs, they formed a seamless hunting net and lunged straight at Ye Tian. Staring at the overwhelming tide of slithering creatures, Ye Tian was speechless. You got anything else besides snake tricks? You're gonna trigger my trypophobia. Ye Tian's chest swelled as his rampaging chakra transformed into searing flames. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth. Fueled by his monstrous chakra reserves, this C-rank jutsu swelled into a terrifying fire meteor over 10 meters in diameter. The surrounding air was instantly sucked dry and large swaths of underbrush ignited from the sheer heat. A thunderous boom. The colossal fireball collided head-on with the serpent net. The countless snakes didn't even have a second to resist. They were vaporized in the incandescent blaze, not even leaving behind a trace of ash. The fireball, undiminished, hurtled straight toward Orochimaru's face. He leaped back repeatedly, using the substitution technique to evade the sea of flames, landing atop a massive boulder. He surveyed the scorched earth, his wary gaze deepening. You really are a troublesome one. At such a young age to have reached this level of chakra and destructive power. Orochimaru bit his finger and slammed his hands onto the ground. Then how will you handle this one? Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes formation. The earth trembled violently as countless serpents burst through the surface. Tens of thousands of snakes converged into a writhing sea of brown and green, the rustling of scales coalescing into a bone-chilling cacophony. This serpentine ocean reared up into a towering wave several meters high and crashed down upon Ye Tian. You want a numbers game? Fine, let me give your little bathhouse a proper rinse. Ye Tian's fingers danced in a blur of hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. In the parched heart of the forest, Ye Tian single-handedly conjured thousands of tons of water from sheer chakra. A colossal torrent surged up from the ground, forming a massive water wall that swept everything aside, crashing headlong into the serpent sea. The violent currents churned with a devastating shredding force. As the great flood washed over, the venomous snakes were severed and pulverized in the raging rapids, their foul blood staining the water a dark crimson. The entire horde covering the mountainside was utterly annihilated by this great waterfall technique. Before the spray had even settled, the shrill shriek of 1,000 birds pierced the water curtain. Ye Tian, his right hand wreathed in blinding lightning, charged through the mud like a blue bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Orochimaru's heart. Lightning released Chidori. Orochimaru had no intention of tanking such a devastating blow. He recoiled backward, his gaze flicking to the other battlefield in the distance. There Sasuke, his two-tomo Sharingan locked onto the serpent's vital spot, precisely hurled kunai wrapped with explosive tags. On the other side, Naruto was enveloped in a tangible cloak of red chakra, a single violent fox tail whipping behind him as he smashed his fist into the serpent's skull, caving it in. Critically, even with the one-tail chakra unleashed, Naruto's eyes remained clear and focused, no signs of losing control. Orochimaru's breath hitched gears, turning rapidly in his mind. Sasuke's already awakened the two-tomo Sharingan, and that nine-tails Jinchuriki brat can perfectly control a single tail's worth of chakra without going berserk. Orochimaru's gaze returned to Ye Tian, charging like a war god, and every piece of the puzzle clicked into place. So that's it. All the anomalies, all the butterfly effects, they all stem from this brat Namikaze, Ye Tian. Just how many more cards does he have up his sleeve? Facing the killing thrust of the Chidori, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Since the vessel's quality has been verified, let's call it a day. We'll settle this score another time. Squelch. The lightning pierced through Orochimaru's chest, but the body instantly dissolved into a pile of viscous mud. The real Orochimaru had long since transformed into a white serpent, silently slithering into the towering ancient trees behind him, vanishing without a trace. Ye Tian dispersed the lightning in his right hand, grinding a clump of mud under his heel as he stood still. He extended his sensory net, sweeping the area, confirming that the cold, sinister chakra had already retreated several kilometers away. He ran faster than a rabbit. Lucky for him. Ye Tian clicked his tongue, turning to head toward the battlefield where Naruto was. The giant serpent had already been obliterated by Naruto and Sasuke's combined efforts, dissolving into a puff of white smoke. Yuki and Yumi also hurried back from afar. That oversized worm has fled. No point lingering in this dump. Let's keep moving. The sooner we get the scrolls, the sooner we're done. Ye Tian waved his hand, leading the team onward toward the towering structure at the forest's heart. After less than a mile, 3 ninja wearing Rain Village headbands burst out from the underbrush, blocking the path with menacing postures. Hand over your scrolls, or taste the power of our Rain Village coordinated jutsu. The leading Rain ninja brandished several Senbon needles linked by wires, shouting recklessly. Ye Tian picked his ear, barely sparing a glance at these disposable pawns. I'm just a working man trying to clock out. Don't be a sore thumb here. With that, Ye Tian launched a flying kick, striking the man squarely in the abdomen. The immense force sent the rain ninja flying crashing into the two comrades behind him. The three tumbled like a stack of dominoes against a tree trunk, instantly knocked out with foam at their mouths. Ye Tian strolled over, deftly rummaging through their ninja tool pouches. He pulled out an earth scroll. Turning around, he tossed it with pinpoint accuracy into Naruto's arms. Here you go. That completes the heaven and earth set. Your team's ticket to the next round is secured. Ye Tian dusted off his hands. Naruto caught the scroll, cheering with excitement. Big bro's awesome. An hour slipped by in silence. After traversing the perilous forest of death, a colossal stone tower piercing the clouds finally emerged on the horizon. Pushing open the heavy iron doors, the interior space was astonishingly vast. Torches cast flickering amber light across the stone walls. In the ground floor hall, two teams had already arrived. Against the left wall stood the Sound Village team. Leading them was the white-haired youth Kimimaro, his eyes shut, his complexion pale, to the point of translucence, radiating a dangerous bone-white aura. In the right corner was the Sand Village team. Gaara, bearing a massive gourd on his back, stood with arms crossed, heavy dark circles under his eyes exuding a savage bloodlust. Temari and Kankuro stood behind him, barely daring to breathe. Hearing the iron door creak open, both teams in the hall turned their heads in unison. Gaara's pale green eyes, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto Ye Tian, who was striding at the forefront. The instant their gazes met, the one-tailed Shikaku within Gaara, that perpetually raging beast that howled ceaselessly in his mind, demanding blood and slaughter, suddenly fell silent without warning. That usually frenzied, corpulent tanuki now, as if encountering an apex predator at the very top of the food chain, curled into a tight ball within the sealed space, clamping its paws over its head, not daring to make even the faintest sound of breathing. An eerie stillness followed. Gaara froze. He pressed a hand to his chest, utterly bewildered. From the moment of his birth until now, this was the first time he had ever experienced such tranquility within his own mind. That monster usually kept him awake all night with its racket. What was happening today? Could it be because of this man before him? To test his theory, Gaara uncrossed his arms and took 2 deliberate steps forward toward Ye Tian. As the distance closed, he could distinctly sense that the arrogant beast within him was now trembling violently, its very chakra quaking with sheer terror. Ye Tian halted, hands in his pockets, watching this red-haired youth with heavy black circles and a gourd on his back approach with an unblinking stare. His brow furrowed deeply. "Hey, redhead," Ye Tian broke the silence. "Staring at someone like that, got a problem?" Gaara stopped 3 meters away, his usual bloodthirsty aura completely reined in. In an unprecedented move, he replied in a calm, utterly flat tone, "No problem. Just thought the air was slightly better near this doorway." Hearing such an absurd excuse, Ye Tian rolled his eyes, dramatically speechless. Is this really Gaara? The bloodthirsty madman from the original story who would unleash a desert burial on anyone who displeased him was now standing before him, using better air as an excuse. This was completely off script. The atmosphere in the hall grew bizarre. Gaara kept his eyes locked on Ye Tian, while Kimimaro on the other side slowly opened his eyes. Beneath the seeming calm of the tower's base, undercurrents surged at a frantic pace. The air at the bottom of the stone tower was thick and foul, mingled with the stench of blood and decaying vegetation. Ye Tian leaned against a sturdy stone pillar, idly kicking at pebbles on the floor with the tip of his shoe. Gaara's Sand Village group lurked in the shadows, barely even breathing, terrified of provoking this harbinger of misfortune. Half an hour crawled by agonizing minute. Creak. The heavy iron door was roughly shoved open from outside. Niji led Team 3, Shikamaru led Team 10, and teams from other villages, Kiba, Durui, Chijiro, Karatsuchi, all filed out from the corridor in a disheveled stream. They were all covered in grime, their clothes torn and streaked with dirt and leaf debris, looking like a pack of beggars fresh from a refugee camp, collapsing onto the floor with unsteady legs. Enko, holding a half-eaten skewer of dango, clicked her high heels as she strutted to the front of the group. She cleared her throat and bellowed, "All right, time's up. Any team still breathing and standing in this tower passes. Now get the hell out, take a shower, get some sleep. Tomorrow starts the 3rd round, one-on-one elimination matches." Dismissed. The crowd filed out through the wide corridor. As they stepped through the main gate, the midday sun poured down relentlessly, carrying the dry, warm essence of early autumn. A gentle breeze dispersed the musty smell of the tower. Ye Tian stretched languidly, his joints cracking with a satisfying pop. He slung an arm around Naruto's neck, giving his shoulder a firm pat. "Come on, that duo Q clear was pretty smooth today. Let's hit a restaurant. Barbecue joint, let's celebrate properly and bleed those shop owners dry." At the mention of meat, Naruto's eyes blazed with twin beams of light, drool nearly spilling from the corner of his mouth. He bounced on his heels, ecstatic. "Yeah, meat. I've been chewing on those army rations in the forest for 2 days. My mouth tastes like cardboard. I'm ordering 10 plates of pork belly at the most bustling barbecue spot in Konoha Yakiniku-Kyu. The moment the glass door slid open, a wave of searing heat mixed with rich cumin-laced meat aroma assaulted their nostrils. In the charcoal grill's fat dripped onto the embers, sizzling into puffs of white smoke that made mouths water instantly. Ye Tian and his group had just settled into a large round table by the window when he swept his gaze across the room. Well, the place was packed with Konoha's Jinin today. At the left table sat Shikamura Choji and Ino, with Choji shoveling grilled sausages into his mouth at a frantic pace. At the right table were Kiba Shino and Hinata. Hinata, who had been staring at her own feet, caught a glimpse of that golden spiky-haired silhouette in her peripheral vision. Her index fingers immediately began to twiddle together, her head sinking lower and lower, as if she wanted to burrow straight under the table. Ye Tian grabbed the teapot to pour water, catching the entire scene from the corner of his eye. His mind was flooded with question marks. Something was off. According to the original storyline, Hinata should only be in her secret crush phase, having never even exchanged a single word with Naruto. Before Ye Tian could figure it out, Naruto, the straightforward one, had already strode over with big steps. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, and waved his hand casually in greeting. Yo, Hinata, you're here for grilled meat too. You didn't get hurt in the forest a couple of days ago, did you? Hinata's shoulders trembled at the sudden approach, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz as she stammered, lowering her head in response. And no, I wasn't hurt. Naruto-kun. Hello. Naruto, completely oblivious to her nervousness, pulled over a chair and perched on half of it. Hello. Eat more meat to build up strength, and good luck in tomorrow's exam. Ye Tian's hand holding his teacup froze mid-air, his chin nearly dropping onto the rim of the cup. What kind of miraculous plot twist is this? Isn't this guy hanging out with me all the time? When did this dense blockhead ever get to know Hinata? Ye Tian grabbed Naruto by the collar, dragged him back to his seat, and demanded in a low, intense voice, spill it. When did you secretly start courting the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan behind my back? We've been thick as thieves since we were kids, and you didn't even tell me. Naruto rubbed his sore neck, looking utterly bewildered, and protested loudly. Courting? What are you talking about? You make it sound so bad. It was one snowy winter when I was a kid playing with snowballs near the woods. I saw some bullies picking on her, so I charged in and gave them a beating. That's how we got to know each other. Ye Tian listened, then silently gave a thumbs up, inwardly screaming with laughter. Kid, you're something else. This damn butterfly effect. Some main plot points are skewed, but this classic hero saves damsel routine just happened earlier. Some details, it seems, are inevitable. Ye Tian couldn't be bothered to dig into such gossip. He turned and shouted towards the counter, Boss, bring us everything on your menu that has the word meat in it. Extra oil, and crank up the heat. A plump waiter scurried over, beaming from ear to ear, nodding eagerly. Coming right up, sir. We'll get it ready for you immediately. Ye Tian pulled out a chair and gestured to the others. Have a seat, everyone. Eat as much as you want today. They settled around the table. The fresh slices of pork belly immediately curled and shrank upon hitting the scorching wire mesh, sizzling with oil. Thanks to Ye Tian's protective upbringing over the past few years, Naruto wasn't just sunny. He even had a touch of streetwise boldness, completely devoid of the suppressed inferiority complex he had in the original story. He grabbed the tongs and piled meat onto the grill with reckless abandon. Sasuke, sitting opposite, flipped the grilling meat with practiced smooth movements. Because the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out, although the kid still liked to put on airs and act aloof, the obsessive hatred in his bones was completely gone. He had actually turned out to be a decent guy. Most importantly, Orochimaru had been beaten by Ye Tian in the Forest of Death and never got the chance to sink his fangs into Sasuke's neck and plant that damn cursed seal. In Ye Tian's eyes, that cursed seal was nothing but a defective, half-baked piece of sage art that Orochimaru had cooked up. It would probably cause ugly mutations like sprouting weird moles. Hideous. Later on, he could just take Sasuke to the Ryuchi cave to learn the revised proper version of Sage Mode. Ye Tian chewed and swallowed his beef, then pointed his chopsticks at Sasuke across the table, launching into his sharp-tongued critique. Naruto's current chakra reserves and trump cards are more than enough for tomorrow's preliminaries. But you, Sasuke, your Sharingan, Genjutsu, and fire style are still a bit lacking when you run into a real tough opponent. Sasuke's hand flipping the meat froze midair. His brows furrowed into a tight knot, and he threw the tongs onto the plate. Don't underestimate me. I've got 2 tomo now. 2 tomo. What's the use? With your chakra levels, you'd be on the ground, gasping for air after throwing out a few big moves. Ye Tian leaned back, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Tell you what, go see Kakashi tonight. Get him to teach you some real trump card techniques. Or I could personally take over your training. Sasuke eyed Ye Tian warily, leaning back slightly. If you're willing to teach me, what's the price? You never do anything that isn't profitable. Ye Tian laced his fingers behind his head, dangling the bait. I guarantee I can bring you up to a level comparable to Naruto's current strength, excluding his Nine-Tails chakra, through this intensive training. What I want. It's simple. Ye Tian leaned forward, elbows on the table, revealing his true intention. I want a pair of Sharingan. Any spare one will do as long as it's awakened with at least one tomo. I want to conduct a research project to see if I can develop and push this further using my own talent without the Uchiha bloodline. The moment he said this, Sasuke was so shocked he dropped his teacup onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. Asking for a Sharingan. That was the clan's greatest taboo. This is something I absolutely cannot decide on my own. Sasuke wiped up the spilled tea, his face grim. You'll have to come and ask my father about this. Alright, we'll go after we finish the grilled meat. Ye Tian agreed readily, taking a big gulp of his juice. Inwardly, Ye Tian's mind was racing, calculating his next move. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, synthesized through the system, had been kept hidden and unused for fear of being dissected like a lab rat. If he could get a regular pair of eyes from Fugaku as a physical cover, then he could walk around town with his red eye disease in the future, and people would just think he was some crazed augmentation fanatic. Some things just need a plausible excuse to hide. After they devoured their meal, Ye Tian paid and followed Sasuke directly into the Uchiha compound, heading straight for Fugaku's house. Inside Fugaku's residence, the aroma of tea curled gently in the air. Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged in the seat of honor, watching Ye Tian stride in casually. The stern look on his face softened, and he welcomed him with a smile. Xiao Tian, you finally found time to visit me. What brings you here today? Ye Tian took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, cutting straight to the chase without any beating around the bush. I've come today to ask a favor. I'll be in charge of Sasuke's training. I'll teach him everything he can learn. In return, I want a pair of Sharingan. Any awakened one will do, even a single tomo. I want to see how far I can develop these eyes without the Uchiha bloodline. Fugaku fell silent. His fingers resting on the teacup traced the rim for a full half-minute, and the air in the study grew heavy. Had anyone else made such an absurd request, he would have ordered them thrown in prison without a second thought. But this brat in front of him was different. Not only had he done the clan a great service, but his unfathomably deep power was also a ticking time bomb for Konoha. Fine. Fugaku set down his teacup, his voice steady and firm as he made his decision. I will go to the clan's medical storage and select a pair of eyes with the greatest potential for you. How far you can develop them in the end will be up to you. Deal. Ye Tian snapped his fingers. A short while later, Fugaku emerged holding a small glass vial filled with a pale green nutrient solution. Floating serenely inside were a pair of eyeballs, each bearing 2 tomo. Here's what you asked for. Fugaku handed over the bottle. Ye Tian took it, pocketed it, stood up, and flexed his wrists. I'll head back first. Sasuke, come with me. I'll teach you the Chidori tonight. Sasuke rose without hesitation. Fine. Late at night on the back mountain, the cold wind rustled the leaves with a loud whisper. Ye Tian found a flat rock to sit on, and explained the Chidori's training method to Sasuke in detail, emphasizing that this technique must be used in conjunction with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. He then elaborated on the intricacies of chakra manipulation. After finishing the theory, Ye Tian formed hand seals rapidly, and with a bang, he created a shadow clone. This clone will guide you. I'm going to swap out these eyes first. The original Ye Tian brushed the dust off his pants, turned, and prepared to leave. Sasuke was clutching a ball of crackling electric sparks, not even looking up. Go ahead. After walking around a few mountain bends, sure he was out of Sasuke's sight, the original Ye Tian stopped. He pulled out the glass bottle from his pocket and shook it with utter disdain. Why would I swap eyes? I already have the eternal Mangekyo with 2 divine abilities, time stop and teleportation. Sticking this garbage 1 tomo into my eyes. What's the use? It's just a decoy. With a thought, Ye Tian tossed the bottle of Sharingan into the deepest corner of his system inventory to gather dust. This thing was nothing more than a shield to silence the crowd. He found a comfortable spot on a tree trunk, lay down, closed his eyes, and slept soundly the entire night without returning home. The next day arrived. The Chunin exam arena buzzed with noise. The vast circular stands were packed with instructors from various ninja villages and dignitaries eager for a spectacle. The sunlight was blinding. Naruto, Shikamaru, and the other promoted genin had long gathered at the center of the field, but Ye Tian was missing. Just as the examiner began to count heads, a slow, lazy footstep echoed from the entrance. Ye Tian emerged, hands in his pockets, yawning. He looked up, and his eyes instantly blazed scarlet. 2 black tomos spun rapidly in the whites of his eyes, exuding an eerie, oppressive aura. Naruto spotted those eyes immediately. He jumped in shock, pointing at Ye Tian. Big bro, what happened to your eyes? Ye Tian rubbed the corner of his eye and said in the most casual tone, this is the Sharingan I mentioned to Sasuke yesterday. I wanted to see how far I could develop it on my own. I just swapped them in. Can't turn them off yet, so I have to keep them active. The genin from other villages nearby were stunned. Installing them himself? And can't turn them off? What kind of hellish flex was this? Ye Tian rolled his eyes internally. Shut off. Not a chance. Even keeping it in 3-tomo mode was fine. With the 10 tails as an infinite chakra battery, like a nuclear power plant, why worry about running out? Besides, he was from the Uzumaki clan, so his chakra reserves were already enormous. This consumption was barely a drop in the bucket. Where's Sasuke? Naruto looked around anxiously for his teammate. He's still training on the back mountain. He should be close to succeeding. He won't die. Ye Tian replied casually, then found a clean step to sit on. Just then on the high platform in the center of the arena, the proctor Yueguang Jifeng coughed harshly twice, raised his roster, and announced in a hoarse voice, silence. The third round of the Chunin exam begins now, 1v1 battles. He pointed to the huge electronic display on the side of the field. The names of the combatants will appear on this screen. Everyone's gaze converged on it. On the black screen, rows of white names flickered and jumped wildly like chaotic code. In the silent arena, only the electronic beeps of the screen could be heard, a suffocating pressure gripping every throat. The massive black electronic screen at the center of the field emitted a piercing beep. White names danced and flashed like code, wild and frantic. The noise from the surrounding stands was crushed by the tension. Tens of thousands of eyes stared fixedly at the screen, their breaths deliberately slowed. Beep. The code froze instantly. First match, Tian Hai of Otoge-kure versus Kank of Kirigakure. Finally starting. The first match is already this intense. The stands erupted with deafening whistles and cheers. The iron gate of the contestant passage slid upward, chains grinding against gears with a screech. Two figures emerged from the shadows on either side, stepped over the railing, and leaped into the wide, scarred, and rubble-strewn center of the field. The one on the left was from Otoge-kure, Tian Hai. He had a spiky crew cut, and his arms were wrapped in thick white bandages, his knuckles large and calloused from years of hard striking. Clearly a taijutsu specialist who had trained relentlessly. The genin from Kirigakure, Kank, was stockier. A brown vest clung tightly to his body, his water-blue forehead protector glinted coldly in the sun, and his thick legs were planted firmly like roots. The proctor Yueguang Jifeng dragged his sickly body between them, covered his mouth with a violent cough, then sliced his right hand downward. First match begin. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished in a blur to the edge of the field. Without any pre-battle banter, both combatants simultaneously reached for the ninja tool pouches on their thighs. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sharp kunai tore through the air, colliding mid-flight with shrill whistles. Sparks flew from metal friction, and broken kunai spun into the stone floor. The probe had barely ended when their bodies crashed together like arrows. Bang! Fists and forearms slammed into each other, the dull thud of flesh and bone rattling the front row's eardrums. Both were pure close combat specialists, abandoning flashy genjutsu probes for a raw, bone-crushing brutality. Tian Hai attacked fiercely, his fists raining down like a storm toward Kank's face, throat, and vital points. His footwork was agile, each swing of his bandaged wrists cracking the air. Kank adopted a purely defensive counter-strategy. His lower body was rock-solid, arms crossed before him, absorbing Tian Hai's entire combo. The heavy fists slammed into his arms like mallets on thick wood, but he didn't budge an inch. This Kirigakure guy is tough. After a prolonged assault, Tian Hai's breathing rhythm faltered slightly, and sweat beaded on his forehead. In that split-second window when he pulled back his right fist to change his breathing, Kank caught the opening keenly. My turn. Kank's rough, booming voice exploded. His arms, previously raised in defense, swung wide as the muscles in his right leg swelled instantaneously. With the force of 1,000 pounds, he delivered a fierce front kick aimed directly at Tian Hai's abdomen. If that kick landed, at least 3 or 4 ribs would surely snap. Tian Hai, a seasoned fighter with extensive combat experience, didn't retreat an inch. Instead, he surged forward. Forcing his waist to twist, he whipped his left leg out like a steel flail in the nick of time. Crack! The two legs collided violently mid-air, and the immense recoil sent both fighters staggering backward. Their soles screeched across the rough bluestone floor, leaving 2 long black scorch marks. They separated, putting over a dozen meters between them, each gasping for air in heavy, ragged breaths. This high-intensity physical brawl had not only drained their stamina, but had also pushed their neural reflexes to the absolute limit. Tian Hai shook his numb left leg, wiped the sweat from his chin, and shouted across to Kank. Didn't expect a tough guy like you to have such quick reflexes. Since the warm-up isn't getting us anywhere, it's time for the main course. Before the words even faded, Tian Hai bent his knees, raised his hands, and his fingers began to blur as he formed hand seals with incredible speed. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Chakra compressed and boiled furiously in his lungs. Tian Hai's chest swelled as he opened his mouth wide. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A colossal orange fireball roared forth. The sheer heat warped the air around it, and even the hair of spectators in the front rows curled from the scorching wave. The fireball, with its devastating, unstoppable force, sealed off all of Kank's escape routes. Facing the incoming wall of flame, Kank didn't panic. Instead, he let out a mighty roar. Bring it on. When it comes to ninjutsu, no one from the Hidden Mist Village fears anyone. He stomped his feet, shattering the stone tiles, and his hands flew through seals just as quickly. Dragon, ox, rabbit, water-style water wave. A powerful high-pressure jet of water shot from Kank's mouth, a raging water serpent hurtling towards the blazing fireball. Boom. The collision of water and fire erupted in a violent explosion at the center of the arena. Scalding steam billowed out as thick white smoke spreading in all directions and engulfing the entire arena in an instant. Vision was completely obscured. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and acrid smoke. Did it hit? Spectators in the stands craned their necks, trying to peer through the white fog and discern the outcome. Before the smoke could even clear, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed from within the misty shroud. Tianhai and Kank had not paused for a moment. Using the smoke as cover, they clashed once more. With most of their chakra depleted from the ninjutsu clash, their hand-to-hand combat became even more brutal and primal. A heavy punch caught Tianhai on the mouth, sending blood and saliva flying. A kunai slashed Kank's brow, painting half his face a deep red. As time flew by, both fighters' stamina and chakra reserves hit the red line. Their movements grew sluggish and the power behind their fists lost the ferocity of the opening exchange. Using the recoil from a weapon clash, Tianhai leaped onto a broken stone pillar behind him, clutching his bleeding abdomen as he gasped for breath. "My chakra's almost gone." Tianhai spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze locked onto Kank, his voice hoarse. "Dragging this out any longer is just a waste of time. The next move decides it all." Kank wiped the blood from his face, tossed aside his chipped kunai, and nodded firmly. "Perfect. One move to decide the winner." They both squeezed the last dregs of chakra from their cores, their knuckles cracking under the strain. Tianhai's hands formed seals again. This time, more intricate, more complex, channeling chakra with wild, ferocious intensity. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. A white-hot flame far more condensed and intense than the fireball jutsu gathered in the sky, coalescing into the fearsome shape of a dragon's head. The dragon had opened its massive maw, carrying the power to incinerate all in its path, and lunged straight for Kank. Unfazed, Kank raised his hand as water surged at his feet. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. The water on the ground shot up, forming a colossal water dragon that roared to meet the fiery head. Their strength and chakra reserves were nearly equal, and their mastery over ninjutsu was on par. Under such equal conditions, the natural law of elemental affinity became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Water conquers fire. The water dragon and fire dragon clashed in midair, tearing at each other. After a 3-second standoff, the immense crushing force of the water dragon shredded the fire dragon's defense. The scalding hot water, carrying immense impact, broke through the flames and slammed directly into Tianhai's chest. Tianhai was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut tumbling across the ground for over a dozen meters before smashing heavily into the high wall at the arena's edge, knocked unconscious on the spot. Gecko Hade appeared beside Tianhai in an instant. After confirming he was unconscious, he raised his right hand and announced loudly, "The match is decided. Kank of the Hidden Mist Village wins." After a brief moment of stunned silence, the stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. This brutal, no-holds-barred ninjutsu showdown had truly ignited the crowd's passion. However, amidst the roaring crowd, Ye Tian, sitting in the Konoha spectator area, was yawning repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes from sheer boredom. He propped his head on one hand, drumming his fingers listlessly on the railing, his face a mask of disdain. "That's it. That's what they call a spectacular match." Ye Tian ranted inwardly. The startup time for those moves is long enough to brew a cup of tea, and their taijutsu is as slow as two old ladies pulling each other's hair. Are they just trading ultimate moves to see who can stall longer? It's a fight between two weaklings, a pure exchange of scratches. Utterly boring. Having been accustomed to the world-ending, screen-clearing power of Tintail's chakra, watching this Genin-level turn-based brawl was pure mental torture for Ye Tian. Just as he was about to find a place to nap, the black screen above the arena emitted a series of beeps. The new round of matchups was displayed. Temari of the Hidden Sand Village versus Shikamaru of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ye Tian's drooping eyelids shot up the moment he saw those names, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He slapped his thigh, let out a sharp whistle, and burst into laughter. Oh, this tournament system knows how to arrange things. This is the domestic violence match between Shikamaru and his wife already. This arranged marriage fight is way more interesting than those two weaklings squabbling earlier. Sitting next to him, Naruto Uzumaki, who was leaning over the railing to watch, heard this, and his spiky blonde hair seemed to turn into a mass of question marks. He turned his head, his blue eyes filled with pure, unadulterated innocence. "Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? What wife? That guy Shikamaru is always whining about things being troublesome, lazy as a maggot. When did he secretly find a wife? I didn't know anything about it." Ye Tian slapped the back of Naruto's head, messing up his already chaotic spiky hair even more. "Little kid, don't go prying into adult gossip. This is what they call fate's destined bond. Just sit back and enjoy the match. Watch and learn how someone fights with their brain instead of just banging your head against a wall all the time."